live from the sunny shores of Daytona Beach, Florida. The NASRA 360 Racing Network brings you tonight's coverage of the MMG Money Racing Halloween 500. My name is Tyler Dimmer. Joining alongside me tonight is Jacob Reeves, Cody Knott in the production booth. And Jacob, I got to say, special event here on NASRA 360 Racing Network showing off the MMG Money Racing League, their Halloween 500. It's going to be crazy, and there's a lot of big names in this field tonight.
Yeah, Tyler, absolutely. There is a lot of big names in this field. Obviously, Halloween 500 is going to get real spooky out here, get real scary with all these guys wanting to go out here, do about 190, getting even close to 200 miles an hour here at this 2.5-mile racetrack here in Daytona Beach, Florida. And a lot of big names, as you mentioned, a lot of drivers that we see on the Monday series with NASRA, on the Friday series with NASRA, Jeff Merck out there, or a past champion out there. Also, Malik Ray. How about that right there? Malik Ray, obviously in the Coke Series, the iRacing Coke Series. Malik Ray out here, Garrett Maines out here. I mean, just so many big names out here for this race right here, Tyler. I mean, so many guys out here, you could basically just throw a blanket over it, and basically it's like a damn roulette wheel, Tyler. You can just basically just pick a number and just see which one that you want to bet on.
Well, you can do that, especially given the fact that this is a super speedway. Money on the line tonight with the MMG Money Racing Series. $700 going to the winner tonight. $500 to second, $350 to third. They're paying out the top 10 tonight. And there's a couple other prizes as well, but as we mentioned before, 200 laps here at Daytona, full fuel, 1 fast repair, 3 green-white checkers. Oh, and by the way, they're running the Xfinity cars this evening as qualifying still underway here at Daytona. And they're going for the Kanawha Valley Key and Fob Pole Award. They're trying to get on that front row, trying to lead the field to green this evening. But I got to say, evening race, we should see it get into the nighttime. We should see the lights come on in about an hour or so here. Right now, though, it's a nice sunny 84 degrees air temp, 100-degree track temp, and about, well, let's call it 5:50 local time in Florida for the sim session. A lot of big names, like you mentioned, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, both pro racing series drivers at one point or another. I know Garrett Maines is back in the contender series trying to get his way back in to the pro Coca-Cola E NASCAR iRacing series. But Jacob, like you mentioned, Jeff Merck, hey, he knows how to win here at Daytona. He's done it before in Xfinity trucks and in Cup cars in the NASCAR Racing Series.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Merck knows how to get it done. We've seen what he can do in a truck. Now, obviously, this is a little bit different with these Xfinity cars that you see out here on the racetrack. But at the same time, I mean, it's Daytona. You know, Tyler, we know how it is, and I know how much you love super speedway racing. So we'll see how this all works out. Obviously, the big one can play a factor as to how all of this is going to play out. Another big name that I just now saw right here is Kyler Wynn. Now, Kyler Wynn, folks, he is a past winner of the Podium 500 that was earlier on this year. So Kyler Wynn knows how to get around these super speedways, very, very fast, very methodical. So he's one that we're really going to have to be watching out for here this evening. But I'm telling you, I mean, Jeff Merck, like we was talked about, I mean, we got a couple of guys in here as well that runs with NASRA. I'm seeing a couple of, like Mike George. Mike George runs on the Thursday series that I call with the NASRA 360 Racing Network with Goat Locker. So Mike George knows how to get around these super speedways. So we'll see if Mike George can do anything here tonight. But, I mean, it's like you said, this is a stacked field. I mean, hell, I've lost count, 50 guys? 50 cars here tonight. Tyler, this is going to be a good race.
Yeah, Matthew T. Lee as well, another familiar face in the NASRA 360 Racing Network throughout multiple different series. We have to keep an eye out on him as well. He knows how to drive these super speedways pretty darn well. Also, you see all these different paint schemes. There will be an award for the best paint on the night presented by Coasting Thunder. So that'll be determined after the race based off of votes. But for now, keep an eye on some of these special paint schemes. A couple spooky ones out there, Jacob. But it'll be a fun ride. Again, like we said, 200 laps around this 2.5-mile super speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. It's going to be a long race. With over 50 cars entered, I think we're going to see some chaos pretty early, Jacob.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 50 guys out here. I mean, we were looking as well that there's going to be one faster pair, so some of these guys might want to take a chance a little bit early, get up there, maybe try to get to the front. If they end up starting at the back or not getting the qualifying run that they want, Tyler, some of them may want to chance it and try to drive up through the field. But you mentioned these spooky paint schemes. I mean, I have not yet seen one yet that's got the Freddy Krueger paint scheme on here, or a Jason Voorhees paint scheme. If you do not have a Freddy Krueger or Jason Voorhees paint scheme, I mean, we've got beef already with you right now at this point, because obviously those very, very iconic Halloween characters, and even Michael Myers, if you really want to go with the Halloween, the Scream guy, whatever the hell his name is. But, I mean, that's going to be one that we're really going to be watching out for this paint scheme award. A lot of awards and a lot of sponsors that we're going to be having out here this evening.
Yeah, and as always, huge credit to our NASRA 360 Racing Network sponsors. Premier Racing Setups is one of them, Butt Kicker another, as well as just NASRA sponsors as well. Starbase Comics, Blanchard's Towing and Repair, DSR Electric, all of those who come out and support us. Got Concerns of Police Survivors as well. It's going to be a fun night, Jacob. And I think this is one of the first times you and I have ever worked together on a race, so it'll be interesting having both of us up here in the booth as we see a Labani tribute scheme fly by there. Ooh, there's maybe a little bit of a spooky scheme there for the 89 of Trevor Aswarnoth. Also, a lot of new names that you and I are going to have to learn and figure out real fast here.
Yeah, Tyler, and I mean, if we butcher some of those names, then yeah, if we butcher them, sorry. But some of them we do know, some of them we don't know 100%. So anybody out there in live chat, if somehow or another we butcher one of those names, let us know out there in the chat. You ain't got to be mean. You ain't got to be spooky. And you ain't got to pull, a Michael Myers on us or nothing. But just go ahead. Let us know if somehow or another we butchered it or whatever, and then we'll get it straightened out. Because, I mean, Tyler, it's like you said, long race, 500 miles, 200 laps here at Daytona. We got a lot of time to get those names right.
Yes, we do. And like we mentioned here tonight in the NASRA 360 Racing Network, we also have other broadcasts throughout the week. Tomorrow night, the DSR Electric Truck Series. I believe we go to Darlington, Jacob. Darlington or Charlotte, I can't remember off the top of my head. But that'll be a fun one. Then we have our Tuesday night Blanchard's Towing Repair Xfinity Series. Wednesday night is for Cup Series there. Wednesday night, the brand new NASRA Cup Series. Thursday night, we have the Goat Locker Racing ARCA Series. And Friday night is the Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series as well. So stay tuned. If you like what you see here, we'll be broadcasting all week long in the NASRA 360 Racing Network.
Absolutely. And, a lot of those right there is going to be guys that's going to be in the playoffs, obviously, with Monday night. It is Darlington, matter of fact, Tyler. I know that because I'm dreading that race. But, that's going to be a good one, obviously, with the Xfinity Series. They're going to be at Kansas, which is going to be a very, very interesting race. And then, obviously, the NASRA Cup Series will be rocking and rolling come Wednesday night. And I believe they're going to be in the Gym 4s. I believe we're going to be at Michigan. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me on that, but I believe that's where we're going to be. And then the Veterans Fly ARCA Series with Goat Locker Thursday. So, and then, obviously, Friday, we're going to be right back here. We're going to be right back here with Daytona. So that's going to be a pretty big week for the NASRA 360 Racing Network. So hopefully each and every one of you, if you haven't yet, like, subscribe to the NASRA 360 Racing Network. That way you can get your fix on all of what's going on in NASRA.
Yep, and now qualifying has come to a conclusion. We're going to start getting you your starting lineup for the Halloween 500. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a big one, but let's see who took away the Conaway Valley Key and Fob Pole Award as we pull up our starting grid as drivers get ready to roll here at Daytona. Row number 1, we see Kyler Wynn and Garrett Maines. That's a front row with professional driver. Row number 2 has Cody Neagles and Mike George. Row 3, Matthew Lee and Jeff Merck, 2 NASRA drivers. Row number 4, Evan Carlborn and Joe Huerta. And row number 5, Malik Ray and Vincent Guerrero.
Then Christopher Carter is going to roll off in P11 with Brian Hennings rolling off in P12. Kenneth McCullough Jr., one of the big guys right here from McCullough Motorsports, going to roll off P13 with Richard Elliott in P14. Dylan Jones will start P15. Trevor Aswarnoth will start in P16 with John Ward in 17th. Matthew Baker's going to roll off P18, and rounding out the top 20 is John Mollahan and Edward Marshall.
Looking further on back in row number 11, you have Devin Ray and J.R. Miller. Further back in the 23rd and 24th spots, you have Landon Velike and Kevin Friess. Back in 25th, 26th, you have Christopher Melton and Daniel Eberhardt III. Then you have Jared Haynes with Mark Vondell. And rounding out your top 30 is Zach Range and Paul Witt.
Then Logan York's going to be 31st with James Waring in 32nd. Stephen Scott Jr. is going to be 33rd with Danny Barnes in 34th. Chase Mastrita will be in 35th with James Wagner will be in 36th. Justin Miller 37th. Tucker McClendon will be 38th. And then the only 40 drivers right here, the final 40 right here, final two, I should say, for the top 40, Michael Allen and Terry Wilson, they're the only drivers right there at the end that qualified.
Yep. As you look through the rest of the field of drivers who did not make a lap, Joshua McCullough with Mike Davenport back in row number 21. Row 22 is Heath Job and Christopher McCullough, so another McCullough driver. Then you have Rick Schneider with Corey Buskirk way back there in row 23. Row 24 is Samuel Carter with Bobby Rockel? And row 25, Michael Schaefer, Steve Sizemore. And like we said, it's a big field. 25 rows here tonight. 25 rows, 50 drivers. They're getting ready to roll off of pit road here shortly for the Halloween 500. Jacob, we're going to be in for a long one and a big one here tonight. Drivers going for a lot of cash. $700 goes to the race winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Long way, like you mentioned, 200 laps, 500 miles. And the big thing about this tonight, Tyler, is that these guys is going to have a lot of patience. Long race, obviously. The fuel is going to be the same as it would be 100%. It's not like 60% or 50% or anything like that. So this is typically what you would see for the Daytona 500. The only difference is it's in Xfinity cars. It's not in the Cup cars. So the only thing that, if I could preach it to these guys is patience, because you got a long race. You still got plenty of time to see what's going on. But obviously, as we mentioned, Tyler, sometimes chaos can happen. We can get in situations where guys maybe get impatient and try to go 4 wide here at Daytona when you really can only go 3 wide. So that will be the deciding factor when that big one happens, is if you can be able to miss that crash. And if you can miss it, then you're going to be in good standing. If not, then you got to burn that first fast repair. And if you end up wrecking out twice, you're pretty much screwed. So you probably just more or less have to park it, call it a night, and then be able to try to go to the next one.
Yeah, we'll see if drivers are patient here to start. We expect fuel to be anywhere from 35 to 45 laps here in the Xfinity car. 200 laps, though. The real-world Xfinity Series only runs, I want to say, 120 for a 300-mile race at the beginning of the season. So we'll see how that plays out tonight for these drivers as we're getting ready to roll. Jacob, I mentioned this in the Discord for the MMG Money Racing Series beforehand. Over, under, first caution, 10.5 laps. Let's make a little side bet here. What are we feeling? Are we going to take the over or the under?
I'll tell you what, I'll take the over on that. Well, it depends on how much you want to bet on it. That's going to be the big thing right there on that, Tyler, is, but, I mean, really and honestly, I think, we've got a lot of big names out here, a lot of guys that I believe have a lot of patience. We mentioned Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines, obviously they're up there at the front row, but Mike George, Jeff Merck might actually be the wild card in it. He might say screw it and go 3 wide and maybe cause a little chaos right here, but Malik Ray would be one that I wouldn't think would make a whole lot of chaos happen right here at the start. Kenneth McCullum and obviously Christian McCullough, he's back there in the back, so he's going to have to try to find his way up there. Chris Blanchard, I just saw him down here as well. Blanchard, one of those Nazareth guys, he knows how to be a little aggressive on these super speedways as well. So to answer your question, I'm going to take the over, but I'm not 100% confident in that over.
Yeah, I'm feeling the under, so maybe I'll just make it your entry fee tomorrow night. We'll bet on that. That'll be the deal up here in the booth between us. But I got to say, navigating the draft with 50-plus cars is going to be a challenge for these guys, especially with cars that don't really like being pushed bumper to bumper, right? The Xfinity cars, they're a little bit more loose. They don't really have the same stability that you see in the Gen 6 or the Gen 7 or the trucks. So it's going to be interesting to see because these bumpers aren't exactly flat in the Xfinity cars. The back bumper's a little bit curved. like they are with the Cup car, but these front bumpers are very rounded compared to the Cup cars. So we'll see as this field gets rolling here. Pacing underway here in the Halloween 500, Jacob. These drivers, it's an antsy feeling, right? I've done the Firecracker 400. I've done these Daytona 500s on iRacing for the official iRacing series. It's a nerve-wracking feeling starting these races, trying to get off to a good start and trying to avoid potential chaos.
Yeah, I mean, there's butterflies. Obviously, Tyler, there's butterflies through each and every one of these guys. Even Kyle Wynn, Garrett Maines, and Malik Ray. Malik Ray, he's been very successful on iRacing, but even he's still got a little bit of butterflies right here because it's like we talk about all the time. It's Daytona. You never know what the hell's going to happen. I mean, nobody has an idea of what's going to happen right here. Watching these guys go around for these pace laps right here, we could see something that, going into turn 3, one guy splits the middle, and then all hell ends up breaking loose. And, these guys just don't know if that's going to happen or not. They know what their game plan is for this race. The only difference is they're worried about everybody else's game plan and worried about whether or not they're going to be involved in it.
Yep, as we said, fuel is going to be a concern. No stages here like we see in other races on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network, the MMG Money Racing, 200 laps straight up. It's going to get interesting as drivers make their way through 3 and 4. We'll see if they have extended the pace laps here. It does not look to be so. So we will see how this race gets off to start. Like we said, Kyler Wynn and Garrett Maines front row tonight. Rest of the field finally behind 2 by 2 by 2. Getting ready to roll here at the World Center of Racing for the Halloween 500. Pace car pulls on to pit road. Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines waiting for the Geico restart zone. Drivers ready to roll here at Daytona. Green flag underway here in the Halloween 500. Not a lot of support for Garrett Maines out of the back. The number 6 already jumps up to the top lane as soon as he crosses the line. Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines, drag racing turns toward turn number 1 here. Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines currently in the lead. He's going to get a push from the 6 behind him. And they're rolling smooth, still 2 by 2 by 2. No driver trying to make it 3 wide at this point in time as they work their way towards Jacob on the backstretch.
And Kyler Wynn going to keep it on the bottom. He's going to get a huge shove from Matthew Lee. Kyler Wynn actually going to take it all the way to the back. Drops below the double yellow line. Wants to have none of this. He's going to actually go to the back and maybe try to ride at the back, see kind of what's going to happen. Kyler Wynn, he's going to take the lead. Now Cody Nagel is going to work his way up on the top side as they work their way through 3 and 4.
Yeah, Cody Nagel's on the outside there. You got Garrett Maines now leading the field on the bottom. Matthew Lee right behind Garrett Maines. He's trying to move forward. You got other drivers there on the outside trying to work their way towards the front. Still 2 by 2 by 2 as we work our way through the tri-oval. Down towards turn number 1. Malik Ray, he's the driver 4th in line on the bottom. Then you got that 60 machine sitting there 3rd in line on the outside. I believe that's Jeff Merck. Now, it shows 60 on our screen, but I believe he's the 9 in your program as they work their way back towards Jacob off of 2.
Garrett Maines still keeping it on the bottom. Now Cody Nichols, he's going to try to get a shove. George right behind him. And on the bottom side, Matthew Lee in the 0-4 trying to get up here and give a shove to Garrett Maines. Everybody really kind of, I guess you could say, Tyler, being very copacetic right now. Nobody wanting to make any kind of crazy moves trying to help me win that bet on you, Tyler.
Minding their P's and Q's. Mike George right now pushing Cody Nagels out in front. No one really using the bumper, kind of just arrow pushing at this point in time. So look throughout the rest of the field. Garrett Maines still holding serve on the bottom. Cody Nagels, though, leads the field as they work their way towards 1 and 2. Meanwhile, back out of the field, Bobby Rachel, as well as other drivers, including Kyler Wynn, way in the back of the field. They've actually dropped off the tail end of the pack. Still 2 by 2 by 2 as they work their way off of 2.
And that is a normal strategy, honestly, Tyler, to see some of those guys just drop completely off, don't even want any part of this. You know, Kyler Webb may be thinking, oh, hell, something might get crazy. You don't want to get a bad bump draft and screw myself right here at the start of a 500-mile race. Garrett Maines keeps it on the bottom. Cody Nagels up top. George lead, and Jeff Mark the top 5 off 4.
Jeff Merck sitting there on the bottom and 3rd in line. He's going to just mind his P's and Q's, not really getting to the back bumper of the truck or car ahead. Matthew Lee. Meanwhile, Cody Nagels trying to lead that lap. Garrett Maines fighting back on the bottom here as they roll into 1 and 2. 3 wide further back in the field. Drivers trying to be patient here, but someone stepped out of line already. He's trying to move his way forward, trying to see who that is further on back in the field. 3 wide throughout 1 and 2 as they work their way towards the backstretch.
That's Daniel Eberhardt back there in the number 90. Shot up on the top side, tried to make it 3 wide. He's working the top side, but he's got absolutely no help And now he may end up getting a little bit of help from the 25 trying to get up here. That's Kevin Freeze. Now that outside lane's starting to work. Now we got guys jumping up to the top side trying to get it to work as well. Matthew Baker up top coming off 4.
That's 4 cars now into the outside lane. Meanwhile, see if anyone else jumps up and joins them. Still the 4 now, make it 5. The 89 jumps up to the front. He's going to look, Malik Ray looking to the middle now. He's going to do so. Edward Marshall sitting there in the middle of this pack. Matthew Baker up there as well. Malik Ray, Richard Elliott, and then you have Trevor Aswarnoth. He'll lead that outside lane now as he's trying to work his way further up inside the top 10 as they come off the 2.
Oh, Tyler, I'm really starting to get nervous off of this bet. They're already going 3 wide, trying to make it work. Aswarnoth trying to get that shove from Matthew Baker right up on that outside. Now they have absolutely no help back there. There is guys back there, but they're not close enough to get going. Hell, they're going to do it by themselves. Aswarnoth to the top side. Now he's going to be 3 wide for the 4th spot coming off of turn 4.
Aswarnoth 3 wide to the outside of Matthew Lee as well as Jeff Merck, Cody Nagels. Now it's going to be 3 wide for the lead as they come through the tri-oval. There's enough cars up there. The lane's going to work. 3 by 3 by 3. Call it about 6 rows deep right now as they work their way towards 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Aswarnoth's going to lead the field here. He's on the outside. Really tight racing as they work their way off of 2 towards Jacob.
6 rows, hell, call it the whole field right here as Aswarnoth on that top side. Garrett Maines down on the bottom. Nagels trying to get the shove from Mike George in that middle lane. Matthew Lee still on this bottom side. Paint a picture right there. Take a screenshot of that. The whole field going into turn number 3. Garrett Maines now he squirts out ahead. Lee's trying to go with him as the outside lane looks like it's starting to dissipate.
I don't think it's dissipating. Meanwhile, the 6 jumps up to the top. That's Cody Nagels. He'll lead the outside lane. Garrett Maines gets by, and there's a caution. Caution further on back in the field. Not from a big group up ahead, but we do have a caution, and I will take my free entry fee tomorrow night, Jacob. I will say the good thing for you is Brady already pays my entry fees, so you can just send the 13 to me.
Well, actually, it's $12, just so you know there, Tyler. Looking to kind of see. I mean, I don't even really know exactly where the caution was because we was too busy watching all the chaos up there in the front. And I mean, it wasn't bad chaos. It was good chaos. Everybody was holding their lines, making drastic moves, but nobody was doing anything stupid right there, Tyler. So, to be honest with you, I don't even know where the caution is at this point. It may be one of them debris cautions like NASCAR likes to call.
Well, Terry Wilson was upside down before the pit lane entrance, so I'm going to tell you that much. Meanwhile, the 3 of Rick Schneider also has damage. It looks like he has a blown engine. He'll use his fast repair. He's able to at least make it around. Terry Wilson has to use the tow, so he's going to probably go a lap down here at least. But Rick Schneider slowly coasting towards his box with a blown engine. Meanwhile, the rest of the field getting single file here. We're only on lap number 7 of 200, Jacob. Long race to go, but the chaos has already begun here at Daytona.
Yeah, obviously a lot of 3 wide action, a lot of stuff that was going on. We thought it was going to keep it 2 wide, keep it 3 wide, or keep it 2 wide for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it just broke out, and everybody said, you know what, let's try to make it 3 wide right here. This is going to be normal to see a lot of these guys just go down right here, Tyler. I don't think nobody's going to be making any tire, or any tire changes. I think everybody's just going down right here and just going to top off, get some fuel, and they should be good to go, at least for a little bit, at least till the next time around. But I think that's what everybody's going in right here for is just gas only.
Yeah, it's especially in a 200-lap race with no stages. Get fuel whenever you can. You never know how it's going to play out on the back end. That's what we're seeing from these drivers here, as it looks like Garrett Maines is going to win the race off the pit road over Cody Nagels. Meanwhile, a bunch of drivers did stay out under that caution, that cycle. Malik Ray is one of them. He had dropped to the back, but right now, race leader. Correction, sorry about that. Trying to get through my own cameras here as well up here in the booth that I have available to me. But we're going to see drivers who weren't in the back be further on back in the field now. Jacob, it's going to be sketchy.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really sketchy back there. Kyler Wynn, one of those guys that was back there in the back, decided to, be in that situation, just try to ride back there at the back and just save his stuff, not try to get caught up in anything. Some guys, there's actually some big movers right now from what I'm seeing on the grid. Steven Scott Jr. in a 77. He started 13th. He's all the way up to, started 33rd. He's all the way up to 13th. Guy up here as well, you're seeing right there, Zach Range in the 043, started 29th. He has worked his way all the way up to 7th. A couple of other movers out there. Biggest loser, I guess you could say, really, is Kyler Wynn, but I mean, he really hasn't. I mean, he ain't really lost anything yet because we're just getting started here tonight.
Yeah, he dropped back as soon as he could. He wanted to avoid the chaos, but he actually kind of put himself near the chaos. We saw the wreck further back in the field, wasn't up in the main pack. That being said, there is still plenty of chaos up front. 3 wide racing, very aggressive, very early on. You saw some big shoves coming from that outside lane. We'll see if that continues. They should be getting the 1 to green here this time by, but Zach Range is your race leader at this point in time.
Absolutely, Zach Range is going to be your leader. And Tyler, we actually got a extra guy. He had just walked into the door. Smithfield, North Carolina's own Wesley Outland going to be joining us here tonight, going to be commentating on a big night here for Nazareth, big night for the McCullough Motorsports Group as well. And Wesley, how in the hell have you been, buddy? I haven't talked to you in quite some time.
I've been doing well, my friend. Of course, you know, I love super speedway racing. I love working with Tyler Dittmer and yourself, Jacob. And, of course, thanks for the hospitality, as always, of MMS and Nazareth Racing working together, conjoined effort. And this big Halloween 500 at the World Center of Virtual Racing has not disappointed. I had to work on fixing my mic. That's why you couldn't hear me there. What crazy racing. 3x3x3. Shades of being at Talladega, I think, for the Cup playoff race a couple of weeks ago. Jacob, we're seeing it here on iRacing right now.
Yeah, we absolutely are, buddy. And I'm telling you what, Tyler, this is going to get good right here. We'll see how this ends up working out with Zach Range up there, John Ward, Stephen Scott Jr., all these guys up there at the front. Kenneth McCullough Jr. up there as well, up there with Malik Ray as well.
Yeah, Malik Ray back inside the top 5. We saw him pull out of line just prior to that caution, went towards the back, kind of got near where the chaos was, but now Zach Range as well going to lead the field here with John Ward to his outside. I got to say, we have 3 big-name commentators now in the booth. Thank you for joining us, Wesley, for this fun night of probably controlled chaos, I would say.
And I love covering the back straightaway, guys. You know, that's that 3,000-foot super stretch here. You just saw a little glimpse of me standing up on my little perch way up in the air. These guys thunder down the back straightaway. We saw the 3x3 racing at the start of things. And remember, this is just lap number 8 of 200. They still got a long way to go to find out who's going to be trick-or-treating here at Daytona as we come for a restart.
Yep, as they roll it towards the Geico restart zone, Zach Range, the control car on the bottom. He's going to get in the gas a little bit late. Waits for the green flag actually to come out all the way at the end of the restart zone. Kind of stacked up the inside line. Little bit of give and take, a little bit of shoving further on back as there's a big checkup. Zach Range out to a big lead, but they're going to pull him back in real quickly, Jacob.
Yeah, we'll see how this ends up working out. Range up here trying to get it going as well with John Ward up there on that top side. Absolutely no help. Trying to get somebody to come up. Now one driver jumps up on the top side. That's Stephen Scott Jr. He's going to look to the back.
That's Range on the back straightaway. Remember, we mentioned he was going to get swallowed up by the traffic. It'll take about a lap or so for these drivers to get up to full speed. Right now, Range hugs the bottom of the racetrack. It's Ward, followed by Ray. Right there now, double foul as they work into 3 and 4.
Yeah, Stephen Scott Jr. tried to get to the back of John Ward, and it kind of didn't work in his favor. Correction, his back of Zach Range didn't work in his favor. As they were in big trouble further on back of the field. Multiple cars around, multiple drivers involved. Big yellow here off of 4 going towards the tri-oval.
Huge wreck right here on the front straightaway. Might have been a bad bump draft gone wrong. Might have been something that maybe it had to do with Stephen Scott Jr. right there that was maybe at that point. No, actually, it looked like somebody actually blew up right here. It was Matthew Lee. He was just riding right here in the 0-4, and he was just riding calm, cool, and collected. Not real sure exactly what had happened. Maybe there was a little bit of a stack-up or whatever. No, this is a huge lag deal right here. Tyler, you got to see this. This makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, we're seeing the car.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The car just ahead of Jeff Merck just randomly kind of stops, and chaos in the accordion lane on the outside lane. You're going to see right there, just a big lag. Jeff Merck's involved. Other drivers involved as well. They're going to have to take their fast repair. Terry Wilson looked like he avoided a little bit of the chaos, but he's already used his fast repair. But yeah, you're just going to see that car right in front of Jeff Merck, that first black car in front of the green, just kind of stack up, and you see chaos as the field has nowhere to go here off of 4, Wesley.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the Clinton main driver, Matthew Lee, and a whole host of other cars. All I saw was the 90 got really loose on the exit of 3 and 4 when I tossed it back to you, Tyler, and the next thing you know, we had cars going around and crashing. Several definitely good contenders in the middle of that pack, and hopefully, I don't know the rules here. Do they get at least one fast repair,
one
Tyler?
fast repair. Yep, there's one fast repair. So Jeff Merck's not out of it yet, but he's going to have to mind his P's and Q's as we look at the race information here.
Yeah, absolutely. We see it right there. Xfinity cars talked about it. 200 total laps at one fast repair that these guys is going to have with them here this evening. Tires, we ain't worried about tires. It's Daytona. You're not really worried about the tire wear here, but it does look like that it's unlimited. So apparently, whoever pays the budget off of this bad boy right here, they had enough to be able to take care of all the tires. But Tyler, I mean, we was talking about this a second ago, about big ones and chaos and people being impatient. That's just one of them things right there that just kind of sucks right there, because it's out of everybody's control, really, about what happens right there. Nobody's at fault. It's just something happens right there. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what happens when you come to these super speedways. And as both of you know, my opinion of super speedways is they're fun to watch, fun to call. I do not envy these drivers at all, Wesley. Being in that chaos, you're such a victim of the circumstances most of the time, unless you're out front leading. And as you saw for a lot of those drivers, they are just nowhere to go.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, literally, as they came down the back straightaway, you could literally see maybe the storm brewing, because they were really getting disheveled. And there's that dirty air that we talk about in the reality of the world of super speedway racing. The same mimics the world of simulation of iRacing. They were very, very close, side by side. You saw Range get that big jump on the launch of the restart. But then, Jacob, all of a sudden, everybody stacks up together like virtual sardines. And the next thing you know, you make one wrong wiggle, jiggle, giggle, bobble. I know you love those 4 words, but I throw them out there. I said it very slowly this time. But if you make one wrong slip, it can be calamity, and so many innocent bystanders can also be collected.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, Wesley, that's why we love super speedway racing. It's just, wondering whether or not that chaos is going to happen, when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen. That's one thing that a lot of drivers, they hate it, but the fans love it. Obviously, we love to broadcast it live here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network. So, we absolutely love it. I'm sure the drivers hate it, and I'm sure hopefully all 34 of you at home watching live are loving every bit of this right here, Tyler.
Yeah, and you see Garrett Maines has already worked his way back up into the 6th position. So after coming down pit road under that first caution, he thought he might be caught up in traffic. He was able to avoid the calamity off of 4. He's back inside the top 10. He's looking to get back towards the front where he feels more comfortable. Meanwhile, looking further on back, you have Kenneth McCullough there in 5th, Paul Witt 7th, Cody Nagel's back in 8th. So he's already back inside the top 10 as well. As these drivers get ready 2 by 2. We're going to try this again, Wesley.
Yeah, we're going to try it again. By the way, tell the tape, that's at 31 degrees off of turn number 1 and 2. They're working their way down that 3,000-foot back straightaway known as the Daytona Super Stretch. Again, where I'm nestled at high above here at the Virtual World Center of Racing. And look at that apron, all pavement now. Maybe a little grass turf, as you notice, as they settle into turn 3. But that could be really wild to watch, Jacob Reeves, as we approach a restart. Because if they're brave enough, we saw 3 by 3 earlier, they could go 4, 5 wide. Now that's crazy on a trick-or-treat night for this Halloween 500. You better be careful, but don't forget, you will do any means necessary to pick up that $700 prize at the end of course, that candy bucket. I usually say end of the rainbow. At the end of that candy bucket, that big, big wad of money is what they're going for as we get ready to go back to green.
Yeah, absolutely, Wesley. I mean, $700 can do a lot of things. It damn sure can. Obviously, there's plenty of times where I wished I had $700, Wesley, and I'm sure a lot of these guys not only racing for that, obviously, but racing for the glory to call themselves the Halloween Daytona 500 champion here with the McCullough Motorsports guys. So here we go. Pace car is off. Zach Range 043, Malik Ray Up here on the front row, John Ward, Devin Ray, and Kenneth McCullough Jr. Green flag in the air. Range gasses up. He's going to try to get away. The only problem is he's got nobody behind him. He's going to have absolutely no help. He may end up screwing himself. Malik Ray going to work up here on this top side. Ray's going to try to give the shove now to Malik Ray. They're going to end up just shooting right by him. They got 3 of them up on the top, Wesley, 2 down on the bottom.
Malik Ray, one of the best of iRacing events, hanked up on the outside. Here's Range flanked to the bottom right now. Everybody now gives each other plenty of room. 3-car tandem to the outside. Range now picks up momentum. There's a block thrown. The Deuce hits in front of Range as they dive into 3.
Yeah, Devin Ray said, I'm clear. I'm going to get down to the bottom. Meanwhile, Range is going to push him as they work through 3 and 4. Malik Ray's got his former professional buddy right behind him. That's Mr. Garrett Maines. Garrett Maines back in the Contender Series as they work their way back through the tri-oval. Malik Ray leads that lap, working back towards Jacob.
Here we go. Now Malik Ray going to keep that lead. Maines trying to work right behind him. Here comes Nagels up here trying to get a shove, as well as Paul Witt. That outside lane, Wesley, looking very organized. That bottom side, they need to get a little bit of help extra down there.
There goes, of course, Malik Ray now up in front. Everybody hangs down to the bottom of the racetrack. Range trying to get the run on the 1. Right now, they stay to the back straightaway. 2 by 2 by 2. That's that formation as they're going to do-si-do to that third turn into that 31 degrees of bank in there.
Yeah, Kenneth McCullough not to the back of John Ward there on the bottom. That's going to hurt that bottom lane. He needs to get a little bit tighter if they want to work that momentum forward. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, they are working their way towards the front. Malik Ray will lead yet another lap here at Daytona as they work back towards Jacob, towards 1 and 2.
And Garrett Maines still got that shove. Nagel's still right there as well. Malik Ray thinks about it. Yep, he's going to jump it straight down to the bottom side. Jump down in front of Devin Ray. Now, Garrett Maines going to lead this outside lane. Nagel's right behind him. A little bit of door banging right behind him for that 4th spot.
It's the Ray show, but now Maines wants to spoil the party. He'll also carry Miggles up on the outside lane. More help's coming. Wertz is there. Range push back to 6th, maybe more. Here they come, shuffled up with the leader now. Maines to the lead off turn 4.
Bottom line, very disorganized. Garrett Maines has all the help in front of him, or behind him. Meanwhile, Malik Ray doesn't have much help other than Devin Ray behind him. Zach Range is way too far off the back bumper there. Side by side, that lap will go to Garrett Maines, just barely over Malik Ray.
Maines still going to have to try to keep it right there. Obviously, you talked about it. Old teammates right there. Maybe they're trying to control both of those lines. Maybe try to make sure one of them at least takes it all the way to the house and gets that $700 prize here tonight, Wesley.
Malik Ray down to the inside. Ray right there behind him. Maines up on the top shelf. Nobody is jumping out of line just yet. Keep the ones hugged down to the double yellow line as they still go door to door, working off the bacon into turn number 3.
It's 2 by 2, but it's not very well organized at this point, Wesley and Jacob. Garrett Maines, Malik Ray leading their respective lines. Devin Ray pushing Malik Ray. Meanwhile, you have Garrett Maines. He's got Cody Nagels right behind him. Garrett Maines will lead this lap just barely over Malik Ray, but right now disorganized in both lines.
Yeah, both of them really just back and forth. Nobody really wanting to try to keep it straight, I guess you could say. I looked a couple of times, and the bottom side of Devin Ray, he almost lost it about 2 or 3 laps ago down there on the bottom side. So these guys dealing with a lot of air here tonight at Daytona.
Still in the first 50 miles of this race, but right now, still the inside of the racetrack, Tyler Dittmer is the preferred lane. Malik Ray knows that the Uno car stays locked to the bottom of the racetrack as they thunder into 3.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily if the bottom is the preferred lane, but Malik Ray and Devin Ray are working well enough together despite the lack of organization further on behind them. But you see these cars very loose further on back in the pack. You see Garrett Maines now clears Malik Ray. He'll move down to the bottom. Cody Nagels now leads the outside.
Yeah, and honestly, it may have a little bit to do with that wind right now, Tyler, up to 11 miles an hour north. So maybe having a little bit to do with trying to make those cars dance around. Big dance right now out of Devin Ray, the second car on the inside lane working their way off turn 2.
Guys, I don't know if you saw, but it looked like the Goodwrench black number 3 dropped to the bottom of the racetrack into 1 and 2. No harm, no foul. Miggles now, the extra life number 6, now to the lead around Maines as they work into turn number 3, Tyler.
Garrett Maines probably has some choice words for there. Eagles was not clear. Kind of clipped him on the way down. Got a little combobulated on the bottom. Meanwhile, the outside lane, that's going to be led by none other than Paul Witt. And he's got Matthew Baker behind him. Those two trying to work their way to the front. He'll pull alongside Cody Nagels.
And we may have a little bit of chaos right here because Terry Wilson in the 48 right here in front of these guys, running not as high as he needs to be. Lap traffic may play a factor right here. Witt dives it down. He's going to keep them really tight right here, Wesley. We may end up seeing a big one right here.
There's that black number 3 car we just mentioned, and there's contact. They're making turns. The 3 goes around, turns into the 49 or the 48. Other cars involved, scraping to the bottom of the apron of the racetrack, and they're all starting to pop back into view now as the caution comes out for the 3rd time. Bound to happen. Lap car there, Tyler Dittmer, amongst the fast thundering herd. And one wrong slip, as we mentioned, and you've got calamity here in Daytona.
I don't know what he was trying to do. He tried to force himself into a gap that wasn't there, and that was just absolutely horrible. The 48 of Terry Wilson just forcing the issue when he shouldn't have, just dropped to the back, and he's going to collect 2, maybe 3 cars as you see kind of chaos around, multiple cars going through the grass. And that's an unfortunate set of circumstances. We're going to have to see what happens to Terry Wilson here, but that was just absolutely unfortunate for most of the field. You're going to see that bottom car there kind of get spit out. He's going to go hard towards the inside wall. He'll make contact down there. A couple cars going through the grass are probably going to pick up some damage as they bounce between the grass and the asphalt.
Yeah, and the big thing about that, Tyler, you were talking about just a second ago with Cody Nagels, when he jumped down in front of Garrett Maines, probably had some choice words. I got a feeling a lot of drivers right there that especially got involved in that probably got some choice words from Terry Wilson, which obviously we got beef, and I'm sure Wesley is really loving to hear that one finally, because I think we've got some beef out here on the racetrack right now, especially with that 48. I mean, I agree. He had plenty of room up on the top side. Nobody was going to try to take him up and try to make it 4 wide. All he had to do was stay up against the wall. Everybody else would have drove right by him on the inside. But, I mean, I agree. There is no hole right there, Wesley. No hole for him to be able to jump down in.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know if maybe he thought, or he might have had a spotter tell him you could go to the inside of that middle lane, but there was cars there, and he literally just messed his car up worse than it already was. He's got, if he hasn't used that fast repair, he's got a mulligan to at least try to get back in this battle. But right now, here come cars on pit road, led by, of course, the leaders, Bagel, Maines, all these guys. I'm sure looking at 4 tires now, because maybe fuel was the first pit stop, Tyler Dittmer.
Yeah, we'll see how many drivers take 4 tires here. It looks like a lot of fuel-only calls there. Really quick getting out of the gas. Garrett Maines getting off of pit road. We'll see if he comes off of pit road first there. But looks like a lot of fuel-only. A couple drivers missing their stalls. Meanwhile, a couple of drivers opting for 4 fresh, good gears here, Jacob. Big strategy call here over 20 laps into this race.
Yeah, big strategy. But, you know, honestly, I mean, Tyler, you know, you were talking about some of them taking those 4 fresh tires. We saw a lot of guys really out of shape. Big, you know, through the quarter, especially 1 and 2, 3 and 4. You know, we saw some out of shape, but really it was 1 and 2 where I really saw guys with the back end kind of stepping out. Maybe that side draft, maybe he was trying to suck the back end around and make them loose. But, you know, I think a lot of it probably had to do with the tires. Could be the wind, could be the air, could be hell, who knows. But the main thing about it, as much sliding around as they was doing, obviously it's going to wear the tires out. So maybe that's what they're thinking. And, hey, I mean, you ain't got a limit. Hell yeah, take them. I mean, I agree 100%, Tyler. If you got the opportunity, take them, and then you can be back there in the back, and then when the chaos happens, maybe you're going to be good to go, try to miss the wreck.
I agree 100%. When you have unlimited tires, you're not worried about the resource or using them up. I mean, there is no, I guess, con to taking those tires. Meanwhile, we've been informed Terry Wilson has been disqualified from the event for those actions. I mean, he had already burned a fast repair, so not like he had much left at that point in time, but he has been removed from the session for those actions. Meanwhile, Cody Nagels, your leader, Garrett Maines, sitting there in second. Then you got Matthew Baker, Malik Ray, John Ward, Devin Ray, Chase Mistretta, Stephen Scott Jr., Justin Miller, and Heath Job currently sitting your, I believe, top 10.
Big thing about this right here, Tyler, you just mentioned right there, Heath Job. He started 43rd in the field. He's all the way up here in 10th. Mind you, the other 3 guys that's going to be right in front of him on this restart, Chase Mistretta, Stephen Scott Jr., and Justin Miller, all those guys started 35th or worse. And, Wesley, that's not uncommon here for Daytona to see guys that start at the back and drive all the way to the front. But it's also not common to see guys that start up at the front end up at the back because they end up getting caught up in a wreck. Kyler Wynn started on the pole. He's just back there just to stay out of the chaos, and he'll be there at the end, we assume. But Matthew Lee back there, on the other hand, when he had that little issue, glitch, however you want to call it, he started 5th. He's back there in 45th.
Hey, listen, hence, it's the Halloween 500. It's 500 miles, 200 laps. You see it every year in February for the Great American Race, and this is our spectacular version of the NASRA 360 Racing Network of this here on iRacing. You literally could strategically fall to the back. Mistakes can be made where you go to the back. Guys in the back, Tyler, can then find their way climbing back to the front. It's all about the strategy, and I promise you there is about 30 different strategies on everybody's mind here. Unless you've got a teammate, you're doing your own thing here to try to be at the end at 200 laps.
Yeah, but unlike the Daytona 500, where you get to see these guys get single file and just ride. That's a pretty common thing we see in the Cup Series at Daytona, especially with how long of a race it is and drivers just wanting to make it to the end. I don't think we're ever going to see these guys get single file. I believe because of that one fast repair, people are going to be very aggressive here as we see the field make its way off of 4. Cody Nagels, Garrett Maines, your front row. Garrett Maines has his buddy Malik Ray behind him, who has his similar named buddy Devin Ray right behind him. The iRacing virtual pace car about to make its way onto pit road. It pulls off there. Cody Nagels, the control car. Garrett Maines to his outside as they roll into the Geico research zone. Cody Nagels doesn't get a great jump. He's not too far out there. That might help him, unlike Zach Range, who got way too far out. Cody Nagels jumps up immediately in front of Garrett Maines as they come off the tri-oval.
And now we're going to see what will happen here as Nagels jumps up. Maines tries to jump down. Nagels going to put the block on him. Now Malik Ray, he's going to get the shove from Devin Ray. The 2 Rays going to try to rock and roll, and now they're going to split him. They're going to split Cody Nagels 3 wide. Maines down on the bottom, Malik Ray up top.
Boy, they got 3 wide very, very fast. They're not even up to full song just yet. Malik Ray to the lead on the outside lane. 3 wide behind them. Garrett Maines to the bottom of the racetrack as they still go 3 wide into turn number 3.
And Devin Ray's going to lose out. Wow, they really wanted to shuffle Cody Nagels. Cody Nagels, aggressive blocking there on the restart. Might have just been really unnecessary. Could have gotten himself in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines control the lanes as they work their way through the tri-oval.
Yeah, he could have really got his tail turned right there big time, but he keeps it straight. Everybody, no harm, no foul. The only one that got screwed out of the whole deal was DR Devin Ray. Now, here we go. Maines up at the front. He's got his buddy Malik Ray working on his outside, working their way off turn 2.
They'll stay in that position now, about the first 5-6 rows now. A dozen drivers are now 2 by 2 again. Malik Ray to the outside. Garrett Maines hugs the bottom of that double yellow line as they work into 3. Now, nobody shuffles out of line except maybe the 52 or the 92 award. Looks for a move on the outside. Can't clear him off 4.
Really patient right now from these guys. Oh, it looks like that outside lane's forming up a little bit more. Bottom lane's got a couple car gap further on back in the field. Looks like Malik Ray will not lead that lap. Still Garrett Maines leading.
And we'll see how that ends up working out. Malik Ray gets the shove. Now Cody Nagel is going to try to give up there, giving the shove as well. John Ward up there on the outside. Shout it out there in the live chat, all 39 of you. Who's going to win this sucker? Let your family know what's going on here tonight on the NASRA 360 Racing Network.
Still a long way to go, though, Jacob. And right now, Malik Ray still up on that outside lane. Megels has now decided to go to the top side. It's Maines back to the bottom. Malik Ray throws the block from the outside to the bottom lane on Maines as they work into 3.
Ray and Maines probably working together here as they work off of 4. Nose to tail. Meanwhile, that's going to allow Nagels to lead that outside lane. He's going to get some help further on back. That's from none other than John Ward, who's working his way towards the front. Malik Ray leads that lap.
And I'll say this, wouldn't watch out right there. There you go. That's what I was thinking. Malik Ray maybe jump up and try to throw the block on Cody Nagels. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Here comes Maines on the inside. He's got Baker trying to give him the shove. Once again, door to door, Maines and Ray off turn 2.
And they're still side by side as they hit that 3,000-foot super stretch. Now you put the 5 in the mix of Baker. So is Ward. And there's contact. A couple of cars get spinning down to the bottom of the racetrack. Blanchard, a whole host of cars wreck as they're going into turn 3.
Outside lane got stacked up, multiple cars, bumper to bumper, and that spit out 4 at least cars I saw go around Jacob and Wesley. Trouble on the back straightaway. Malik Ray, your leader, but that started because of a huge checkup in the outside lane further on back.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
happened right in front of me there, Jacob. Sorry, but I didn't mean to cut you off.
ahead.
It looked like there was just one wrong slip there from that 14 cars. We're watching the replay, and look at as they ran each other down right here. I mean, we're setting it up for that restart. You see everybody stacked up 2 by 2 behind them. It just looked like he just made one wrong slip right here, maybe dropped to the bottom. That's exactly what he did. And then all of a sudden from there on, you see up ahead, Calamity, where do you go? All of a sudden your screen goes black because it just happened so fast, Jacob.
Yeah, it happened very, very fast. And really what it all started out was the number 2, Devin Ray. You see it right there. He's in the pink car right there on the outside, got the 25 right behind him. And he thinks about it right here, guys. He thinks about maybe trying to jump up, but the problem is he jumps up too damn late. He ends up hitting the guy in front of him, which ends up sending him down in the 74. Blanchard ends up getting caught up. And Devin Ray, basically a restart that he wants to forget, ending up in a caution after he thought about going to the outside, but he tried to think different of it, tried to get back in line, and ends up causing the caution.
You know what, Tyler, that looked to me like maybe something that Terry Wilson did just about a caution earlier, just kind of a wrong move, made it drop from the top to the bottom, and right there's no room for error. You make one wrong slip and you got a whole bunch of guys beside you, you're going to get taken out. That's the sad reality of what just happened to Chris Blanchard and others.
Yeah, but unlike the issue with Wilson where it's a lap car just coming down on others, it's just a pure misjudgment on Devin Ray's part. He's got to be more heads up, got to make that move sooner. You can't hesitate in situations like that. Devin Ray has also been given an EOL for that incident, so per race control. So we'll have to see several drivers coming down pit road. Garrett Maines is one of them. Meanwhile, Malik Gray as well as Cody Nagels, they stay on track with about, we'll call it 15 other drivers.
We'll see how that ends up working out for him, Tyler. Maybe Maines maybe trying to go back there, find him another buddy up here, because granted, they got 2 of them up here, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines. Maybe they're going to try to work back there. Maybe they've got a third guy to maybe try to put a stranglehold on this field, because Wesley, you know as well as I do, baby, I mean, we've been watching races here at Daytona for years. You got to have friends. You got to have friends if you want to try to be the best that you can be and put yourself in the right position. You got to have them beer buddies out there.
Yeah, what was the thing that, of course, in the movie Next Friday, what's his face? The comedian actors said, friends, you got to have them. Friends, you got to need them. You got to have them for sure. And one thing for certain, you don't want to make no enemies, and you got to find the right person to race with, to draft with. You know, it's one thing, Tyler, to have a friend. It's another thing to have a good driving friend that knows that you're on the same page and they can race and be as competitive as you are. Because if you just have a friend out there that just kind of like, you know, throw to the wolves, they might panic, they might overjudge, they might get greedy, and then your friend might become your enemy very quickly.
Very much so. We're going to take a quick, short break. Thanks to some of our sponsors here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network before we come back for the green flag here for about lap 31 of 200 here at Daytona. Back live at the World Center of Racing for the Halloween 500 and the MMG Money Racing Series. Meanwhile, promoting here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network, a Thanksgiving Black Friday special edition. The Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series will be off on Black Friday, but we are going to have a Talladega race of trucks here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network. You can do some online shopping, watch a little bit of that race. Should be a lot of fun. Maybe even if you're in it, win money for all that Black Friday shopping, Wesley.
And get ready for the Iron Bowl as well, by the way. Go Roll Tide. Yeah.
They're
Jacob,
struggling this year.
Jacob, you know what I'm talking about. Hush, they beat Missouri last night. Come on.
Yeah, well, but it's Missouri. I mean, come on, it's Missouri. But I mean, hell,
Jacob, you're not helping me here, man. I thought you were an Alabama fan like me.
At home, they should beat Missouri. While we're getting back here, we're having fun up here.
As long as they beat Auburn, I don't care, okay? Like, seriously, you can't win the national championship all the time. Just got to beat Auburn.
Fair enough. Rivalries maintain king in the South. Meanwhile, Malik Ray trying to maintain that front position here as he goes in the Geico restart zone. Gets a good jump there on Cody Nagels. He'll lead the field to green. Lap 31 of 200 here at Daytona.
We'll see what Malik Ray can do without his buddy Garrett Maines up here at the front. Cody Nagels, he's going to try to take it up here on the top side. May end up trying to split Malik Ray 3 wide. Yes, they will. Nagels up top. Ray down on the bottom. John Ward, he's going to take it all the way to the front. He's got Mastrita right behind him. New faces up here at the front, Wesley.
And here they come. Ward now from the middle lane to the outside lane, back to the bottom lane. They are throwing blocks on one another like throwing haymakers between Ali and Rocky. Down into turn number 3 now. Give it back to Ray to the lead as they work 3 and 4.
Yeah, they spit Cody Nagels out. Nagels should find himself in line there about 5th in the outside lane. Meanwhile, Malik Ray back to the bottom. He's got Mike George leading that outside lane. Malik Ray's going to try and control the lane. Shades of Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski at Daytona, but he's going to have company to his inside. That's John Ward there as they fight through the trioval.
Well, I'll say this right here, Tyler. I mean, anybody else, they probably wouldn't be able to pull it off, but Malik Ray being a Coke Series driver, he knows how to get it done here on these super speedways. He's won at Daytona, if I'm not mistaken, but John Ward now, he's going to fight on that inside off too.
And they're right now door to door. Everybody is shuffled up side by side as they thunder down the back straightaway here in Daytona. Right now, Malik Ray, the Signal 1 machine to the outside. But here comes the Halloween machine. Is that Hellraiser Jason? Yes, John Ward looking for the lead in turn 3.
Meanwhile, as they work back through 3 and 4, Malik Ray has Mike George behind him, giving him the push. Malik Ray's going to try and get the lead again here as they come towards the stripe. Malik Ray, John Ward, side by side. That lap goes to Malik Ray by about 1,000th of a second as they roll back through towards 1 and 2.
Mike George, the season opening winner for the Veterans for Life ARCA Series here live on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network on Thursday nights. Up here trying to get him a $700 payday, but he's got to go through Malik Ray and John Ward to do it.
Patience, my friend. We ain't even got to lap number 50 yet, and they're all getting stacked up again. Here goes a little shuffle behind the top 5. They were 3 wide for a second. Ray scampers to the outside to get away from those cars. As there goes George and Ward. Here comes also the 8 to the bottom as they work 3 and 4.
Yeah, Nagel's now trying to lead that 3rd lane. Malik Ray controlling the bottom. He'll go back up to Mike George to that 29 machine, try and get a push there. That's going to open it up for John Ward inside of Malik Ray. He'll lead that lap. Meanwhile, 3 wide further on back. Nagel's still leading the charge on the outside line, but he doesn't have much help.
I'll say this, even though Cody Nagels might have made some crazy blocks and some questionable blocks, he is one aggressive driver trying to lead this outside lane and get himself back up here at the front off turn 2.
Work to that back straightaway again. Malik Ray stays to the outside. Ward on the bottom. Here comes now that number 8 machine. The black number 8 now in the dance. That's going to be Evan Carver now to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes also Mistretta, Scott, Range, right there 2 by 2. New names in the top 10 as they shuffle off 4.
Garrett Maines, he came down pit road that last time by. He's 5th in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Trevor Aswarnoff, he's 4th in the middle lane. He had pushed it 3 wide earlier on, Jacob and Wesley, as they work back towards turn number 1.
We'll see if Malik Ray can try to keep it up here. George thinks about it, looks to the top side, maybe trying to block this advance from Cody Nagels. Has got all the way up here to Mike George. Now they're going to contact.
Oh, no, guys.
Guys spinning around all over the place. Steven Scott Jr. up in the air, flipping wildly, coming off of turn number 2. The whole damn field has piled in right here, Tyler.
And there's still more cars crashing, guys. They are flipping, crashing. There is a cloud of smoke in front of me, and we just had another version of the big one, a multi-car crash right here entering the super stretch. It is a, if you will, junkyard virtually here, Tyler, in turn number 2.
Yeah, looks like the leader comes up. That kind of checks up that middle lane. And you see that driver in the middle just kind of gets loose on his own, and there is nowhere for anyone to go. Maine's involved. Merck's involved. Aswarnoff's involved. as long as actually really just most of the field's involved at this point. I mean, you could list all the drivers, but we'd be here for a week.
Yeah, I mean, basically quoted what I said a while ago. Whole damn field, literally every single one of them back here. Scott slides up, gets into Nagels, and then from there on, everybody's just praying at this point. Couple of them do slide through barely, but a lot of them got their pilot's license, as Stevie the Viking Bartlett would say on the Friday night series that we have here on Nazareth. A lot of them got some pilot's license. Check them out. Up in the air. There goes Steven Scott. There goes the 89. He's up in the air. Multi-car guys, and a lot of guys that may have already burned that first fast repair right here, Wesley, they may be done for the evening, and we're not even halfway through this thing.
Yeah, I think I saw Michael Myers flying through the air as well, man. Not the type of Halloween he wants to have here as well in Haddonfield and Daytona. Look at this car right there, the Michael Myers machine into the pack. I think he's the one that barrel rolled and flipped right there on board. But by the way, Steven Scott Jr., that's the car we're referring to. And man, oh man, you just better hope you got a fast repair. And a lot of these drivers, Tyler, are using these fast repairs rather quickly here. We're not even 50 laps in to this 500-mile race in Daytona.
I was about to say, you probably have a better chance of telling drivers who weren't involved in that wreck than the ones who were. I think only about 6 cars made it through completely unscathed in front of it. A couple more may have slowed down to avoid it at the end, but right now, your new race leader is Chase Mistretta. And look at that. Zach Range, he's back up here. He's in the 2nd position. Cody Nagels, he's there in 3rd. 4th, Paul Witt. And 5th is Christopher Carter. But, man, that field got torn apart in a hurry in 1 and 2.
Yeah, they got straight up eaten alive right there. Every single one of them getting involved in that one. We'll see how this ends up working out for some of these guys. But, I mean, you mentioned Zach Range. We talked about him a while ago. Was up there at the front. Then he kind of went back to the back. Now he's back up here at the front. Started 29th. Has worked his way up to 3rd. Chase Mistretta actually started 35th right here, Wesley. He's up here at the front. A couple of other guys, Paul Witt, started 30th. He's up here in 6th. So a lot of these guys took that strategy I like to play on Super Speedway. Start the back and then just go ahead and try to work your way to the front.
It's all about trying to make the right moves when the right time comes and avoiding the trouble when this happens as well. Right now, of course, what looked like a virtual junkyard of junk cars a moment ago, it looks like everybody's trying to find the way to pick up the pieces with these virtual iRacing Xfinity machines and try to carry on right now. Again, can I say something here? And if our drivers can hear me, listen, Tyler and Jacob, very closely. This is a long race. We're only approaching 100 miles into this thing. To first win the race, you must first finish. You can't be tearing stuff up here in the early going if you're not going to get a chance of that big money. There needs to be a little patience here. Tyler, Jacob, we need a long green flag run of this race to kind of settle things down, I believe.
We really do need a long green flag run. By the way, Steven Scott Jr. was awarded the EOL for that. Yes, they said there's maybe some net code involved, but he was probably going to make contact with Cody Nagels on the outside before getting sucked around there. So a lot of chaos there. A lot of drivers still on pit road, including Steven Scott Jr., Michael Allen, Matthew Baker. A lot of drivers involved here. A lot of drivers without fast repairs trying to get their cars repaired. So maybe they can make a run at a top 10, assuming there's more chaos. But I agree with Wesley here, Jacob. We need to calm down. We're not even 100 miles into this thing. We have a long race ahead.
Yeah, we got a long race ahead of us. And right here, this actually may turn into a little bit of old school racing, which means that they don't have a fast repair. So now it's going to be survival at this point. With not having that fast repair, they're just going to have to survive. And if whatever damage they get, if they blow the engine, then they're going to be parked. They're not going to be parked. They're just going to be done. Like poor old Jeff Merck. I mean, I think he's already burned both of his fast repairs already, or his one fast repair. So he's already got caught up 2 wrecks. He's already screwed, so he's probably out of this thing. So old school racing that we usually see here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network without those fast repairs, Wesley, I think that's going to play a big factor into who's going to win this thing here tonight.
And by the way, guys, don't forget, we got a big week ahead here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network. And tomorrow night, the playoffs roll on. Tyler, I think you mentioned it earlier. We will be at the Darlington Raceway. You can join myself as well as Dean Hopton and Stephen Bartlett for the call. Monday night, Tuesday night, I believe we're going to be at the Michigan Speedway for the Xfinity Series as as well as Kansas for the NASCAR Cup Series. And by the way, need a Premier Racing setup? Then visit PremierRacingSetups.com. Link is in the description for those watching the broadcast, especially on Facebook. When you use the NASCAR code, get 15% off your entire order. And remember also, Jacob, you always praise this, 15% is also donated back into the league for NASCAR Racing. There you go.
Absolutely. And, you know, you want to race the setups at the Redneck Announcer races, go check them out. PremierRacingSetups.com. Tyler, getting ready for a restart here at Daytona.
Chase Mastretta, Zach Range, your front row. Pace car pulls off down to the virtual pit lane. Meanwhile, Mastretta Range. Mastretta gets a big jump, big stack up on the outside, and Mastretta disappears at the same time. Meanwhile, Cody Nagels, he'll run to the inside of Zach Strange. Mastretta reappears back up in the front. Meanwhile, drivers trying to figure it out. Very separated here up front. Big gaps between all three of these drivers and the pack behind them.
Yeah, that's really got to scare them to death when the leader just straight up blinks out right there, Wesley. You don't know where the hell to go, but now Nagels knows exactly where he wants to go. He's going to try to take the lead coming off turn 2.
It is the Halloween 500, right? I mean, it's like disappearing like a ghost, but then the ghost pops back in like a goblin. It's the black number 8 machine, Mastretta. He's now the monkey in the middle. We go 3 wide. Megals down to the inside. He tries to clear away from Ward. Ward hung up on the outside lane up against the safer barrier as they work into turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, Garrett Maines, he's back inside the top 5 already, but he's already burned that fast repair. He's got to mind his P's and Q's. Meanwhile, Malik Ray still has his if you're looking for the big-name drivers from the Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Work back towards the front. Cody Nagels, Mastretta leading the field 1 and 2.
I'll say this right here, Wesley. I mean, they had a huge crash right there. Took out the whole damn field, and they don't care. They're still going to race as aggressive as they can be. Now, Nagels up on the top, or on the bottom side, rather. Mastretta trying to get on this bottom side, but big shove behind Nagels.
Another thing to think about, guys, as they work the back straightaway is the lights are beginning to illuminate around virtual Daytona. 100 miles in, 400 miles to go. This race will finish in darkness as, again, Megals to the lead in 3.
As long as those lights don't go out, and hopefully won't finish in darkness and under the lights, Wesley, as we see the field coming off of 4. Having a little bit of fun up here in the booth. Cody Nagels, Christopher Carter, Chase Mastretta, Zach Range, as well as Garrett Maines, your top 5 as they come across the stripe.
Big wiggle right here behind him right here. Christopher Carter was all but sideways, and he didn't even have Garrett Maines up his back bumper. He was just all sideways right there going through the tri-oval. That's got to scare Garrett Maines maybe just a little bit after seeing that big wreck a while ago, but Carter keeps it clean. Nagels, Mastretta working their way off turn 2.
And Range had a little pop out the outside of the back end of Mastratta's rear end. You see him starting getting loose again. Yes, there's air. Yes, there's side draft. Yes, there's tandem, and he's hooked up with Mastratta's car. But right now, Range is trying to find a way to clean that air on the front nose as they work 3 and 4.
Mike George leaving a bit of a gap between himself and Garrett Maines. Christopher Carter, meanwhile, pushing. Oh, big block there by Mastretta. He can't do it. Range goes to the outside, 3 wide. He's going to get left by himself. He'll get shuffled towards the back of the pack. Meanwhile, the driver's really loose in the tri-oval.
Everybody freight training Zach Range. Now he's trying to side draft him, maybe try to pull him back, find a hole any way that he can. Holding very, very good up there just by himself, but once they get through the turns, everybody's going to get hooked up, and they're going to drive right by him. Cody Nagels still got the lead. Mastretta trying to get another run.
Tyler, Jacob, you both run NASCAR. You both know the real life of running in super speedway racing. You can't stay in a tandem long enough from one car nose to tail, because if you do, Tyler, your car overheats. I think that's what was going on with Range. He desperately pulled to the outside, safer barrier. This now lets the battle hold on to the lead off 4.
Yeah, Range, he'll fall back in. 6 car on the outside lane. Meanwhile, Mastretta as well as Nagels continue to lead the field up front. Christopher Carter still able to keep Nagels up front. Meanwhile, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, they're 3rd in each respective lines as we look back throughout the field. Mike George there sitting 4th on the bottom.
I would still be watching Christopher Carter right there. He has been loose as all get out going through the tri-oval, but he's been able to keep it straight. He's still dirt tracking it a little bit, but he's still keeping it straight, working his way off turn 2.
Down that back straightaway again, Carter's car very, very loose, dirt tracking into that terminology again, the 37. Meanwhile, they work into turn number 3. Mastretta back to the outside lane. Here comes Megals. Megals protects that spot to the inside. Everybody stacked up 2 by 2 as they thunder off 4.
And Paul Witt has been minding his P's and Q's, sitting there 2nd in the outside lane, pushing Mastretta. He's not being overly aggressive. I don't expect to see that Toyota Supra overheat at this point in time. Meanwhile, the rest of the drivers very aggressive. You see a lot of bobbling throughout the field. These drivers' cars are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, very, very uncomfortable right now, and I would watch out for Malik Ray right there in that one. If he takes the opportunity, thinks he maybe want to take a shot, might get the Rays right here to hook up and gas up and try to drive all the way up to the front, but Nagels gets out in front off turn 2.
Well, that first 100 miles was very, very interesting. Now, as the track temperature's at 86 degrees, we race in now the 200-mile mark of the event. It's Nagels protecting the bottom. Mastrada right there into the middle lane. Nobody goes 3 wide as we got a car getting sideways in the back. I think he held his car, held his line. We stay green off 4.
Yep, they saved it, and they're going to keep rolling there. Green off of 4. Meanwhile, top 10, call it top 12 tightly together. Meanwhile, 13th, 14th, a little bit further off back. Meanwhile, still Nagels leads out front on the bottom here at Daytona.
James Waring was one of those guys that completely lost it, almost hit the inside rotating wall, but he's going to keep it straight, and we're going to keep it green. Nagels, Mastrada, still basically running pace laps or pace formation at 190 miles an hour off turn 2.
Yeah, the pace car is now the ghost, if you will. Jacob back straight away. They thunder away. Mastrada now gets a push there from the 429, but Nagels gets help. Here comes also Carter right there with also Maines in the top 5 as they work into contact. Mastrada gets into contact. He almost gets into Maines. He turns into the other car. The 25 is around. They're wrecking again in front of you, Tyler, off 4.
George goes around off the front of Paul Witt. Meanwhile, chaos further on back in the field. But Malik Ray and Garrett Maines made it through there relatively unscathed. Cody Nagels still the leader, but wow, big trouble there as they got kind of out of shape due to a push on Paul Witt on Chase Mastrada. Got super loose as you see Devin Ray's involved, other drivers as well. Big chaos there. Didn't look like a lot of hard contact for several drivers though, so should be relatively little damage, but some drivers definitely having some significant damage.
You know, it really looked like, Tyler, as soon as the 8 Mastrada car got really, really loose, Jacob, he quickly got on the binders and really slowed down. I kind of concur with Tyler here, Jacob. Not as bad contact as we thought. I think he realized, oops, I made a mistake. I did it again. Went to the inside, really started to get on the binders to avoid having such a massive crash we saw in turn 2 earlier, Jacob.
I'm just having flashbacks right there, honestly, from the start of the Cup Series season here at Daytona when Jeff Mert got me in the back end and kind of spun me around coming off of turn 4. So I'm having flashbacks right there. Getting turned right there. But yeah, I mean, big time moves by a bunch of those drivers be able to lock it down. You know, good awareness by everybody behind them to not just pile straight into them. And then once they was all over the place, it didn't matter if you got on the binders or not. Odds are you was going to get caught up in it right there, Tyler.
Yeah, Paul Witt just kind of pushed Chase Mastrada in a bad spot, got him super loose, and then it was kind of unfortunate for everyone there. There's not enough time to check up. Drivers coming down pit road here for pit stops. That includes Cody Nagels and Garrett Maines, as well as others. Mike George included in that group, Malik Ray as well. We're going to take a quick break, thank a couple sponsors here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network, and we'll be right back with the second 100 miles here at Daytona.
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics. Find us on eBay Auctions.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
back live here at Daytona for the Halloween 500. Couple cars getting wave arounds here. Meanwhile, Cody Nagels, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, Brian Hennings. First time we talked about him tonight, as well as John Ward, your current top 5 here at Daytona. A lot of chaos so far, Wesley.
It has, and everybody needed to have a break, and pardon the pun, one needed to go to the potty, one had to get another swig of sweet tea because we're from the South, and some had to go get snacks. We got to keep ourselves also, hydrated and up to par to call these races. It's a long one here. Now everybody's reset, recharged, and also ready to go for the green flag, Jacob, whenever we get back started here.
Yeah, and if you had to take a guess which one of them had to go take a leak, it was me. I will go ahead and throw that one out there. I mean, it had to be me. I mean, out of all of us, the redneck announcer had to go take a leak sooner or later. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with both of you. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of chaos right here at the start. Tyler, you was thinking that that's exactly what it was going to be, and that's exactly what it's been. And the problem is that even though these guys have got that one faster pair right here, Tyler, a lot of guys' dreams have been dashed before they even got to the first 100 miles of this race. So it's unfortunate. We've said it before. Daytona giveth and Daytona taketh.
Yeah, 6 cautions. We've had 17 caution laps as well. We've also had 11 lead changes. So new leader back up front, Cody Nagels. Meanwhile, Malik Ray to his outside. We'll see how this goes back here. Restarting on lap 49 of 200 tonight. It's going to be a long race, ladies and gentlemen. Stay strapped in as we're going back to the Geico restart zone. Cody Nagels, Malik Ray. Malik Ray gets a good jump. Big stack up on the inside line. Nagels is going to lose some ground here. But meanwhile, he gets it going back up through the gears. Garrett Maines to the back bumper of Malik Ray as they work towards 1 and 2.
And Malik Ray's got his good buddy right behind him. Garrett Maines going to try to give him the shove up here on the outside. Cody Nagels all by himself, has absolutely no help at all. Nobody behind Cody Nagels. Now they're going to start to get a little bit of help. Brian Hennings is going to jump up here on the inside as well, but Malik Ray got to clear himself off turn 2.
Yeah, Garrett Maines right there up on the outside, clear to the bottom, went Malik Ray, but here comes now Nagels. He's got help on the bottom of the racetrack, over 100 miles in, but now about to approach the first quarter of the race with 50 laps here, approaching as they work in 3 and 4. Nagels up in front, but Ray will battle back.
Outside lane fell apart there because Malik Ray kind of came up in front of Maines, got really stacked up. That's going to allow John Ward to jump to the outside. Bryant heading there on the bottom there. Meanwhile, they're going to be side by side. Everyone gets reorganized here, getting back to 2 by 2 by 2, Jacob.
And Matthew Davenport back there in the 55, maybe trying to see if he can jump up here and get him some. Christopher Carter up here as well. Got to be watching for him as well. Malik Ray trying to get the shove from Maines up on the top side. Cody Nagels, Brian Hennings really working good on this inside.
Yeah, Hennings is a new name that we haven't really mentioned in the opening 50 laps of this race, Tyler Dittmer, but now he wants to put his name up in the top 5, approaching the halfway mark. Ray on the outside lane. Nagels protects that spot. They're still staying door-to-door in the 3.
Yeah, door-to-door is exactly the way to describe it, Wesley, but we've seen that cause problems in the past, especially as cars on the inside get loose like Hennings did there. He got loose. That's going to help the outside lane. Malik Ray trying to clear Nagels through the tri-oval. Not clear yet as Garrett Maines gets off his back bumper.
We'll see if any of these guys do elect to try to jump out to the outside, maybe try to take it 3 wide, but nobody thinks of it yet. Now Malik Ray jumps down. Maines wanted to go, but Cody Nagels shut the door. He was already there. Now Malik Ray tries to put the block. They're going to make contact coming off of turn number 2.
And somehow John Ward right up under the back end of the number 12 of Maine's car. He gave him a shove, another shove, a little wiggle there for a minute. He goes to the outside lane. A push from Ward puts the 12 to the lead as they go to 3.
Hennings now 3rd in line on the inside. John Ward 2nd in line on the outside, right behind Garrett Maines. Malik Ray probably going to look up to come up in front of Garrett Maines off of 4. He will not. He'll stay down there on the bottom. Maines leads the outside as they come through the tri-oval. Nagels all over the back bumper of the number 1.
Ward trying to help out Maines as much as he can. Nagels trying to help out Ray as much as he can. Brian Hennings right there as well trying to help. And also Mike Davenport in that 55 started 42nd in the field. And he has worked his way up here into a battle for the top 5. Mike George also there as well. Malik Ray leads off 2.
Malik Ray finally gets the clear. He has nobody on his inside or outside. Clean air for the one in front. Meanwhile, Nagels and Maines are door-to-door, side by side. Hennings and Ward in the mix, and George is back in the top 6 as well to 3.
Ray probably could have came down in front of Nagels there on the back straightaway. Chose not to. Meanwhile, he's going to go back to the outside with his buddy Garrett Maines. Those two are going to work together off of 4. Meanwhile, further back in the field, a little bit less organized. You're only seeing really the top 5 rows stay close together at this point in time, Jacob.
37 cars right here. Throw a blanket over all of them, trying to run and make it to the end. Malik Ray still has the lead. He's going to jump down on the bottom side. Here comes Garrett Maines. He's going to work the top side. He's got John Ward giving him the shove off turn 2.
Yeah, there was a push by Ward, and Ward made that move. He went to the outside lane. He's going to carry now the double nickel of Davenport with him. Now it's Maines. Where do you go? High, low, top, bottom, middle. He stays to the inside as here comes Ward up top in 3 and 4.
Sorry about that, Wesley. Didn't realize I was keyed in there. Meanwhile, Maines comes down in front of Malik Ray. They're going to be nose to tail on the bottom. That's another drop. Malik Ray jumps to the outside. Those two racing very aggressively. Ward nails the back bumper of Malik Ray as they come through the tri-oval.
I bet you right now both of those guys has got a plan right here to try to be able to control this race as much as they can, and both of them, 2 of the best to be able to do it here on iRacing. Maines on the inside, Ray up top. Now here comes Cody Nagels trying to give the shove. They don't care about that plan. They want to win here tonight.
And just like a fan of Halloween and the fair and candy apples, here comes the big red machine, Davenport. He puts his nose in the gunfight. Now they stack up 2 by 2 by 2, almost 7 rows deep as they go to 3.
There you see Christopher Carter as well as Mike George. They're sitting in the 4th row in their respective lanes. They're trying to find a way to move their way forward. They've been up front most of the night, but Davenport's been the new name, as well as heading into the mix. Those 2 drivers looking pretty comfortable there, 3rd in line of each lane.
Everybody being very calm, cool, and collected, at least for right now. Nobody wanting to try to jump out, make a 3-wide move, and try to get aggressive. Ward thought about it, jumps back in line behind Ray. Now Nagels, he's got nowhere to go. All he can do is shove Garrett Maines coming off of turn 2.
And 3 wide behind the first 5 rows, and they are still 3 wide down the back straightaway halfway. Maines to the inside. Ray is there. Nagels now works on the inside of the racetrack, and Malik Ray goes up top and goes back to the lead.
Meanwhile, 2 cars up on that outside lane. They're trying to find their way forward. Those 2 drivers, nope, one goes back in line in the middle lane, really. Malik Ray still on the outside of Garrett Maines. They work their way back through the tri-oval. This lap will go to Garrett Maines.
And that one driver that is leading that outside lane is John Mollahan up there trying to get the shove from Landon Veliki up here with the 62. Now Mollahan starting to make a little bit of ground up there on that top side. Now Davenport jumps up, tries to throw the block, jumps back down in line. Mollahan maybe trying to go to the front.
Yeah, John Mollahan has won some big money races in the past on iRacing over the years. Don't count out that man in the 10th spot. Right now, methodically working his way up to the front. All the while, Malik Ray on the bottom is now Garrett Maines, door to door to 3 and 4.
Mollahan finds himself back in line 5th now in the outside lane. He's going to take that as a good sign. He was able to make the work 3 wide, get some positions out of it. Meanwhile, I see a little bit of a checkup there as the 2 drivers, Nagels as well as Ward, could not get a good push to the back of Malik Ray. Garrett Maines. Garrett Maines leads through the tri-oval.
And big-time moves being made back through the field. Some of them trying to work their way to the front. Some of them trying to work their way to the back. Cody Nagels going to give the shove to Maines. Maines jumps up, tries to go with Ray. Now Nagels goes to the bottom side. He's going to have Hiddings try to work with him. Battle for the lead once again off 2.
Back straight away, and I completely agree, Baker's mom. Don't these guys realize this is only lap 56 of 200? You would think they're going at it for the last lap. Door to door as they worked into turn number 3. Still for the lead, it's Maines in front on the outside.
Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, Cody Nagels, very aggressive drivers, as well as John Mollahan, trying to get every position they can every single lap. You are not going to see those guys give an inch at all. But the difference is Garrett Maines already used his fast repair. Malik Ray still hasn't used his. So a lot of these things drivers have to take into consideration.
Strategy coming into play, and another strategy that's going to come into play, and that's going to probably happen right in front of you, Wesley. Edward Marshall, lap traffic. These guys going to have to work their way around the number 33, working their way off turn 2 as now Nagels jumps up top.
And if you ever heard of the cliche, bringing a knife to a gunfight, you're about to see the same thing here at Virtual Daytona as they thunder into turn number 3. Here comes that big herd ready to take down that little small giant up on the bottom. They don't take each other out. Oh, Nagels and Maines almost crashed each other in 3 and 4 as they approach the lap car.
Late block there by Nagels on Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, they're going to pass a lap car on the inside. Looks to be pretty calm and collected at this point in time. Meanwhile, Christopher Carter, Mike George there sitting inside the top 10. Davenport fell down to the bottom lane. He's just on the fringes of the top 10 as well.
And they got another lap car that they're going to have to deal with, too. It might happen in front of you again, Wesley. Chase Mastrada back there as well. They're catching him in a rapid hurry. Maines on the inside, getting the shove from Hennings. He'll go to the leadoff, too.
And here we go again, deja vu like the last lap. Hopefully we don't see the same outcome, even though they did save it. Garrett Maines on the inside. It's now Maines now to the bottom. Here comes Megals. Megals now opens the door to Hennings and Ray as they work 3 and 4.
These drivers are not giving an inch at all, ladies and gentlemen. They won every single lap. They're going to get him through the tri-oval. Hennings gets really loose there off of 4. They're able to keep it nice and organized for now. Range goes a lap down. Looks like Mastretta will also go a lap down as well as these drivers try and mine their way through the lap traffic.
Big time pucker moment for the whole field right there. Hennings gets loose off 4, was able to keep it straight. Now Nagels jumps down right in front of Garrett Maines. Ray up top. He's trying to get John Ward to give him the shove. Now Nagels jumps back up on the top side.
Heartbreak for Mastrada at one time. He was in the battle for the lead here now. The 8 just got side and lapped again to the back straightaway. Megals now battles with Maines. Ray watches on, so is Hennings. They're possums as they dive into 3.
Drivers are not being patient at all. We thought we'd maybe see a little bit of relaxation. It's still aggressive. No trouble yet, but trouble is always brewing here, Wesley and Jacob, as they work their way back towards the tri-oval. Maines on the bottom, Nagels on the top, Ray and Hennings pushing.
And I'll say this right here, Wesley, all 3 of those guys, Nagels, Maines, and Ray, have to be very, very confident in the moves that they're making, especially with the other 3, or other 2, I should say, being very aggressive with those moves. You don't see a lot of moves like that, especially in B Opens.
Some of the best going at it right there up in front, leading the fray, not only from their credentials with the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, the Road to Pro, and so much more. Big money races on the line, send out the big names, and that's why Megals is now going to battle Maines for the lead as they go into 3.
Bit of separation there from Ray to Nagels. Hennings pretty tight there to Maines, but Ray will get right back up to the back bumper of that Nagels machine. They're going to push hard here as they come through the tri-oval. Nagels to the front. He'll lead this lap over Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, will he jump to the bottom if he gets clear? He's out in front. Yep, he jumps to the bottom. Malik Ray now to the outside.
I think he actually dropped to the bottom right there, Wesley, because Malik Ray did not let off his back bumper. He was just praying that he didn't end up turning him. Now, Ray, he's going to take the outside. Ward going to try to give him the shove off turn 2.
Yeah, Malik Ray's got John Ward all up under the back door. One wrong slip by the Uno car. The 92 is going to take his little candy away, break little hearts here on Halloween weekend. Here they go into turn 3. Splits the lap car up on the outside. Safe for barriers. They work off 4. Ray leads. Now Megals on the outside.
Outside lane falling apart here as they work their way through the tri-oval. Meanwhile, Ward still all over the back bumper of Malik Ray. Maines all over Nagels. Meanwhile, Brian Hennings, my PSQ 62 gets spit out there. They keep it clean for now, but a little bit of chaos.
I'll say this, I'm gonna end up getting me a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or some Skittles, son. I'm telling you, this is some good, aggressive, hard, clean racing up here at the front. Nagels jumps to the top. Maines now, he's gonna fight hard on the inside.
Well, you want to mention candy? I'm an almond joy man. Sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't. Who's going to have the mounds to go at it here to the back straightaway? It's Megals now to the outside. Here comes Maines back on the bottom, and they're still door-to-door going to 3.
I can't handle the candy puns anymore. Oh, my goodness, YouTube. Just absolutely entertaining as always. Meanwhile, Hennings back to the back bumper of Garrett Maines. Malik Ray to the back bumper of Nagels. Ward now third on the outside. Meanwhile, Mike George third on the inside. That 62 machine we saw get loose last time through, though, Jacob.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of them get loose right there, especially going through that tri-oval, but everybody keeps it clean, green, and all straight. Here goes Maines to the inside. Cody Nagels up top. Ray trying to get the shove to Nagels, and here comes Brian Hennings. He's still up there, Wesley.
Tyler, one more candy reference right now. Those 3 names we mentioned are the 3 Musketeers. Maines, of course, Megals, and then, of course, Ray. Right there, going at it, side by side. John Ward and Hennings moving into the fray in 3.
Christopher Carter's still there on the outside lane. He's looking for a way to get to the front. Meanwhile, Malik Ray battling back on the outside of Cody Nagels. Meanwhile, though, Brian Hennings trying to find a way to get around Garrett Maines. Garrett Maines boxed in, meanwhile, as they work their way through the tri-oval.
And I'll throw in one more candy pun if you want. Skittles has got a lot of great colors. Shout it out in the live chat. What's your favorite color? Is it red? Is it purple? Is it green? Is it yellow? Or whatever the hell the other color is. Orange. Shout it out there in the live chat. It's Malik Ray and Garrett Maines and Cody Nagels up here battling for the lead.
I hope it's not yellow. I'm sick of seeing yellow, meaning caution flags, pardon the pun. Back straightaway, Magels to the inside. Malik Ray right there in the mix as Maines holds onto that spot. Ward, Hennings, Carter, George, Melton, all are right there door to door. The first 5 rows off 3 and 4.
There's a reason why I think the three of us aren't allowed to broadcast together, because we just feed off of each other way too much. Meanwhile, I will say up in front, Malik Ray still battling back hard with Ward on his back bumper, Nagels and Maines on the bottom. Mastrada has found his way back in line in the draft. He's trying to race for Lucky Dogs, and you look further on back the field, pretty organized right now.
I'll say this, Tyler, it is an absolute blessing to be able to call all the racing here with you guys here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network, because we got the best action that our racing has ever seen. There comes Maines on the inside of Nagels off 2.
And I'll say one word to add what Tyler and Jacob said, chemistry. That's why it works. Back straight away, Garrett Maines to the inside. Magels on the outside lane. Here comes Ray. He now goes from the bottom to the top. Can he make something work in the Uno car off 4?
I've seen Malik Ray multiple times this race push Nagels out of line or try and leave him in the dust. We'll see if he does that again as they work their way through the tri-oval. Garrett Maines on the bottom, Nagels on the top, Ray and Hennings pushing them respectively. But right now, minding his own business, Malik Ray.
Yeah, I mean, he really has, honestly. Tyler and Wesley have been very, very calm, cool, and collected. Started up here at the front, started 9th, and has basically been up at the front all race long and just minding his business, just trying to let these guys play it out, Wesley.
As dusk is gone, nightfall settles in. My goodness, I'm getting tongue-tied. One of the things I was going to say is things have kind of calmed down a little bit. Approaching about now around the 200-mile mark of this race on lap 66. Here comes now Maines working after Magels off 4.
Nagels and Maines lead the bottom lane. Malik Ray, oh, good old punzer. Maines jumps up to the top. Nagels jumps to the top. They're all combobulated. Hennings gets loose on the bottom as they work their way through the tri-oval. Almost disaster for the field, Jacob.
I'm telling you what, just straight up sucker moments, pucker moments, however you want to look at it, all the way through the field. They should have wrecked right there on the tri-oval, and they did not. That's how good these guys is. Ray now works the top side. He's going to battle for the lead off 2.
Now to the inside, Cody Nagels is the new Pied Piper to the lead, but for how long? Malik Ray back up top again. Garrett Maines now watches on as John Ward's to the outside, and they go to 3.
And they're already back 3 wide about the 10th row. Meanwhile, Nagels jumps up to the top in front of Malik Ray. Maines goes to the bottom. He's to the inside of Nagels. Hennings to the back bumper of Maines as they work towards the tri-oval. Big shot there to the back bumper of Garrett Maines. Nagels, Maines, tight as they go. That lap will go to Garrett Maines as they work back towards Jacob, towards 1.
And that one driver that's up here on this top side, that is Daniel Eberhardt up there in the 90 trying to get it rolling up here. He's going to have Matthew Baker in the 5 trying to give the shove as well. Baker actually 1 lap down, but still trying to make something work. Maines, Nagels, they still battle off turn 2.
And while all this happens, back straight away, Garrett Maines now has Cody Nagels up on the outside again. All these guys patiently waiting to go back to the number 1 spot. That's a nada. They want to be in the lead. They're looking for the big money. It's just not at the end of the rainbow yet as they work off 4.
3 wide now on the 4th row. Make it the 3rd row. Drivers getting more and more aggressive as we go here tonight. Malik Ray's going to have company to his outside soon. That is going to be Daniel Eberhardt. He's trying to make his way towards the front here, although he is he's on the lead lap, actually, Jake, as they work back towards you.
How about the John Deere car here in Daytona going for the lead, going into turn 1 and 2. Cody Nagels, Garrett Maines, they had their own little battle. Daniel Eberhardt said, slide over, boys. I'm taking the tractor all the way to the front.
Here comes the tractor looking sexy. John Deere green on a hot virtual night to the outside. Now, Cody Nagels battles back to the bottom. The John Deere machine looks up top. He's got no friends as he works in 3 and 4.
They went from 3 wide to 2 wide in a matter of about 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Eberhardt there, he's still in the lead lap, but that 5 of Matthew Baker, he's a lap down. He's racing for the lucky dog position. Still, that's going to be Nagels, Maines out front. They're both clear. Nagels throws the block on Maines. Malik Ray to the back bumper of Garrett Maines. They're all nose to tail.
Yeah, I mean, all of them really making moves, trying to make it work. And even Matthew Baker up here, he is 1 lap down in that number 5 orange car that you see right there on your screen. Second one on the outside lane, trying to get that lucky dog maybe, but still battling right now. Maines leads.
Back straightaway now, Maines clears back out in front. Ray is right there behind him. Hennings as well, outside lane. He got a little excited a moment ago. Here comes the Kellogg's machine up on the outside. He's hooked up with now the John Deere cars. They work off 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's Eberhardt and Friess right now leading that third lane. They're going to try and get towards the front, make another 3-wide push for the lead. Maines and Nagels, though, side by side as they go through the tri-oval. That lap goes to Nagels, just barely. Meanwhile, 3 wide again. They're going for the lead here. That's Friess.
Price trying to take it all the way to the front with the Kellogg's car, and he's going to try to make it work. Big shove! Almost ends up getting spun by Daniel Eberhardt, but they save it, and they're still going 3 wide in front of Wesley.
And they're still 3 wide. I can't believe it. They're great. Backstretch now. That was a little Frosted Flakes material for the Kellogg's ride. The 25 to the outside. He's carrying all that momentum up top. Here comes now some more help. It's Carter. It's Magels. It's Maines. Damn it, Kenny Real, you jinxed us again off 4.
They are 3 wide, and they are not slowing down. Friess gets a little loose there off of Nagel's front bumper. Eberhardt to the lead towards the outside. Maines back on the bottom. They're going to push and shove. Meanwhile, Malik Ray to the inside of Garrett Maines. 3 wide for the lead as they go towards 1.
And Eberhardt may end up having the preferred line right here. He's got Christopher Carter all over his back bumper. Ray on the inside. He's got Hennings with him. Now the 25 of Friess right behind Garrett Maines, but that inside lane, Ray is just too damn strong on that inside.
Oh my goodness, Frankenstein would hop out of his grave and go into hiding. Back straightaway, the Goblins are going at it again to the back straightaway. It's a spooktacular at Daytona. 3 by 3, and they hold it together in the 4.
Still 3 by 3 by 3. Call it about 3 rows deep. Now it looks like another group's going to come up here and make it 3 wide. Meanwhile, that 2 machine, that pink 2 machine, he'll drop to the bottom. Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, side by side. Eberhardt, Friess, and Hennings, side by side for 3rd position.
And I'll say this, Wesley Outland, cue the Halloween Michael Myers music, because they are catching lap traffic while they're running 3 wide. That may end up being very spooky and scary here for the Halloween 500. Maines up on the top side. He's got Malik Ray to his inside, working away off turn 2.
They better hope it don't turn into a version of Nightmare on Elm Street here at Daytona on the back straightaway. Lap traffic is up ahead. This is going to slow these leaders down, or will it? We're 3 wide. Ray still leads as they go into 3 and 4.
They don't seem to care about the lap traffic ahead, but that outside lane is falling apart. You're going to see Eberhardt fall back in line. Now they're going to get 2 by 2 minus the 25. I believe that's Christopher Carter there all by his lonesome. He needs to find a place in line. He will further on back. Malik Ray, Bryant Hennings lead the inside lane. Then you have Garrett Maines and Kevin Friess up there. John Mollahan in that pink number 2. He's on the bottom 3rd in lines. Malik Ray's going to jump up in front of his buddy Garrett Maines.
Maines going to try to get the run now. He'll left now. Big move back here by Mollahan. Almost got up into Friess. Now they work by the lap traffic going down the backstretch off turn 2 as Ray almost comes down.
And for everybody that's asking the rest of the top 20, we're going to go to the full screen up above so you can see it all the while. Malik Ray holds on to the lead, but why? Hennings is going to go look for the lead on the bottom in 3 and 4.
Hennings has been the pusher for so long. He's looking to lead a lap now. He's got John Mollahan behind him. Meanwhile, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines are going to lead that outside. Nagels is their 6th position, call it, as Range goes yet another lap down there on the outside. An unfortunate way his day has gone. He was on the pole. I believe he was on, no, correction. He was in the top 5, led a bunch of laps. He's now fallen 2 laps down.
And unfortunate to see that right there for Range, but Ray up here trying to get this shove. Now Hennings, Brian Hennings goes to the front. A huge shot off turn 2.
And Hennings got a push, a little wiggle and a jiggle and a giggle and a bobble. And the Goblin stays to the inside, stays in the pack, falls into 6th or 7th spot, but he's still in the fight as they work the 3 with Ray leading.
Yeah, Mollahan gave him a shove on corner exit, and Hennings' car did not like that. Got super loose. Meanwhile, Mollahan's loose. What a save. He keeps it straight for the meanwhile. That's going to allow Garrett Maines to get towards the front. Garrett Maines will lead this lap.
Hell of a save by John Mollahan in the 44, showing 2 on your screen. But up front, Maines on the inside. He's got his buddy Malik Ray right behind him. And he got the Kellogg's and the John Deere combo up on the outside. How about that one right there? A tractor and some cereal working its way up there on the outside off 2.
Oh, there's nothing like that kind of breakfast of champions right down on the back straightaway. Look at this now. Here comes Garrett Maines fighting back on the bottom, the right code 12. It's Malik Ray in the signal 1. Megals on the inside as they go back into turn 3.
Garrett Maines will clear. He'll drop up in front of Price. Malik Ray is going to be in front of Nagels on the bottom. Those two will be side by side as they work their way off of 4. We are now 30 laps into this run. Will we see green flag stops here shortly as the lead pack kind of splintered at one point? They're getting back together as they're 2x2.
There's a good possibility we may see a green flag pit stop right here. There for a while, we didn't think we was ever going to get to it, but good possibility right here. Ray on the inside, Maines up top. You got Fries right behind him up there on the top side. Nagels has been up at the front all race long. He's still trying to work with these guys.
Yeah, Kevin Freeze right now perfectly in line with Garrett Maines. Malik Ray stays to the inside. Magels will follow. Hennings, who had a scare a moment ago, has put himself right back to the inside of that third row as they're door-to-door again off 4.
Nagels shoved Malik Ray into that corner. We saw that number 1 signal machine get super loose there on the bottom. Garrett Maines and Price are going to battle back on the outside with Eberhardt right behind them. Meanwhile, it's Ray, Nagels, Hennings on the bottom as they're door-to-door through the trioval.
Big time racing and very, very hold your breath excitement is what we're seeing here tonight. Wesley Outland, Garrett Maines up on the top, Ray on the bottom side, Freeze right behind them. Eberhardt trying to roll with the John Deere colors as well. And this is going to get absolutely good if we see some green flag pit stops.
Guys, this is iRacing, right? My blood pressure is through the roof right now on overload, calling this action. It's Maines up on the top. A little wiggle again right there from Freeze. Ray down to the inside. He pulls away from the machine of Magels as they work their way again into 3 and 4.
And we're working on lap number 80 when they cross the stripe. The second of 500 miles will be done next time by. Meanwhile, Ray, Maines battling back and forth, leading the field.
And, you know, I was looking, guys, you know, give or take around 40 laps is how long these guys can go on a full tank of fuel. So we'll see how that ends up working out for them. And when will they elect to go down? Try to find those beer buddies when you want to try to make that pit stop, Wesley Outland.
And right now, Maines is up on the outside lane. It looks like now he finds the preferred lineup on the top shelf. It is now Maines, Freeze, Ray, Nagels, Everhart now back into the top 5. 200 miles down, 300 miles to go, a long way to go, and a short time to get here in Daytona there, Tyler.
Still not even halfway through this race as they work on lap 80 towards lap number 81. Meanwhile, back up front, Maines and Freeze lead the field. Everhart as well as Malik Ray sitting there second in line as we look at these drivers working their way towards Jacob in 1.
Long way to go, short time to get there, and you don't want to have to worry about old Smokey Bear trying to see if he can pull you over or maybe end up getting into you and causing the big one. But Maines and Freeze up here on this front row, making it look easy up here as Ray gives a shove to Maines.
Things calm down for just a little bit, or does it? It looked like the deuce of Ray got shoved from the outside lane to the middle lane in the back. You see that purple and white car, about the 9th car on the inside lane. He's blinking a little bit, but they still stay to the bottom with Maines off of 3 and 4.
That third, now 4th car in line on the outside of Logan York. He's a couple laps down in the 38th position. Right now, 35 drivers on the lead lap as we see a driver coming down pit road for pit stops. A little early, and he's all by himself. He's not going to have any friends. He's probably going to go a lap down here shortly as we're working about 7 or 8 laps away from green flag pit stops.
And that is one of those lonely, lonely feelings, Wesley Allen. When you go down pit road and you see nobody go down with you, then you are a lonely soul going to be rolling around here with all these guys going 190 miles an hour in a pack.
Well, you'll never hear me audition for American Idol, but I'm thinking in my head all by myself. Lyrics in my head right now for those guys. All the while, Ray, now the new leader on the inside. More lap traffic up ahead.
Yeah, Nagels gave a big shove to Malik Ray down the back straightaway, got him clear of Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, that's going to be the 89 machine going another lap down. He was up front for a while, put it 3 wide early on in the race. He's now finding himself out the back, and without a prayer, Malik Ray comes back down in front of Nagels as they try to lead the field towards 1.
Whoa, boy, Malik Ray almost ended up losing it right there after Nagels give him a shove as soon as they come out of the trioval, but they saved it and they kept it straight. Maines still got Freeze up here on his top side. Now we got guys merging, trying to get back up in line.
And I got my legs, eyes, and fingers crossed right now. This is that long green flag run of the race, Tyler Dittmer, we needed. But will things shake up with green flag pit stops on the horizon? Right now, Ray is up in front of the 1 spot in the 1 car.
And the question is, how many of those guys practiced getting on pit road, went at speed, right? It's different when you're a single car, but when you're in a pack running about 15 miles an hour faster, did you get that brake bias set? Do you know where your braking mark is? And you better hope the buddies coming behind you know where their mark is as well, Jacob.
Yeah, because you don't want to get run over, and then you got to worry about running somebody else over in front of you, especially if they're not in the same chat and they don't know what is all going on, where they're pitting at. Just so many factors when making a green flag pit stop here at Daytona.
You got to hit those marks perfectly and make sure that you've got plenty of knowing for everyone around you that you are dropping down to the bottom of the racing apron when you're at full song, and then you drop down from 190 miles to 45, 50 miles an hour onto the pit lane. And you got to make sure also you can't get a penalty, Tyler, as they work off forward.
Yeah, penalty could be detrimental to your race unless you get the lucky dog. But meanwhile, Malik Ray's got company to his outside. Garrett Maines got around him as they got in 3 and 4, but Ray's battling back on the bottom thanks to some help from Nagels.
Calm before the storm right here, guys, as well as getting ready for some green flag pit stops, and everybody just waiting to see who's going to jump down, who's going to go to the pits, and what's going to happen, or we may see another big one. Nagels, big slide right there coming off of turn 2.
And the back straightaway now, it is Malik Ray in the lead for how long, though? Cody Nagels on the inside. Maines gives a shot to the 1. They're now going to get door-to-door again. Clear him a path. It's Ray to the inside.
Ray got a shot from Maines and then got a shot from Nagels in 3 and 4. Hennings, meanwhile, holding serve. Third and 5. Caution flag is out. We will not see green flag stops. Lap 85. The flag comes out. Malik Ray, still your leader.
And boys, I'm looking through the field trying to figure out exactly where that caution is, and I'm not seeing it neither. It might have been one of those NASCAR debris cautions we were talking about earlier. There's a good possibility.
I dropped my mic on the back straightaway, guys. That's what happened.
Well, then he'll get the EOL penalty, I guess, then Tyler Denver will say to get it, and then he'll have to pay the fine, I guess.
Oh, my goodness. But, guys, I ain't going to lie to you. I think iRacing needed to have its collective breath and take a reset here, Tyler. My goodness, what a long green flag run. If I'm doing my math correctly, what was it, lap 56 or 57? The last
48.
caution we had? Okay, so it's over a 40-lap green flag run. So, man, this was this long green flag run we needed. But, dude, it was not calm, cool, collective. It was chaotic. It was wild. I'm surprised we didn't call a big one again.
Yeah, these drivers have been aggressive throughout the night, and they didn't slow down even after all the calamity, especially with a lot of drivers no longer having fast repairs. So I'm surprised to see the chaos as well, Wesley, but honestly, at the same time, I'm not, because these drivers have been aggressive like this from the drop of the green flag. And Jacob, I think they're going to continue to be aggressive as we're almost towards halfway.
Yeah, I mean, hell, why not? I mean, they've been aggressive from the start. Why stop now? And, yeah, absolutely. Everybody going to go down right here. Now, here's going to be the key right here, Tyler, whether or not they take tires right here on this pit stop, or are they just going to go ahead and fill it up all the way. If you got to fill it up all the way, then you more or less may as well go ahead and take tires because there's no limit right here. But we'll see how that strategy plays out as every single driver, with the exception of some of them that is a lap down, everybody on the lead lap coming in right here.
Yeah, I expect everyone here to get 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles as well as get a full tank of Sunoco Racing fuel. I don't expect any other strategies at this point in time. We'll see how these drivers cycle off pit road. And it looks like Cody Nagels will lead Malik Ray off of pit road here at Wesley as we're about to get ready to finish up the first half of this 500-mile race. And we have another 250 miles to go.
Yeah, it's not over yet by a long shot. Over 250 miles remain, over 100 laps left to go here. 113 or 14 to be exact if you're really keeping count. And for those that were asking about the, there's a shot of the top 5 on the monitor, but for everybody who was asking about everybody past the top 20, great work behind the scenes by our man in Madera, California, Cody Knott, to make sure that we can able to see everybody in the top 20, plus from the top 20 on back is a rundown of the entire full-field rundown. So, again, a lot of things going on behind the scenes. This race has been wild. And, man, I'll tell you what, Jacob, I am just, I cannot, for the life of me right now, say this is the guy that's going to win this race. This is my pick. Here's my favorite. I know we mentioned the 3 Musketeers of course, of Nagels, Ray, and Maines. They've looked really, really good. But there's other names that are popping in here, Jacob, that could really come in and spoil the party. And, again, there's still a long way to go in this race. And another thing I want to hit on, who has used their fast repair already? That's something else you need to look on. There's that mulligan as we move into the second half of the 100 laps, where if something happens to you, Jacob, you can honestly have that mulligan, that fast repair, to have that car as a reset if you get crashed in the late rally. It's going to get more wild. It's just a matter of when it will take place.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, and, to piggyback off of that, talking about the Three Musketeers up here, there is, some other guys that we haven't really seen up here at the front, like the McCullough guys, Kenneth and obviously Christopher, and, those guys, we haven't seen them up there. Talked about Kyler Wynn, your Podium 500 winner earlier this year. He knows how to get around here at Daytona in these 500-mile situations. We haven't talked about him all race long. He's mostly been at the back. He started on the pole, and then he just dropped to the bottom and said, screw it. I ain't getting involved in this, even though I'm at the front. Might be some aggressive bumping. I'm going to go to the back. I'm going to miss me a couple of wrecks. I don't think he's burned a fast repair all night long as well, and he's sitting in 14th. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%, Wes Outland. You can't make a pick because, it's Daytona. You make a pick, you can straight up, it'll go away. And, obviously, I've got a curse on picking drivers as well, so I can't make a pick anyway.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell at this point in time, right? We've talked about the Three Musketeers of Nagels, Ray, and Maines, but Hennings is there, Friess is there, Eberhardt's there, Engelhardt, is there. You still have Carter back there, still have Mike George. A lot of these drivers who have been up front at different points in this race are still making moves and are still around. Now, the question is, who still has a fast repair left? We know that Maines doesn't. We know that Ray does. It's the rest of the field determining how it's going to look the rest of this race, Wesley. That's going to be a big factor.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. And the lights are about to go off on the pace car. Well, correction, they actually are now off. The lights are illuminated around Daytona, and we'll get ready for this restart here. As again, anybody can win this race, as we mentioned, as the pace car is coming to pit lane. Tyler, we're ready to come back to green in front of you.
Yeah, Nagels, Ray, front row, Friess, Hennings, row number 2. Those 4 drivers are going to really determine who gets the lead here. Nagels gets a great jump. Meanwhile, Ray does not get a jump, but he gets a shove from Hennings. Friess there to the inside of Ray as they work their way towards Jacob in turn 1.
And Nagels is going to jump up to the top side, try to go with Ray. Now Friess on the bottom side. He's going to have Maines working to his back bumper as well. They'll climb the 31 degrees of bacon here at the Virtual World Center of Racing. Friess on the bottom side. He's got Maines. He's going to try to shove him all the way to the front, Wesley.
Well, we all had a moment to have a collective breath to reset, but now it amps up again. Now it's going to be Friess of that Kellogg's machine locked to the bottom of the racetrack. Most of the race up front. He's been to the top. We'll see how he carries that 25 into 3 now.
Maines just kind of pushes him off the front bumper. You're going to see Friess jump up to the top lane in front of Nagels. Meanwhile, Maines leads the bottom. He's got Hennings behind him. Hennings been a strong pusher most of this race. We'll see if he continues that trend. Meanwhile, I just been informed by Race Control, driver who leads the most lap gets $80. That's why we're seeing a lot of aggressive moves for the lead.
It's a big payday right there for anybody. $80 to lead the most laps. Hell, why not? That's why, like you said, Tyler, why we've seen so much aggressive driving, and they want to try to get it. Maines on the inside. Friess up top. You got Hennings. You got Nagels. Ray back here, also with Matthew Lee.
In the words of Shane O'Mac, here comes the money. Back straightaway, Friess in that middle lane. Down the back stretch, they roar. Everybody now collectively trying to run to the halfway mark of this race. It's still going to be Friess leading on the outside.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about Matthew Lee or Landon Velicki, but they're right now 3rd and 4th on that bottom lane. Meanwhile, looking further back, a little bit of a gap has formed back to Chris Carter and Kyler Wynn, who was your pole sitter, ladies and gentlemen, earlier tonight for this race. So big aggression up front. We're seeing a little bit of a gap here for the rest of the field.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap back there, but I got a feeling it'll probably shrink here in a matter of moments. There you see it. Kyler Wynn going to work his way up there on that top side. Maybe try to get a draft and suck up here with the other 3 guys that's up here on the front. Still battling with Friess and Maines off 2.
Think about the names of Velicki as well as Matt Lee. Remember, they had problems at the start of this race in the opening 10 laps. Now, here they come, methodically finding their way to the front. Garrett Maines stays to the lead on the inside as they work 3 and 4.
Malik Gray looked to the outside for a second on the back straightaway, thinks about it, gets back in line in front of Kyler Wynn. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines gets a shot from Brian Henning as Cody Nagels pushing Friess, and caution is back out here at Daytona on lap 91. Not quite sure where that came from, but field back, and we're going to have another restart before we get to halfway.
Yeah, we need to get with race control on this one, y'all. I mean, who's throwing all this trash out here? This is starting to look like the Tennessee-Oklahoma game. I guess you could say with the, everybody throwing trash out there in the end zone. Excuse me, no, it was the
You mean Texas and Georgia?
Texas and Georgia. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I got it mixed up. Yeah, I'm an SEC fan. Well, I don't watch Texas and Georgia. I don't watch neither one of them. But yeah, I mean, somebody's throwing some trash out here.
But Jacob, they're in the SEC. I don't mean to try to. Yeah, they're in the SEC now.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I got it mixed up.
Oh wow, that collective pause, Tyler, as we go under caution again. Have we found out what the caution was for?
I still don't know. I'm waiting for a race control to message me. I've been in comms with him most of the night, but yeah, just kind of a weird one here. Not really sure what's going on as we look at the leaders right up there, but looking back at the field, 35 drivers on the lead lap right now. Matthew Baker, 1 lap down. Steven Scott Jr. is a lap down. Logan York's a lap down. Those are 3 drivers, 1 lap down. Then 2 lap down drivers include Zach Range, Trevor Aswinoff, Michael Allen will be 3 laps down. So it looks like about 46 cars are still running, but only 35 of them are in the lead lap.
And, I will say this right here, Tyler and Wesley, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys, like you see back here in the back, elect to go ahead and go down and maybe just top off with fuel. Tyler, we've done that numerous times on super speedways just to try to stay out of the chaos. So I don't, 1 second go against them doing that. And granted, they may end up putting 4 fresh tires on there because, like I said, there's no limit. But some of these guys back here on the back, why not? I mean, they only ran like 1 or 2 laps right there on that stint. It doesn't hurt to go ahead, get you 4 freshies, and go ahead and top it off with fuel. Because there's a good possibility, Wesley Outland, this could be a fuel mileage race.
It
definitely could.
It could be, Tyler. I mean, it could be Jacob as well. I mean, it could be one of these, we could see the yellow flag the first 100 laps, and then the second half as you weed out all the cars that had bad luck. I don't want to say that they weren't good drivers in any stretch of the imagination, but it just wasn't their night. And to get all the good guys up in the front, as long as they don't, Tyler, take each other out, we could see them go for a long green flag run. I would love to see green flag pit stops. I'd love to see that strategy. I think we were on the cusp of seeing green flag pit stops happen in the next to last caution we just recently had, and then it changed everything. But obviously, it's all up to these guys right now doing what they're doing. Have they put on a phenomenal show? Yes. Have you enjoyed watching it? Have we enjoyed calling it? You're damn right we have. It's been entertaining, but at the end of the day, that only $700 to win is on that last lap when you come to the flag, Tyler.
Yeah, the pay window, like you said, Wesley, only opens on the last lap. Meanwhile, Malik Ray was given an EOL for fake pitting per race control. Not really sure what that means. But so he's going to have to work his way from the back up to the front if he wants to go for that $80 for most laps led, because he has led a lot of them tonight. But so has Cody Nagels and Garrett Maines. So those 2 drivers battling for that prize.
How do you fake pit? Can we get more of a... What is he come to pit road and decided to drive off? I'm confused.
I am as well. I don't understand the call necessarily. I would have to get more clarifying information from race control. But that's just what I've been informed at this time. So the lights are off on the pace car.
There we go.
I've never heard of that.
Pitting.
I've never heard of it. I've never heard of fake pit. Well, now, I will say this. I have heard of guys, go down and act like they're going to pit and then pull back out, just to try to kind of throw somebody off. I've seen that, but I was sitting here watching exactly what he did right there.
Right.
He didn't do anything wrong. He was just right there below the double yellow line and just kind of rode down through there right there past the entrance to pit road. So I'm curious on that one. I've seen him go all the way down and almost hit the damn cone and then go all the way back to the right. We did that. So I don't understand that one either.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words as well. And I've called iRacing for a long time, so I've never heard of the analogy fake pitting. So I'll have to do my own research here, Tyler, and try to find out what that's all about. I didn't know it could be done, but nonetheless, we are under the lights at Daytona. The Halloween 500 has been a virtual spooktacular. It has been caution filled with ghosts and goblins here for iRacing, and it is not over yet as they make their run for the money, coming back for a restart in turn 3.
Yeah, a lot of laps still to be had, not even yet to halfway. Meanwhile, Frice, Maines, Niggles, Hennings, your front four. Meanwhile, your pole sitter, Wynn, he's right there on the outside of row number 3. To his inside is Felique. And then you also have Christopher Carter, John Mollahan, John Ward, and it looks like, I want to say that is, oh wow, the number 1 car there is blinking in and out. But that's John Ward to his outside. Not really sure it is. I can't even get a grasp on it because he's blinking so much. But we're about to come back to green here in the Halloween 500 here at Daytona. Pace cars off the track. Garrett Maines, and that's going to be Kevin Frice to his outside. Green flag back in the air. Brian Hennings gives a shot to the back of Garrett Maines. Cody Nagels to the back of Kevin Frice. But that's going to cause some separation and checkup there on the outside as Garrett Maines leads towards 1.
Bryce Freeze, however you want to look at it, he has made his presence known here tonight at Daytona. Cody Nagels going to give him the shove, try to work his way up here and get him around Garrett Maines and take back the lead of this race. Brian Hennings has been up at the front. He's been a hell of a pusher. He's doing the same off turn 2.
And Freeze will battle back on the outside. Cody Nagels now on the outside as well behind the 25. Now Hennings gives a push to Garrett Maines. The 62 now. The purple-orange car. Love the colors. He's now in the fight as they work 3 and 4.
Very Halloween theme there for Landon Felique. He's there on the bottom. Meanwhile, you have Kyler Wynn there on the outside in that 82 white and red machine. Garrett Maines getting a shot from Brian Hennings. Cody Nagels to the back of Kevin Frice. They're going to be battling door to door as they go through the tri-oval. A little bit of a bobble there for Maines.
Maines trying to keep it down there as best as he can. Hennings trying to give the shove and trying to keep them all on that inside lane, trying to advance that inside lane as much as they can. Now Maines gets a fender out in front, half a car if you want to call it that. Now Freeze going to work his way on that outside.
Freeze on the outside lane. Maines stays to the inside. Everyone else is right now just watching all this happen on the front row. Freeze to now Maines side by side as they work up the bank into turn 3.
Maines to the inside of Freeze. Meanwhile, Nagels and Hennings battle door to door for the 3rd spot. These drivers are pushing hard. We're going to have to see where Malik Ray is. He's all the way in the back of the field. He's trying to work his way forward, but right now, he's nowhere to be seen inside the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see what he does. Obviously, Malik Ray way back here at the tail end of this field, back there in 29th place, maybe trying to play it safe, I guess you could say, Wesley Outland, and try to stay clear of some of the movement that's going up here. They're still bobbing and weaving all the way through the field. Maines gets a hell of a shot from Hennings off 2.
Like bobbing for apples, bobbing and weaving, these virtual cars are into the back straightaway. Freeze that Kellogg's machine up on the outside lane. Shades of what Terry Labonte used to do in NASCAR. Here at Daytona, up top is now Maines, battles back on the inside to 3.
Pretty organized 2 by 2 by 2. Call it 15, 20 rows deep at this point in time. Drivers seem to be patient further back in this pack, but up front, the shoves have been aggressive. The pushes are getting harder as we're working our way towards halfway.
And Tyler, they're only going to get harder. Wesley, they are going to get way harder because these guys know what's at stake. $700 to the winner here for the Halloween 500. And Maine's going to jump up to the top side. Thinks different, wants to try to go with Freeze. That's going to open the door for Hennings on the inside.
And just like that, Maines opens that inside move, and Hennings says, excuse me, coming through with a big thank you as well. To the outside now, Maines goes. Hennings to the lead. Can he get there? He's not going to battle him yet. Maines stays locked on the outside lane off 4.
Yeah, Velike gave a shot to Hennings to get him to the inside of Garrett Maines. Maines could not come back down. Velike and Freeze are going to push Maines and Hennings towards the stripe. Meanwhile, you see that's Carter there, a third car on the inside, as well as Nagel's third car there on the outside. A little bit of a bobble there from Hennings.
Maleke started 23rd in this race, and now he's up here in contention, I should say, to battle it out for the win here tonight at Daytona. Hennings, Freeze, and Maines up here battling for the lead off 2.
There they go to the back stretch now. Top 4 rows stacked up. One wrong slip, and you've got a horror show into turn 3. Right now, Maines goes to the outside, pulls back to the bottom, through the block on the machine of Hennings, and he's up in front again.
A little bit of contact there between Hennings and Maines was barely clear. Maines was able to make the move work, though, but that's going to open up for Freeze and Nagels. They're going to push on the outside. They're going to have wind behind them as well. Your pole sitter, Freeze, leads that lap.
Freeze is going to get him one right here, and Nagel's trying to get the shove. Wynn gets up here and gives Nagels a shove. Almost knocks him completely sideways, damn near turned him down into Hennings. Now the inside. Maines goes to the front. Hennings not fazed by that bump one bit. Will take Maines all the way to the front.
To the super stretch, it's Freeze now with the help from the help of Nagels. Now it's Maines. Maines got Hennings behind him and Velike. Everybody stride for stride, door to door, two-stepping up the bank, into 3 and 4. Barney, the iRacing flagman, Tyler Dittmer's got the cross flags. We're 250 miles down and halfway to go. Caution! Had to be behind me, guys. Had to be behind 3 and 4. That's all I know. Everybody stacked up behind one another there.
Yeah, it was a big crash. I'm sitting here looking at it right now. It was Zach Range in the 043. Gets a shove from Mastretta in the number 8. The outside checked up. And then after that, Range goes up, big stack up on the inside, and then all hell ends up breaking loose. You see it right there. Is that John Ward that gets involved? I believe that is John Ward right there that Mastretta ended up getting. And then he goes head on into the outside retaining wall. You see Range go up. There's Mastretta. And then I believe that is John Ward. I believe it is. Goes straight up and tags straight into him. Actually, scratch that. That was Steven Scott Jr. My apologies. Both of their cars look pretty damn close. But anyway, just a little bit of a stack up right there, Tyler Dittmer, is what caused all of that.
Yeah, Zach Range is out of this race. He had already burned a fast repair earlier. He is done for the night. Keith Job as well involved. He is done. Malik Ray, though, seems to be clear from all the trouble. Mastretta, that's his second incident. He's probably out of this race as well. And the EOL goes to Chase Mastretta, according to race control. So he must have hit Strange before, or Range, correction. Things are strange. And unfortunately, it did not work out for Zach Range as the leaders come down pit road here just past halfway. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the second half of the Halloween 500 here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network.
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics. Find us on eBay Auctions.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
And we're back here in the Halloween 500 for the MMG Money Racing League here on the Nazareth 360 Racing Network. Jacob Reeves, Wesley Outland joining myself, Tyler Dittmer, up here in coverage. Wesley, you've been on the backstretch. A lot of chaos back there and a lot of big shoves. Do we see the same thing in the second half of this race?
It has been a spooktacular, hasn't it? My goodness, that's the first half of the race. You know, usually when we cover NASRA on the, the DSR Electric Truck Series or the Cops Truck Series or the Blanchard's Towing Xfinity or Cup, they're only 100 laps, 250-mile events here in Daytona. Now you got to literally go the full distance. This is a 100% 500-mile, 200-lap extravaganza. It has been wild, wicked, craziness here the first 100 laps. Jacob Reeves, what do you think the next 100 laps are going to entail?
I honestly, Wesley Outland and Tyler, I think this is going to be a lot of aggressive driving. These guys know that they have, like you said, got to that halfway point, and we're going to see a lot of the bumps is going to be harder. The door banging, obviously, is going to get a hell of a lot harder as well. You're going to see guys that was side drafting just a little bit, maybe not too crazy. Them side drafts are going to get a whole lot harder, and that's when we're going to see that door banging. That's when we're going to see that chaos, those wrecks, and still, I mean, there's guys that's in this field that are way back here in the back that still have a shot. Some of them we haven't even talked about. I mean, Jared Haynes in the 32, he's back there in 30th. We haven't talked about him all race long. Daniel Eberhardt, he's back there in 29th. Saw him take a couple of shots up there on the outside lane. And Matthew Baker's back on the lead lap in the number 5. So these guys up here at the front, they may not even be up there at the front when this thing is all said and done, Tyler.
Pace car ready to pull off, setting the stage here. That's Nagels, Valike, Paul Witt, Malik Ray, Garrett Baines, your top 5. Nagels leading the field to the Geico restart zone. He gets a big jump right hard to the back of Valike. Bryce is right there as well as these drivers work their way back towards 1 and 2 left. 103 of 200. Big racing, big money coming up here in a bit.
Nagels is going to jump up to the top side. Now he's going to jump back down to the bottom. Paul Witt had to get out of the gas. Ray almost ended up turning him. Now Valeke going to roll on this top side as well. Now here comes Freeze up here as well as Mullahan to help. Coming their way off turn 2.
And how about Malik Ray right back in the song and dance again after a pit penalty? Down the back straightaway they roar. Nagels up high. The 429 gets a push from the 1 array and they make contact. They shuffle, they wiggle, they bobble, they hold it together going to 4.
What a save by all those drivers involved. Paul Witt leads the bottom. Cody Nagels on the outside. Landon Valike, Malik Ray. Those are your front 4. Kevin Bryce, Garrett Baines, John Mullahan, Brian Hennings making your top 8 as they go to the tri-oval towards Jacob.
Nagels is still trying to get that shove from Valike, but that lap, give it to Paul Witt. Started 30th in the field, the 429, taking it all the way to the front. He's got Malik Ray trying to give him the shove. He's got 2 good pushers right behind him. Ray and Maines, they found each other. They're working their way back to the front.
And we call Wetz the Ninja. He has got the 429 on the bottom of the racetrack up in front now. Nagels powers back on the outside. Valike gives him a shove. It punches up the pack again. They hold it together off the 31 degrees of bank and coming back to 4.
Meanwhile, now Cody Nagels trying to manage the lanes. Valike to the inside, looked about it for a second. Almost 3 wide, almost chaos. Meanwhile, Paul Witt back towards the bottom. Cody Nagels to the outside. Paul Witt will lead this lap as well thanks to a shove from Malik Ray.
Everybody on the edge of their seats watching here live on the NASRA 360 Racing Network just as well as we are. And I wouldn't doubt some of these drivers on the edge of their seats driving at 190 miles an hour, working their way through 1 and 2 and hit the back straightaway. Nagels got it by a fender.
5 nights to Halloween. Trick-or-treating going on for these drivers. It's dollar signs. Big money at the end of the rainbow. As right now, Wetz powers back to the lead on the inside of Nagels in 3.
Paul Witt gonna hold strong there on the bottom. Malik Ray called about half a car length behind him. He's looking for some motion. Meanwhile, I hear trouble further back, and there's a caution flag out again.
Big crash back here. I'm seeing Daniel Eberhardt, one of those drivers involved in Kyler Wynn, I believe, was involved in this as well. Looking back, and I believe it all started right here with Kyler Wynn and Daniel Eberhardt. Both of them make contact, and Wynn just couldn't hold on to it. Sends it straight up the track, and him and Eberhardt will end up having to use a faster pair if they've got one right here, Tyler.
Yeah, unfortunate for both your pole sitter Kyler Wynn as well as the John Deere of Eberhardt machine. Cody Nagels, your race leader, though, front of the pack, was seeming to avoid the chaos recently, but further on back it's been chaos as we're looking here at Eberhardt seeing exactly what happened right behind Tyler Wynn as they work their way towards the back straightaway, down the back straightaway in 3 and 4. And it looks like Eberhardt goes to the bottom. Not entirely sure what happens here. Just kind of comes up and clips Tyler Wynn, and bang! Hard contact for both of those drivers, and they're probably both done for the night if they don't have a faster pair left.
Well, I mean, and I'll say this, Tyler. I mean, honestly, I really don't know what Eberhardt was thinking right there. I agree with you 100% because he jumps up, then he jumps down, and then he comes back up. I'm not real sure exactly what he was thinking at that particular point. I mean, maybe he lost the nose on it. It's a good possibility because, you know, these Xfinity cars, they don't turn as good as, say, the trucks do that we see for the DSR Electric Truck Series and the Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series. These cars are much heavier. Those trucks, they're a little bit lighter. These cars obviously heavier, and it's kind of hard to get that nose to turn, especially here at Daytona, where it just seems like, you know, as much speed as you got going in the corners, it's just like it sucks the car straight down with all the G's going straight into the 31 degrees of banking. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe he tried to keep it on the bottom, and the car just kind of slid up. He's still going to get the EOL, but maybe he just lost the nose of it, and he just dug in, and he just went straight up the track and got into Kyler.
Yeah, Wesley, I mean, we just see the chaos continue. That brings out, I believe, our 10th caution of the night at this point in time. A lot of drivers having a lot of difficulties tonight, Wesley. Yeah, it is 10 cautions, 35 lead changes, but 29 caution laps. These drivers still have a long way to go. Over 90 laps remaining, Wesley. You think we're ever going to calm down?
I'll tell you one thing, got to give props to Malik Ray. Obviously, the problems he had getting busted with that illegal pitting, if you will, or fake pitting penalty, came from the back, rallied all the way back to the front. The one car, what a show he's putting on. One of the major reasons, Jacob, while he is a contender all season in the eNASCAR, Coca-Cola iRacing Series, and more, that guy has got a strong run right now. His right now one signal machine is in right now the catbird seat to the final home stretch if he can get there to be the man to win this $700 payday.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely knows how to get it around Daytona. Obviously got his good buddy that's going to be starting right behind him with Garrett Maines up here. So we'll see how that ends up working out for him right here on this restart. And it actually did look like Eberhardt actually did have a faster pair to burn, so it looks like he's going to be good to go and get back out here on the track. And we already saw Eberhardt up here, Tyler Dittmer, trying to go up, make it 3 wide. I mean, he rolled all the way up on the top side. He had Freeze right behind him. That's how Freeze got all the way to the damn front. So Eberhardt knows how to get around these super speedways. Granted, he's going to have to do it he's going to have a disadvantage without that one faster pair to his arsenal. But still, don't count him out. He's back there in 33rd, but he's still got a shot when this thing's all said and done.
Yeah, Wesley, as you see Malik Ray, Kevin Freeze, Garrett Maines, John Mollahan as well up in front. You have any predictions? Do you think you can finally pull a name out of the candy bag and give us a prediction for a race winner?
And I probably say Malik Ray. Maybe my dark horse is going to probably be the guy in the back of Hennings or possibly Velike. These guys were looking really, really good. We saw them power back to the front. But right now, the one car looking for that one spot as we settle in for the restart on lap number 109.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I had to make a pick out of this, yeah, I mean, your pick, obviously, you would think, Malik Ray or Garrett Maines. But my dark horse, and I'm seeing out there in the live chat, Mystic Whisperer saying that I broke the curse on Mike George at Talladega. So I tell you what, I remember that now. It took a little while. I've slept since then. I've had a couple beers since then. But yes, Mike George, I had him picked for the race. He won the pole in that Veterans for Life ARCA Series race that Thursday night. Won the pole and won it from the pole. It was at Talladega. My dark horse, I'm going with Mike George.
I'm going to go with Garrett Maines, the other pro driver we see there on the bottom of that 12 blue and white machine. But I think my dark horse is going to come from Matthew Lee. And for those of you not familiar with NASRA, Matthew Lee, very competitive, very talented driver. I think he can be one to challenge here. You see him back there in the 04 black and green scheme. Call it about 7th or 8th in on the bottom. Meanwhile, the lights are out in the virtual iRacing pace car. It's about to pull down on the pit road. Malik Ray, Kevin Freeze, Garrett Maines, John Mollahan, Brian Hennings, your top 5, waiting for the Geico restart zone. Malik Ray gets a good jump. Garrett Maines right behind him. Mollahan gets to the back of Freeze as they work their way through the tri-oval towards turn 1.
We'll see how that ends up working out for him. It's like that dodgeball thing. You know, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. And he's going to throw another strategy. Go all the way up to the top side. Try to block Freeze. Jumps back down. Goes with his buddy Garrett Maines. Now on the inside, here comes Hennings. He's trying to roll as well. Devin Ray up here as well, right behind Mollahan, working their way off turn 2.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, and you can dodge all these cars coming at you as well. Virgo Dex is going for Cody Naggles. Mystic Whisper's going for Mike George. Right now, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, teammates side by side into turn 3.
Speaking of dodgeball, fun fact, my costume this year is the Average Joe's for Halloween. But meanwhile, Malik Ray is no Average Joe. He's going back further front. Garrett Maines to his inside. There are a couple of professionals. They know how to get it done here.
I'll tell you what, if I had a Halloween costume, it would be Batman. I'll say this. Look like Batman, but I ain't got his damn bank account. Here we go. Malik Ray up on the top side. He's got Freeze right behind him. Maine's trying to roll on the inside, working their way off turn 2. Wesley Allen, what you dressing up for Halloween?
Shades of Batman and Robin. I guess I'll be the course Joker, if you will, for back straightaway. I'll actually be calling football for radio, so I'll be in my radio announcer uniform on Halloween night. Nonetheless, it's Malik Ray, Garrett Maines. They're the teammates, and they're battling up front in 3.
Yeah, and they're working together now on the bottom. Kevin Freeze has John Mollahan behind him, and then Devin Ray, not spelled the same as Malik Ray, sitting there third on the outside lane. Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, huge shot to the back of Malik Ray, gets him loose as they go towards the tri-oval. Still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 as they work their way towards Jacob.
Wow, big save right there by Ray. Kept his foot in the gas and never lifted off of it. Now Ray keeps it on the bottom. Freeze tries to come down, maybe side draft as much as he can. Mollahan all over Freeze, back bumper, damn near bumping him, going through 1 and 2 as they work their way down the back chute.
And the back straightaway, Freeze will now power back in that Kellogg's machine with the help of the punt. Right there with the help of that number 2 machine. That's, of course, also Ray on the inside. Cars jumping out of line again as they shuffle through the banking in 3 and 4.
And a name we haven't talked about a lot tonight, or really at all, Joe Huerta in that white and green number 1 machine sitting 5th in line on the outside. Malik Ray comes back up, blocks the little top lane in front of Kevin Freeze. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines working his way back to the bottom. Malik Ray comes back down, covers him off.
Joe Huerta started 8th. That's exactly where he was at the time when they went past the line. He was the one car, actually, that was blinking earlier on. We'll see if he can try to keep it up there at the front. Ray goes from the bottom back to the top, gets in front of Freeze. Here comes Maines on the inside.
Malik Ray on the outside lane. Here comes now Maines back to the bottom. Help with Freeze, help with Hennings, and another driver, the other Ray. Not related. Up into this mix as they thunder back into turn number 3.
Meanwhile, John Ward sits third on the bottom. He has Christopher Carter there right behind him. Meanwhile, Malik Ray battles back to the outside of Garrett Maines. Kevin Freeze, Brian Hennings doing the shoving. They're going to try and get their driver in front so maybe they can lead a lane if someone tries to make another move.
It is very, very tense right up here at this front. Freeze trying to give the shove to Ray. Now Ray gets clear. Will he jump down in front of Maines? Thinks about it. Still thinking about it. Yes, he's going to jump down. May end up helping Freeze out. He may have ended up having some water temperature issues right there, Wesley. Now he jumps back up to the top side.
Yeah, Freeze gave the push to the one of Ray, powered back to the lead. Then he goes to the outside lane, throws the block on Freeze, opens the door now to Maines and Hennings and Ward. Now they go up into turn 3, side by side. Freeze with a shot to Ray as he pulls away by half a car length.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Malik Ray wanted to jump back down to the bottom, but that last shove by Freeze got him a little loose. Couldn't clear Maines on the back straightaway before they got to 3 and 4. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, side by side. Brian Hennings trying to get a shove to the back of that 12 car, trying to get him clear so maybe he can make a move to the inside as they work their way towards 1.
This is like round 6 of a round 12 heavyweight title boxing match right here. Everybody's still trying to feel each other out. Still got a long way to go and a short time to get there, like Wesley Outland said. Ray on the outside, he's going to get the run.
Back straight away, everybody stride for stride, outside lane picking momentum. Freeze, Ray helping the other Ray. Stay to the point. Now Maines under pressure. He gets help from Hennings as they work now Ray to the bottom in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Malik Ray jumps back to the bottom in front of his buddy Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, Kevin Freese, John Mullahan rolling on the outside with Devin Ray third in line. Then you have Huerta and Cody Nagels. Freese to the outside of Malik Ray. He's going to try and battle for the lead now that he's clear.
Not this time, Malik Ray not able to jump up and put the block. Here comes Kevin Freese in the 25 Kellogg's car, I should say. He's got John Mullahan right behind him. He knows how to get around these super speedways. Devin Ray up there on that top side with John Herta up there, or Joe Herta as well off turn 2.
Little shot from the bottom lane. It bunched up everybody. Now they're right there, stride for stride again to the back straightaway. Ray, Freeze, then it's Maines, then it's Mullahan. Then you've got Hennings, then you've got Ray, Ward, Moretta, by the way, also there in that mix as they work their way. That's Herta now in the top 10.
Maines gets down below Malik Ray off of 4 as they work their way back towards the tri-oval. Malik Ray gets a shot from Kevin Freese. Mullahan backs off the 25 Kellogg's machine. Brian Hennings, he's giving a shot to Garrett Maines through the tri-oval.
And he is still trying to hold on to it as well. They are catching lap traffic once again. That lap traffic being Edward Marshall way up on the top of the racetrack, 6 laps down. But looks like they are going to have to get there. When they get to 3 and 4, they'll probably end up getting to him, Wesley.
Malik Ray will stay to that outside lane. They're going to power by that lap machine, and the yellow flag is out. We got a couple of cars down to the bottom of the apron of the racetrack, guys, and the caution will fall as they were approaching that lap machine on lap number 116.
It looked like it was going to be Richard Elliott. Richard Elliott back here in the 000 car back here. Looks like the 49 might have got a little bit loose. That's Christopher Melton. And, yeah, Melton actually comes up, gets into Baker, and then Baker ends up sending Melton back down into Elliott. Elliott takes a hard pack straight into the back end, gets nailed big time. And it's like Richard Elliott, if he's got a faster pair, be a good time for him to use it right here.
Yeah, we're going to see the replay here as you see the field work back through 1 and 2. There's Velike there in that 62 purple and orange machine. 3 wide further back. That's Kyler Wynn there on the outside lane. Trying to see exactly what transpires here for the folks at home. Oh, yep, looks like someone got a little loose, and wow, big trouble there for one car at least. Yeah, that just looks like someone got loose, kind of drifted up in the corner. Someone got nervous about it, overcorrected, and around they go. Kyler Wynn looks to avoid most major damage, it looks like, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's already had to burn that faster pair from earlier with Eberhardt. There you see Melton right there. Yeah, I mean, I think he kind of slides up right here, gets a little bit loose, jumps up, gets into Baker. Baker does a hell of a job of saving it as well. But there you see Melton kind of comes. Actually, it might have been a little bit tighter than what Melton was probably thinking. Baker might have come down, got into Melton, and then Richard Elliott ends up getting the worst end of all of it. And then afterwards, somebody drove straight in there. I think it might have been the 48, whoever was driving that, just straight up drove in there and T-bones Richard Elliott. And looks like I said, I mean, he's got the whole back end completely ripped out of the car at this point. Obviously, he's going down and he's going to get his damage fixed. But the rest of these guys, they're going in, topping off, watching out for that fuel mileage right here.
Yeah, Wesley, we think fuel is about 40 to 45 laps. Drivers pitting here can probably make it on just one more stop tonight for the field. So getting your last set of stops before your final stop around lap 160, and then it's all about track position, Wesley.
Yeah, if you're keeping count, we're approaching the 300-mile mark of this race. So there's 200 miles remaining, 80 laps to go here, over 80 laps to go. And I'm thinking roughly, as you mentioned, that pit window, maybe next to last pit stop of the race for a lot of these guys that just came down pit road.
Well, Jacob, a couple drivers stayed out there. That includes Cody Nagels, whatever, one of those two. Paul Witt, Landon Velike, Kyler Wynn, and Daniel Eberhardt all stayed out there along with a few others, it looks like. Malik Ray will probably restart here in about 8th or 9th position. So, going to have to deal with traffic again for those two drivers, Ray and Maines.
Yeah, I mean, and one of those guys I mentioned just a second ago was Eberhardt. You know, he knows how to get around these super speedways, putting himself in a position to try to get up here and try to at least get to the front because, you know, guys, if you think about it, most of these wrecks have been probably about mid-pack or back. Some of them have been up there at the front with guys, you know, kind of getting that bad bump, maybe getting sent down or what have you. So I think Eberhardt may be thinking to try to stay up here at the front, maybe try to keep that nose clean as much as he can. But I mean, Cody Nagels, he's been up here the whole damn time. I mean, we was talking about, Malik Ray being, the pick. Me and Wesley Allen was talking about. You was talking about Garrett Maines. I may have to end up changing mine because Cody's just stayed up here at the front all night long. He's been aggressive. And granted, he's probably made some questionable blocks, questionable moves. But at the same time, he's not really caused any accidents yet. But he's up here at the front, and he's got a shot to win this thing here with about 80 laps to go.
Wesley, I hope you have your belts tight there up on the stand out on the back straightaway, because I feel like it's only going to continue to get crazier. We don't want you falling off the stand out there.
It has been a wild one, guys, for sure. The action, it feels like when they crash, is right in my viewpoint, or definitely peripheral vision. It has been a crazy one here tonight at Daytona for the Halloween 500 with MMS Racing, and obviously everybody wants the shot for that big money. But again, we've got to get to the end of the rainbow. We're only 300 miles in, 200 miles remain, and I think it's just going to Jacob Reeves get more of a horror show as we move into the end of this spectacular here tonight on iRacing.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it's going to be. We're going to see a lot of door banging. Like I said earlier, we're going to see some guys, like I said, get to where they start making those pushes. And, it's going to get bad when they're up there pushing the guys that's up in front of them, Tyler Dittmer, to where guys behind them don't want to lift off their back bumper, and then they end up locking up with them. That ends up causing the front end to be completely sealed off, and then you have engines blown. Then you end up having guys that maybe try to check up. They end up hitting them in the back end, causes a big-ass wreck. So you never know really what's going to happen right here. All we know is I agree with Wesley Allen and Tyler Dittmer. It's fixing to be spooktacular, just like Wesley Allen said.
Yep, as these drivers work their way back 2x2x2, getting ready to go back under the green flag. It'll be lap 121 of 200 when they get towards it. Cody Nagels, and that's going to be Paul Witt, Landon Vlieke, Kyler Wynn, Daniel Eberhardt, and Garrett Maines. Your first three rows here, ladies and gentlemen, as they get towards the Geico restart zone. Cody Nagels leading the field to green here at Daytona, and the Halloween 500 gets a big jump away from Landon Vlieke. Paul Witt gets a shot from the back of Kyler Wynn. Meanwhile, these drivers trying to figure themselves out. Pretty spaced out on this restart, Jacob.
And the Spring Bowl winner up here at the front trying to hold them all at bay. Here comes Kyler Wynn on the inside. Witt up top now. Here comes Wynn on the inside. He's got Vlieke with him. Here comes Garrett Maines and Eberhard up here with Freeze as well.
A much better relaxed restart that go around, but it is about to amp up once again. There's the outside lane car, that 29 up on the outside of the 429, gets around Nagels. Nagels now has a push from his teammate, Garrett Maines. Now all this goes on as they work their way. Correction, Malik Ray is his teammate. Garrett Maines pushing, shoving some more cars.
Meanwhile, Paul Witt Jr. gets shoved three wide for a second. Garrett Maines to the back of Kyler Wynn. It gets to the back of Cody Nagels. They're all sorts of off-center right now. Kyler Wynn, your pole sitter, to the outside of Cody Nagels. He's trying to lead a lap here at Daytona.
Boy, poor old Paul Witt. He just got used up like an old dish rag you use up and throw away. Now Nagels up here trying to get this lead. And Kyler Wynn, your pole sitter, got it to the back, started at the back more or less. Now he's up here battling for the lead.
Amazing what happened to Witt. One lap he was up in the penthouse. Now he's back in the outhouse, back around that backpack now as they thunder into three. Right now, Wynn showing his strengths in that red and white 82 as they work now with Nagels on the bottom.
Don't look now, but it's the Ray and Ray show. Devin Ray and Malik Ray. They're making a third lane work there on the outside. The white, purple, and blue number 2 with the white, black, and blue and purple number 1 as they work through the tri-oval.
Ray and Ray show and is leading the train now. Eberhardt decides to jump up. He wants to try to lead this train as well. See if Maines decides to try to hang out Kyler Wynn and maybe try to lead that lane as well. Cody Nagels still leads up here on the inside off turn 2.
And John Deere Green thought about trying to get a third lane started, hung him out to dry as he shuffled back to the bottom. Now it's Nagels on the outside. Vlieke, the purple-orange machine, wants to lead here in Daytona, and they're crashing. Trouble. I think that's Ray that just got turned. Other cars are crashing as well. Big, big hits for cars in turn 3 here in Daytona.
The Ray and Ray show ends poorly. Devin Ray and Malik Ray both involved in that incident. Looked like Eberhardt was involved as
bottom of the apron and was able to continue along. Wow.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a quick second, clear up some technical difficulties. We'll take a couple commercial breaks, but we'll be back live for the Halloween 500 at Daytona here shortly. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back after words from some of our
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics. Find us on eBay Auctions.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Back live in the Halloween 500 here at Daytona International Speedway. We were just talking during the commercial break about today's crazy finish at Homestead. Wesley and Jacob, I mean, what an end to the NASCAR Cup Series race.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal race, man. Big shout out to my buddy, the California kid, Tyler Reddick from Redding, California. Used to cut his teeth in dirt late models, and that's where I really come to know him in his career. Called a lot of his races when he ran on the dirt, and seen him up to NASCAR. What a big shot in the arm for 2311 Racing, Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, and what a finish, man. Getting around Denny Hamlin, getting around Ryan Blaney, and that Hail Mary outside lane, banging the board shot there, Jacob, to win, of course, at Homestead, Miami, and he's going to the chance for a championship. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, it is pretty cool, and it's kind of, I guess you could say it's a pretty cool deal, obviously, with the whole lawsuit thing that's going on, and then, Reddick just comes out there and he puts it in the championship board. So that's a pretty big deal for that, but we're worried about the Halloween 500 here tonight, Tyler, as we get ready to go green.
Yeah, Landon Velike, Cody Nagels 1-2. Landon Velike gets a big jump there, gets in front of Cody Nagels as they get past the start-finish line. Meanwhile, Kyler Wen gives a shot to Cody Nagels. He'll come back around the outside of Landon Velike as they go towards 1 and 2.
And Landon Velike, he's just got to be happy to be up here at the front because the big dogs are coming. Nagels jumps down, puts the block on Velike. Now, here comes Kyler Wen. He's got Maines right behind him. All three of them going to stack up on the outside lane. Velike just hoping the Hennings will be able to give him a shove.
We saw how good the number 82 of Wynn's car was. Maines is going to hook up with him, and they got more names up in the front. To the back straightaway, they thunder. Into the corner. All this happens now as they go back battling with Nagels in the lead. Wynn on the bottom in the 3 and 4.
Pole sitter back up front where he wants to be. Meanwhile, Cody Nagels has Garrett Maines and Kevin Fries all over the back of them. John Mullahan sits fourth in the outside lane. Meanwhile, Brian Henning's trying to give a shove to Velike to get to win. Nagels clears win off of Ford through the trioval.
We'll see how this ends up working out for Nagels, but it ain't going to work out too good for him. Big time slide. Win gets sideways. Now flees back here as Velike goes down on the bottom of the racetrack, and he saves it. But he hits him, but caution is out.
Yeah, they could not hold it together, Tyler. They looked like they stacked everybody behind them, and it was the kind of the secondary action of what happened when the first incident took place. But what a save for Velike. I think he's going to be able to roll on, but some more cars got collected.
Yeah, that was a big stack up, led to a caution way further back in the field. Not really sure who was actually involved at the end, but we saw a bunch of cars get extremely, extremely loose, and we'll have to see exactly what happened there.
And guys, I'm looking back here as well. I believe it was Guerrero back here, Vicente Guerrero. He was trying to check up for all of this chaos that was happening right here in front of him. I think he gets tagged right here by Danny Barnes in the 50. It just sends him straight up into the outside rotating wall. And then Vicente is going to be in a little bit of a bad spot, I guess you could say. Obviously, it looks like he's going to be able to gas it back up and carry on. But yeah, I mean, it was just a huge stack up from Velike going down on the bottom. Everybody tried to check up. Some of them just didn't understand the assignment.
Yeah, we're going to have to take another quick commercial break, fix some of the production as we come back here for Halloween 500. You're not going to miss a single lap of green flag action. So we're back under caution here at Daytona.
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics. Find us on eBay Auctions.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Back for the Halloween 500 from MMG Money League here at Daytona International Speedway. 70 laps remaining, Jacob and Wesley. And we have a lot of racing left and a lot of drivers still in it trying to win that $700 payday, Wesley.
Yeah, by the way, if you see it, the caution information, it has reset. And it says we only have one caution now, but I think we're right now, what caution flag 13? Lucky number 13, I believe, Jacob Reeves, if you're keeping count, man. It's been definitely a crazy, wild race here. The first 130 laps, and we are not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley, it makes a lot of sense with a crazy race, 13th caution. Halloween right here around the corner as well for the Halloween 500. I mean, it all kind of makes sense. You know, you got cars that's been blinking all over the place, kind of like ghosts, I guess you could say. Still haven't heard anybody out there on the live chat talking about the Skittles. I mean, why? I mean, y'all have got to eat Skittles out there in the live chat.
I said yellow. I don't like the color yellow. You heard me say that.
Well, I guess you saying yellow, but I want to hear everybody else because, I mean, I'm a big fan of the orange and the purple. You know, I like to mix them together, and if I'm weird like that. But anyway, we still got a long way to go. 70 laps coming to 69. There's a number for you. 69 coming to the green right here. The pushes it's just going to get more aggressive right here, Tyler Dittmer. And the other thing about it is that, honestly, the give-a-dams are going to go out the door at this point. And that's just going to be the whole thing about it. I got a feeling you're going to see more cautions with these guys trying to be more aggressive.
Skittles, somebody chimed in.
Yeah.
Green Skittles.
God help us all. I will say this. I don't think there was a give a darn from the beginning of it, but there's a lot of drivers very pissed off in the driver chat here. I'm in session watching it live as well as here with the broadcast, but a lot of very upset drivers. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines is your race leader. But these guys have not been patient for one lap, and I don't think they'll continue to be patient or lack of patience for the rest of this race.
What's the name of the lyrics to that song? My give a damn's busted, right, Jacob? Something like that,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Love that song.
Oh, well, we'll try it again here, guys. That's all I can say.
I think they're actually now arguing about video games in the driver chat, which is a very confusing topic for them. For drivers going for $700, you think they would be pretty silent over the radio and trying focusing on the win, but guess they're all in on chatting it up. So coming back to the green here, we will have 68 laps remaining. Garrett Maines, your leader, Kevin Freeze on the outside, John Mollahan, as well as Kyler Wynn with Brian Hennings, your top five. Joe Huerta, he's there in row number 3, and then you got Malik Ray back there in row number 4. To his inside is Christopher McCullough. Green flag back in the air. Pretty organized restart here. No one really pulling super far away, Jacob.
And Christopher McCullough started 44th in the field here tonight, and he is sitting on that inside, 4th guy on the inside lane. Malik Ray thought about trying to jump down and fill that hole, but he thinks different of it. How about Steven Scott Jr.? We saw him get caught up in like 2 or 3 wrecks tonight. How the hell is this car even running? He's sitting up here on the 9th spot. Garrett Maines, Kevin Freeze off turn 2.
Not giving up. Under 70 laps to go now. It's Freeze up on the outside. Wynn gives him a shot. Maines gets the shot from Mollahan, and they're going to run each other up the banking. 31 degrees, side by side as they thunder back to the line for lap number 132.
Top 9 call it pretty organized. Meanwhile, the rest of the field kind of strung out single file further on back on the inside lane. But these top 8, top 9 drivers, they're being aggressive for it. They're trying to find themselves to the front. Kevin Freeze gets a shot from Kyler Wynn, gets a little loose there through the trioval.
Good save by Kevin Freeze into the 25 Kellogg's car. Keeps it up front. Wynn not letting off that back bumper. Here comes Maines on the inside. John Mollahan in the 44 showing 2, but 44 on timing and scoring, rolling on this inside lane as well.
Back straight away, Maines still stays hugged to the bottom of the racetrack. Mollahan right there behind him. Hennings as well. Here comes another car. McCullough, that's a name we ain't mentioned in a while. One of the promoters of the race. Here he comes, Tyler, climbing into the top 10 off 3.
Yeah, he's to the inside of Malik Ray. Meanwhile, Brian Hennings, the one in front of McCullough there. They're going to roll in very organized 2x2x2 for about 4 rows. And then it's a little bit more strung out further behind. As you see, we're starting to see some attrition here, gentlemen, throughout this race.
Yeah, and Daniel Eberhardt, the 3rd back here. He's got Matthew Baker right behind him as well. And we'll see if Baker decides if he wants to get a little aggressive and try to drive up here and make it 3 wide. Kyler Wynn still holding it down right here behind Kevin Freeze, but it's all Garrett Maines off turn 2 is Freeze, y'all. He's a hell of a shot.
Freeze with a shove, just a little wiggle there at the rear end by the help of Wynn. Wynn kind of helped him correct. Maines lost the lead for just a second. Now he battles back inside the 12, back to the lead as they work 3 and 4.
The field comes back together now. Call it about 8, 9 rows, 2x2x2 before some single file behind them. Then you see another group of cars, call it about 6 or 7 cars, 2x2x2 further on back behind this main pack as they work their way through the trioval. Garrett Maines, our leader.
Maines going to get a fender out in front, right behind him. Mollahan going to try to give the shove. Now Wynn gets to the back bumper of Kevin Freeze. Same old song, same old dance right here between all 4 of these drivers is Joe Huerta. Right behind him with Brian Hennings off turn 2.
Right now, Garrett Maines stays on that inside lane. He is locked. He is not going anywhere. Mollahan, Hennings, stay to the bottom. Freeze, though, the Kellogg's machine. Another shot from Wynn. Here comes the 1 now, also up in this battle. All this goes on as they work. I want to say that's Herda in the 35 on timing and scoring there off 4.
Yeah, Herda 35 timing and scoring, number 1 green and white machine on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, Kevin Freeze will lead that lap thanks to Kyler Wynn, but he gets a little loose through the trioval. 29 cars still on the lead lap here at Daytona.
I say this, if I was Kevin Freeze and I had the opportunity to jump down in front of Garrett Maines, I'd already be gone because Kyler Webb wearing out that belly bumper gets into him. He gets into Mullahan. Big save by both of those drivers, and now Freeze is going to be rolling on that outside.
They get a little shove. There goes the 25. Freeze to the inside. You saw it happen as they moved down the back straightaway. Win, though, powers with Herta to the lead in 3.
Yeah, 4 cars on the outside lane now become 3 cars on the bottom lane, but Kyler Wynn gets held out by Joe Herta. Meanwhile, Malik Ray to the back bumper. He'll go with Kyler Wynn and gives him a shot. Kevin Freeze going to go to the back bumper of Joe Herta. Garrett Maines behind Malik Ray. They're all jostling for position as they work their way through the tri-oval.
3 of the best on iRacing to do it. Kyler Webb, Malik Ray, and Garrett Maines rolling up here on this top side. And Steven Scott Jr., who got caught up in about 50 accidents here tonight, rolling as that 4th guy on that outside lane. But here comes Joe Herta on the inside. He's going to take the lead.
Here comes another number 1. It is Herta's car. That Toyota Supra now powers to the bottom of the racetrack. Freeze gives him a shove. Mullahan, Hennings on the bottom as they work up top. Win now, losing ground as they work 3 and 4.
Drivers getting back to more organized situation after Mullahan almost lost it on the bottom in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Malik Ray gets a shot from Garrett Maines. He's trying to go to the back bumper of Kyler Wynn. He's not there yet. Meanwhile, Kevin Freeze to the back bumper of Joe Herta. They'll take the lead throughout 1 and 2.
Herta still got it on the bottom, and now Freeze will give the shove. Here comes Wynn. Wynn trying to get the shove from Ray. Everybody jostling for position, trying to hold on through these 31 degrees of bacon through 1 and 2. Herta's going to squirt out ahead off of turn 2.
Remember the cliche, the term we mentioned of 9 lives, cue the John Carpenter theme, Halloween. Scott now, Tyler Dittmer, the Michael Myers car, starts to make his way now into the top 10. Keep an eye on the outside lane, the 77's rolling.
Yeah, Scott's still sitting there on the outside lane. Meanwhile, Paul Way, he's back there. He call him the 6th car in the outside lane. Outside lane losing a little bit of ground here right now, but Malik Ray's trying to get Kyler Wynn back up to the front. He's got an aggressive shove there through the tri-oval. Meanwhile, they're still 2 by 2 by 2.
And don't count out the other 2 guys down here on the bottom, 5th and 6th on the inside lane, the McCullough boys, who put it all together here tonight for the Halloween 500. They are in contention when it matters most. Is up front. Herta squirts out once again coming off of turn 2.
And what a run Herta's car's got. He stays locked to the bottom of the racetrack like a coiled cobra. Meanwhile, ready to pounce on the prey is Wynn's car to the top shelf. Malik Ray would help. Maines is there. Teammates working the battle on the outside.
Yeah, those 3 are able to make some moves, but they can't keep it up tight enough to make that complete pass around Joe Herta on the bottom. Freeze able to stay tighter to that bumper of Joe Herta, but you got to wonder about overheating concerns, Jacob and Wesley, as we've talked about multiple times tonight. That 25 machine's got to be careful so he doesn't blow his engine before this race is over.
Yeah, that's going to be the bad part. Him down there on the bottom side, he can't really jump up and try to clear that valence. He's going to put himself in a bad spot, but he's still trying to shove Herta as much as he can. Race control disabled the driver. Chance, somebody said a bad word as Herta squirts out once again off to the lead.
And the reason why Freeze is trying to pull to the inside to try to get some clean air is because he is trying to avoid that overheating that Tyler just mentioned. But right, though, behind him is Mullahan. Hennings right there. They're all stacked up, but that's going to make these cars overheat.
Mullahan's car does not look comfortable further back in traffic. He looked more comfortable when he was 2nd or 1st in line, but now he's 3rd in line. He's been a little squirrely coming off the bottom every single time through 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll see if he can keep it together now that he's in traffic.
Mullahan still trying to roll with what he's got. Started 19th, and he is sitting up here in a position to go for it here at the end. To his outside, Garrett Maines up here. The 3 big dogs here in the field win. Ray and Maines up on the top side.
Here we go, back stretch now. Wynn powers back alongside with Herta. Chevrolet and Toyota. They bang on the side of the passenger and the driver doors. Right now, they hold it together, and they're still stride for stride up the banking into 3.
Yep, drivers still pretty organized right now, 2 by 2 by 2. Call it about 15 rows for the meanwhile. Joe Herta gets a shot from Kevin Freeze. Meanwhile, Kyler Wynn's waiting for the shot from Malik Ray. It gets there through the Geico restart zone. Wynn to the outside of Herta as they work their way towards 1.
And we got lap traffic right here in front of them, boys. Up here on the top side, you got Haynes and Bruschi up here as well, but they're going to shoot right by them, give them the lane, and they're going to slide right by. Now Herta still on that inside lane. Freeze trying to get the shove. Here comes Wynn with another run.
That lap traffic stays up on the outside lane. The leaders thunder by on them first 2 rows on the bottom. It is now Herta now getting company by Wynn. Wynn wants to win as we approach now the 400-mile mark of this race at lap number 160, and still Wynn is in the lead.
Malik Gray shoved Wynn out of line there. Looks like Malik Gray wants to lead a lane. He wants that clean air that comes with it. Meanwhile, further back, Matthew Baker, Steven Scott Jr., they're rolling 3rd and 4th in the outside lane as Garrett Baines to the back bumper of Malik Gray. Herta to the back bumper of Wynn.
To quote the Godfather himself, Dave Moody, crank up the band. It's showtime here in Daytona. Malik Gray up on the top side. Wynn jumping down to the bottom side. He's got Herta. Herta's going to give him a shot coming off of turn 2.
He gave him a big shot right now, a punt in the pants, if you will. Dave Moody style to the back straightaway. Malik Gray got loose. Maines gave him a shove. Now there's a push by Herta. Herta pushes Wynn, freezes alongside. So is Mollahan, and Michael Myers is in the party in 3.
Maines gave Malik Gray a shot there, entering 3 and 4. Got that number 1 car unsettled. He's to the outside of the other number 1 car of Joe Herta. Malik Gray now gives a shot to the back bumper of Kyler Wynn, who jumped up in front on the outside lane. Herta to the lead.
Wynn trying to figure out which lane he wants to go in. Does he want to go with Herta or does he want to go with Ray? He's going to stay with Malik Ray to his inside. Joe Herta with Kevin Freeze on that inside lane. Mollahan still got absolutely nowhere to go. He's trapped down there on the bottom side, Wesley.
Little separation now by the front 2. Herta now separates from Wynn. They're trying to clean, try to clean and try to cool off the engines. Nonetheless, they stack up again. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 up the banking in 3.
Wynn drops back down in front of Herta. Malik Gray going to try and lead that outside lane with a shove from Garrett Maines. He's there to the outside of Wynn now. Scott Jr., he's behind Garrett Maines. Maines gets Gray a little loose. They keep it controlled for now. Little bit of a bobble there as they go through the tri-oval.
And the bumps is going to get more aggressive. Kyler Wynn's got the lead, and now Maine shoving, absolutely shoving. Malik Gray going into turn number 1. He lifts off the throttle, gets off of the back bumper. Now Kyler Wynn, he's going to get a nose out in front, get a whole car out in front, maybe try to jump back to the top side.
1 shot, 2 shots loose for the number 1 of Ray. Now Maines is right there behind him. He'll give him another shot as they work up the banking to 3. This time, cover him about there on the car length as they work on the inside. Wynn now to the lead in the 82 and pulls away as now the battle of the ones happen off 4.
To quote the modern poet Little John, shots, everybody. And that's what's happening here at Daytona. Meanwhile, Daniel Eberhardt, he's got Cody Neagles behind him, trying to make a 3rd lane work on the outside.
And Herta's going to be able to get that shot here. Freeze, they're going to slide. Big one
Scott.
Behind him as Steven Scott Jr. gets involved. Multi-car accident once again, and we're under caution once again here at Daytona.
Man, oh man, Scott's car. Remember the Michael Myers machine that I was mentioning? It was getting chaotic. It is starting to become a nightmare for that man's car. But I'll tell you what, though, give him a 9 live again here, Tyler. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he kind of just spun. The problem is Mike George gets nailed by Paul Witt Jr. Might have broken a right rear toe link. It's kind of unfortunate for Mike George there in that 29 machine. That's a big hit to the right rear. That car's got some significant damage, but as we look back here, it kind of just got bad shove to Scott Jr., comes up, hits Paul Witt, and Barber gets into the back, it looks like, of Scott Jr., and that's going to get him loose, and around he goes right in front of Paul Witt, makes contact with one of the McCullough boys, and then Paul Witt and Cody Nagels make some contact. You see Paul Witt goes up there as he comes back down, bang, Mike George gets nailed.
How lucky was Baker in the 5, Jacob, as well? That orange and black number 5 machine. I mean, he could have got collected, stayed locked to the outside safer barrier, able to scamper through that accident.
Well, I don't think he's going to be too lucky because I think he'd probably get the EOL and he'll have to go back to the back. But I will say this. I mean, it could have been a lot worse for him. It could have been a lot worse for him, honestly, because, you would rather have an EOL and go all the way to the back. Rather than get caught up in the accident, because then it would completely screw you up. And whether or not he's burnt a faster pair or not remains to be seen for Matthew Baker. But I got to give a shout-out to the Mystic Whisperer. Hate it for you. I had the dark horse for Mike George, and then obviously he's going to have a broken right rear toe link, as Tyler Detmer was saying. So apparently I put the curse on him once again.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation as Baker gets into the back of Scott, gets loose. Paul Witt's involved. As we mentioned, Mike George is involved. Leaders down pit road here. Just over 50 laps remaining. We might see drivers try and stretch fuel here, but that's going to be a tall task, especially if you're leading a lane. You ain't saving any fuel at all, Wesley.
No, you're coming in. You're filling up the tanks. You're ready to go here, man. I don't want to say this is the money stop by no stretch of the imagination. Remember, we said they probably could recover and probably pit about 2 more times before this race goes. But again, guys, listen, we've seen yellow flag fiesta here tonight. People might not like yellow Skittles. I don't either. We've seen these cautions. I think if you're keeping count, yellow flag number 15 now, Jacob Reeves. But we're seeing drivers that are either playing possum, as we mentioned when we came on the air, hanging back, up in the front, seeing their strengths, seeing their weaknesses, seeing their friends, seeing their foes, fall back, climb back up, and now it's about that time to hit that go button, if you will, Jacob, to climb to the front and make a run to the finish with now 3/4 of the race done and closing in on over 50 to go.
Yeah, absolutely, West Outland. There may be some of them thinking about that go button to go ahead and more or less Nicolas Cage and Gone 60 Seconds, go, baby, go. Some of them may be thinking, no, baby, no, and slide, but, to the back thinking that there's going to be another big crash. And it's possible it could happen at the front. It's possible it could happen from fifth on back, wherever. So a lot of different strategies could be playing out right here, Tyler Dittmer. With some of these guys maybe at the front. Some of them may be thinking, hey, I'm in a good spot. I'm going to keep it up here at the front. Some of them, maybe like Kyler Wynn right there at the start, just go ahead and drop back down and drop to the back and let them go ahead and wreck and then be able to fight them out with less cars at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's definitely a strategy as Mike George is officially out of this race. His day is done, unfortunately. Joe Herta, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, Kevin Freeze, and Cody Niegels, your top 5 right now as they run the Halloween 500, but things are going to change here in short order as we're about to see probably 50 laps remaining when we eventually go green. Someone in the chat saying this is the yellow flag 500. Well, it's felt that way at times. We had a couple decent green flag runs, no green flag stops. We might not even see a green flag stop now as the drivers are here close to that fuel window, and I guarantee you, Wesley, we'll see at least one more caution.
I think we'll see more than one more caution. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disappoint anybody for sure. Thomas Parker said the yellow flag 500. You ever heard of that song by Alabama? Jacob, I know it's the 5 o'clock 500 and I run it every day. Well, this has been the yellow flag 500, it feels like. And man, I got to give him props though. We did have a good 40-lap run for a green flag stretch, but man, guys, this has just been a caution-filled event, but we'll see what happens at the end of the rainbow. These guys are going to make their way to the back straightaway, side by side. Herta's another number 1 car that we really haven't talked much about until, the last 10, 15 laps or so. He's one of those guys that have been really competitive. He can hang with Maines. He can hang with Malik Ray, Freeze, and others. And, again, so many good guys up in front here to decide who's going to win this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those guys we haven't really talked about all race long is Logan York. He started 31st. Yeah. He's up here in 5th. We haven't talked about him literally all race long. Now he's got himself in contention to get up here and maybe have a shot right here, coming to 50 laps to go right here. So it's game time right here, Tyler. We'll see who ends up taking it.
It is game time. Logan York was a lap down at one point, battling for the lucky dog. He's back on the lead lap. Meanwhile, you got Matthew Lee right there. Looks like he's the 4th car on the outside lane. Then you got Brian Headings. He'll be 4th car on the inside lane. Kenneth McCullough Jr., John Mollahan rounding out your top 10. But right now, it's Joe Herta, Garrett Maines, Malik Ray, and Kevin Freeze. Right now, your top 4 as we're getting ready to go back to the green flag for lap 150 of 200 here at Daytona. Herta gets a good jump. Malik Ray, another 1 car on his back bumper. Meanwhile, Kevin Freeze tight to the back bumper of Garrett Maines as they work towards 1 and 2.
The quote of the great band of Alabama, like Wesley was talking about, I'm in a hurry and don't know why. I think every damn one of them knows why. For 700 big ones, here comes Maines on that top side. He's got Freeze trying to work with him, and now the 1 cars down there on the bottom side, Herta and Ray off turn 2.
Back straight away again for the restart. It's Herta stayed locked to the inside. Here comes now Maines right there to power alongside the driver in the passenger door. Malik Ray now. He's not teammates. He's teammates with Maines, but right now he's helping out Herta in the one as they pulled away in 3.
Yeah, they're trying to pull away on the bottom. Logan York there sitting third car on the bottom in front of Brian Hennings, and you see Matthew Lee landed.
Trouble.
Oh, nope. Looks like it's just a single car spin. We're staying green for the meanwhile. Lap 151, 50 to go here, Jacob.
That one driver that was sideways was Steven Scott Jr., but he keeps it straight and gets away. Here we go, Joe Herta on the bottom, trying to see if maybe he might jump up to the top side. Ray gives him a shot and knocks him up the hill. Now Herta gets up into the wall. Everybody skippers and scatters, and we're going to have another big one.
There's Malahan around. It looks like the 2. Some other cars. It's Felique down to the bottom of the apron and other machines. He rewind it. You see it happen in real time. Perfect work by Cody Knott. There's the shot. There's the shove. An overcorrection it looked like by the one of Herta. It stacked everybody behind them there, Jacob and Tyler. Here's yellow flag out again. Wow.
Looked like Matthew Lee was involved, but he might have been able to keep it straight. We'll have to see. We'll look at his onboard here. Definitely looked like he's able to save it. Kind of got pushed back straight by Landon Felique. He holds on to it, but he's going to have some significant damage to the left side of that number 04 machine.
And unfortunately there that you see, I mean, you know, Matthew Lee and all those guys, Malahan and all of them, all they're trying to do is just trying to check up. Freeze checks up. Nagels checks up. Lee checks up. Malahan checks up. Everybody else, they didn't get it. And they drove straight into all of them, and the only ones that got busted out of it was Lee and Malahan. They're the ones that took the worst end of all of it right there. So another caution, and, you know, we're seeing out there, even race control even keyed up. Kenny Reel, who is our race control here this evening, he's saying that there's going to be a lot of cautions. There's going to be
said, I'm losing my mind. Get it right there, Jacob.
Well, he said that too. I mean, he said he's going to lose his mind too, yeah.
Yeah, he's the race director, and he's trying to hold all this chaos and mayhem together. Thomas Parker chimes in, 1 of 6 more cautions. He predicts 6 more cautions. Mike George, yes, another caution. Guys, come on, y'all. The money's on the last lap, not on lap 152. Oh.
Yeah, the frights continue here in the Halloween 500 at Daytona International Speedway. Malik Ray is going to be your leader. Garrett Maines second. Kevin Freeze and Logan York are coming down pit road, as is Garrett Maines. He makes a late decision. He comes down pit road. They're pitting for hopefully what they think is the last time on fuel. Malik Ray, alone and afraid out there behind the pace guard.
I don't know about that one right there. I mean, you know, that's going to be a tough one right there for Malik Ray to swallow. Now, here comes Wynn. Wynn's going to get back up here and get in the middle of this right here as well. They're the only 2. Now you see a couple of stragglers back here that elected to stay out right here. John Ward stays out. You know, Corey Busker. We haven't talked about him. Well, granted, he's 3 laps down. He's fixing to take the lucky dog, but still, I mean, still, Wesley, he's still in this thing. We get a couple more cautions. He gets a couple more lucky dogs. Who knows?
That's right.
The 1998, he may be in contention to win this damn thing. You never know.
The word lucky dog is now today's terminology, free pass. Remember that the guy gets back on the lead lap, and of course, nobody's going to go for the wave around because literally the leaders stay out with Malik Ray and so many good cars. Hey, listen, you mentioned him. What about Scott in 77, Michael Myers' car? What has he got? Like he's got 6 lives taken out of 9. I mean, you know, he's still got probably 3 more opportunities to try to get back in this thing in battle amongst all the shake, rattle, and rolls, the bumps, bangs, bruises. He is still, I mean, seriously, Tyler, in the race in that Scott car. And I love the car. If I had to give an award for the best looking car of this race for the Halloween 500, it'd have to go to the Halloween car, Michael Myers. Yes.
Well, there is a reward for it though, Wesley, as a prize for the best paint scheme. So Wesley's out here campaigning for the Scott car there. I don't know how well that'll work out for him, but we see right now 29 drivers still on the lead lap. Corey Buskirk, he's 2 laps down. He just got a lucky dog to go from 3 to 2 laps down, but 29 drivers remain on the lead lap. We still have over 45 laps remaining here at Daytona, Wesley and Jacob. And
Cody, can we show his car? Where's his car at? The Scott car. Can we show it real quickly? He's on pit road. Okay, he's on pit road. Can we show his car? Can I just say till I appeal to everybody? So at least Scott wins something. Right there it is. Look at that car, man. It's badass.
Well, hold up now, Wesley. Now I'm going to disagree with you because I see another one up here. Go with a 09 of Logan York. Go check out his paint scheme. That's a good one right there. That's child's play on the back. That is child's play. That's Chucky, the dog. Chucky on the side of the car, man. That one right there, that is original as hell right there. That'd be my pick for the paint scheme award right there.
Henning's car looks good, Cody. Zoom in on Henning's car. Look at that one. That's the 74 car. He's got a pretty good looking job. I'm sorry, I'm sticking with Scott. You ain't changing my mind. Okay, Halloween is Michael Myers. I'm sticking with Michael Myers in the Halloween car.
Well, while my colleagues continue to argue about what
Hey, Tyler, what about Haynes? Somebody said Haynes. Where's Haynes' car? Where's that one at? The Haynes car? Haynes has the best paint. Who is Haynes? Where's Haynes at? Haynes. Whoever that is, Cody. Try to find him as we come for a restart. There's a shot of the front straightaway. The front straightaway. There's a shot of the front of the field in the front of the cars there. They look really, really cool there. So, hey, there it is. There's Haynes' car. What is this one? Is that Nightmare on Elm Street? What is that?
It's got a bunch of people on it. Looks like it's got a bunch of. It looks like it's got Myers and maybe even Jason as well.
Freddy Krueger? No. It's the Addams Family.
It is the Addams Family. It looks like.
I mean, Vincent Guerrero.
That's an ugly version of the Addams Family right there, Tyler.
Well, see, in that 14 right there on the inside lane, he's got the Nightmare on Elm Street paint scheme. So a lot of them getting represented here tonight for Halloween, Tyler.
All the horror films, yet the horrors may continue for some drivers as we have about 46 laps remaining when we take the green. Malik Ray, Kyler Wynn, Garrett Maines, Kevin Freeze, Logan York, your top 5. Brian Hennings is 6th in that outside lane. Malik Ray leading the field back to green in the Geico restart zone. He gets a good jump there. Garrett Maines tight to his back bumper. Those two looking to lead the field as they go towards 1 and 2. Ray looks up. He's going to jump in front of Kyler Wynn.
Perfectly timed restart right there by Ray and Maines. Now they're going to jump up. He's going to put the block on Wynn. Here comes Maines. He's get the shove from Kevin Freeze. Now on that inside lane, Logan York trying to see if he can roll up here and go with Freeze as well. But Maines looking like he's going to get a nose out in front off turn 2.
Thank you, Jennifer Johnson. She says my boss is the Michael Myers car of Scott. There you go. Back straight away. There goes the number 1. Same old song and dance over and over again several times. Malik Ray, the 1 car, back up in front here at Daytona.
Yeah, he comes back down in front of his buddy Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, Kevin Freeze, Kyler Wynn, and Brian Hennings, your top 5. Logan York sitting there 6th, but he's about a car length behind Kevin Freeze in that 25 Kellogg's machine on the inside. Ray will lead that lap. Kyler Wynn looking at his outside with some help from Hennings as they work towards 1.
Hennings is all over his back bumper. And here comes Davenport in the 55. Mike Davenport, 42nd up to 7th this lap. Now, here comes Baker right behind him. Everhard up here. That outside lane starting to form up big, Wesley.
A little shove and a little loose for a moment with Malik Ray. Wins right there on the outside. Hennings gives him a shove on the top. Now Maines, Ray, they've hooked up again. Freeze right there in the bottom in 3 now, and here comes Wynn to throw the block on the inside.
Yeah, Wynn was going to wait till that last second to make sure Malik Ray didn't get clear of Hennings, but now he is clear. Does he want to jump up and join the party? Meanwhile, nope, Wynn goes up top first. He's got a long way back to that 74 of Hennings. Hennings is going to give him a big shot there in the trioval. They get loose. Hennings almost gets spit out. No, he's going to get turned. Davenport's around.
Big save back there for Wynn, but Davenport goes around in the 55, and we got carnage once again with another caution going into turn number 1.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Wow. That's all I can say. What a heartbreak. Here's a replay in reverse. Watch that red car. I think I called him the big red machine earlier tonight, Tyler. And there's that mention. You saw it right there, just pushing and shoving going on. Guys, it's not necessary right now. Like, what in the world? Come on.
Well, Wesley, if I had to put, somewhat of a reason why this happened, Wynn comes up. But, Hennings could have pulled out of the gas a little bit, but he drove straight up to the back bumper and hit Wynn. And then Davenport just really he didn't have anywhere to go at that point. And then once Hennings got knocked up, Davenport tries to get out of the gas. Baker comes up, hits Davenport. Poor Logan York. You hate to see it for Logan York. He gets involved in this as well. There you see the stack up. There goes Davenport straight down into York. Vincent was able to slide right by it as well in the Nightmare on Elm Street 14 car, but heartbreaker, like you said, for the big red machine of Davenport.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by Kyler Wynn jumping up when the run wasn't there yet. When you have that much of a gap and you're going to get shot and it's not going to be a clean hit, and then you see, like you said, Baker gets in the back of Davenport, around he goes. And York's really a victim here. He had really nowhere else to go, but the frights find you when you expect them the least. Meanwhile, I expect to see everyone who did not pit the last caution to be on pit road. We are definitely inside the fuel window. I expect to see Malik Ray on pit road this time.
Yeah, that's exactly when I would think he would go down. Wynn may end up going with him. We'll see how that works out, but all those guys that did make that pit stop, they're going to elect to stay out right here, so Ray's going to have to work his way from the back, or middle pack, give or take, all the way up to the front. And Wynn will probably have to do the same thing as well, and it looks like both of them may end up thinking they're probably going to go. I would think they would go. If they don't go, I mean, better watch yourself. Don't want to get caught for fake pitting again, Ray. Don't want to get busted for that one again. But then you see Ray and Wynn, both of them do elect to go, and a lot of other guys elect to go with them right here.
Yeah, Maines and Freeze are the only ones I see currently still out on the track right behind the pace car. Meanwhile, everybody else on the lead lap coming down pit road here. Big strategy call. Most of the drivers who pit on the last caution probably could save enough fuel, stay out here, but the rest of this field, it's a big move at this point in time to stay out or pit.
By the way, Nicky Poo, to answer your question, who's in the number 12? That is Garrett Maines. Timing and scoring up above is showing him as the number 45, but he's actually in that number 12 car of Garrett Maines, the Virginia driver. So, again, some of these guys either jumped in and got into this race at the last minute, and it's very aggravating for not only the audience, if you will, but for us broadcasters, to even for the producers, Cody Knott behind the scenes, Jacob and Tyler, to be able to find these cars with the numbers being different on time and scoring or vice versa. We're doing our due diligent best to be able to keep that on track for you.
Damn, Weston, we got beef? We got beef?
Hell yeah, I got beef! When you come to run a race, match your number with timing and scoring. I'm done. Okay, I can't be a jerk. You know that.
What do you think, Tyler? You got beef with it? What do you think?
It's annoying to say the least, but you kind of get used to it and you realize who some of the drivers are, especially when they've been running up front like Freeze and Maines have been most of the race, and it's a lot easier to keep track of. But I understand the frustration of Wesley entirely. We've seen it in the past with other series. It definitely makes it harder and more annoying when you're trying to be like, all right, I'm trying to match numbers to numbers, and then they're not the same, and you're like, what the heck is going on here? So
I mean, when you're talking 100 miles an hour like an auctioneer trying to call this car, that car, that car, that car, that car, and oh my God, I've got hell breaking loose, and you don't know what the numbers are, matching the cars on the timing and scoring ticker, yeah, you definitely can get I need to take an Advil after tonight. I'm just kidding. Hey, guys, but I will tell you this. We're 400 miles in, next lap around. Not this lap, but the next lap. 400 miles down, Tyler Dittmer. 100 miles to go. 40 laps remaining here. This is when I think it's really going to pick up. You were mentioning WWE earlier? Business is about to pick up, in the words of the great JR, right here. Going to be a slobber knocker.
Well, it already kind of has been a slobber knocker with all the cars involved so far as we're looking at the field getting ready 2 by 2. Jacob, we think everyone can make it at this point on fuel. We'll have to see how it all plays out, though, with more cautions as we see drivers come down and get 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're thinking. We're thinking everybody will be able to make it for what they got right here. But, I wouldn't doubt it one bit. If we went halfway, and a caution come out, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys go down pit road, probably go ahead, put 4 freshies on there, fill it up, or just go ahead and just fill it up regardless. Because, it's like Wesley was saying, this is going to be a slobber knocker all the way to the end right here. Business is fixing to pick up. You damn right it is, and I got a feeling. Yeah.
Children to bed.
yeah, that's exactly what we're going to have to do at this point. I mean, because it's fixing to get chaotic, and obviously this is going to be talked about on my podcast, the Door Bang and Download, Spotify, Apple Podcast. If you haven't yet, like, subscribe to that. If you haven't liked it, or if you haven't yet liked and subscribed to the NASCAR 360 Racing Network. And Wesley, I know you listen to my podcast every week. The We Got Beef segment, I'm going to give you 2 words, give you a little hint for it. It's Taco Bell. Taco Bell. That's going to be the beef this week. I guarantee it. I don't see anything else beating it at this point.
Well, what about my scoring ticker thing? You don't think that's fair? Okay, fun. Well, yeah, all right, whatever. Hey, remember the quote from Freddy's Dead Final Friday, or Final Nightmare? Every town has an Elm Street. There's one in Daytona right now at Virtual. As we get ready to decide the final 100 miles, Tyler, the Halloween 500. Here we come back to green, sir.
Matthew Lee behind Garrett Maines on the inside. Meanwhile, Kevin Freeze and Kyler Wynn on the outside. Big shots for both drivers. They're going to get separated from the cars behind them. Malik Ray all over the back bumper of Matthew Lee. Matthew Lee's going to come hard to the back bumper of Garrett Maines as they go towards one.
And Freeze needs to get his help, and his help has finally arrived in the form of Kyler Wynn in the 82. Right behind him, Matt Baker in the 5, going to go up there and give the shove. Maines was clear, but now Freeze got that shot from Wynn. Now he's going to be up to his right rear quarter panel. He may end up being at the right front fender before they get to 3.
400 miles down, 100 miles to go. A century grind remains in this. It is go time. Under 40 to go. It's time to punch that button and power to the front for the leaders. It's Freeze at the 25 up high off 4.
Freeze with a back bumper full of Kyler Wynn. Garrett Maines the back bumper full of Matthew Lee. Then you have Matthew Baker. Really great contact between the leaders as they go through the trial. Big checkup for the rest of the field.
Big bad bump right there by Kyler Wynn to give a shove to Kevin Freeze, but everybody somehow or another, like Wesley Outland said, somehow or another they all hold it together. Maines on the bottom side, Freeze up on the top side. Lee trying to give the shove to Maines. Here comes Freeze. Wynn all over him. He's got to be careful with that bumping going through the corners, Wesley.
They're trying to get 3 wide already in the back, first 4 rows. Meanwhile, Freeze going high, going low. You can't block them all. Here comes now Wynn. He powers to the lead into turn number 3.
Wynn and Malik Ray trying to go to the lead on the outside. Freeze and Maines to the lead on the bottom. Can they get it done? Richard Elliott was the driver 3 wide for a little while. He gets back in line further on back. Call it in the 7th car on the outside lane. Garrett Maines shoving Kevin Freeze. Malik Ray shoving Kyler Wynn. Freeze will lead that lap.
And this is going to get interesting right here with Kevin Freeze up here in front of Maine. And now Wynn is going to be working with Malik Ray, so this is a little bit different. Usually we've been seeing Ray and Maines working together. Now Ray going to work with Wynn right here. How's this going to play out coming off of turn 2?
Well, I mean, Ray's going to work with Wynn, and it's going to be Maines working with Freeze. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they old say in the South. Back straight away. Wynn now gets a push from Ray. He pulls away. Freeze cannot lock on the inside to pull back to the leader in 3.
Wynn did not go to the bottom. He was clear of Freeze for a little while, but now Freeze back to the inside. Garrett Maines giving him the shove. Then you have Matthew Lee, 3rd car in line on the bottom. Matthew Baker, 3rd car in line on the top side. Then you have Daniel Eberhardt and Malik Ray still pushing hard on the 2nd car in the outside lane.
Freeze trying to hold on to it, and Maines is absolutely knocking him silly right here on this inside lane, but all that silliness is going to pay off for him. He's going to get a nose out in front. Now that outside lane comes off turn 2. It's going to get a run. Wynn trying to go the lead as Freeze almost gets turned.
There's a shot by Ray to Wynn. Wynn now powers back alongside that Kellogg's 25 of Freeze. And well, that goes on. Look at now Maines locked on the inside as well. They're stacked up 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. The Thunder rumbles here at Virtual Daytona into 4.
And look, not yet, but Cody Neagles is trying to make the 3rd lane work on the outside. He's about the 17th position for the meanwhile. Kyler Wynn getting a shove from Malik Ray. Freeze getting a shove from Garrett Maines. Freeze leads that lap again as they go towards 1.
Freeze ain't getting shoved right now, Tyler. He is straight up getting wore out right now on that inside lane. Maines trying to see if he can get that inside lane to work, but every time they come off of turn 2, Wynn's going to get the run, but this time looks like Freeze is going to get it. Nope, here comes the outside lane.
That's the drop of that green flag. The aggressive level has picked up. The rev limiter is in overdrive. We're 3 wide now in that 2nd row. It's Freeze now locked to the bottom. Malik Ray's the monkey in the middle. And here comes John Deere Green up in the outside lane off 4.
Eberhardt and McCullough trying to make it work on the outside. They need Elliott to get to their back bumper, but meanwhile, trouble! Meanwhile, Baker's turned around in front of the field. Mollahan's involved, Eberhardt's involved, McCullough's involved. Big hit for all of them. Big trouble here at Daytona going through the tri-oval.
And Eberhardt, one of those guys that got involved as well. He was up on the outside, was trying to make it stick. Just a bad bump draft gone wrong, I believe it was on the inside. No, actually, it was some bad side drafting, if you will. Right behind him, Mollahan, I believe it was in the 2, kind of comes down, gets into, I believe that is Matthew Lee right there, just kind of gets into the side of him, and then Everhart just gets sandwiched up into the fence. You see Lee right here, gets into Baker after Mollahan gets into Lee, and then Mollahan, he's going to get the worst end of all of it, as well as John Deere Green back there, Everhart basically getting sandwiched into the wall coming off of turn number 4.
And guys, it looked like the outside lane just could not get up to speed, and you look again, the inside lane pushed up, and when that happened, because you got that third lane in going, or trying to get started, Tyler Dittmer, it just basically became bumper cars from there, and rock'em sock'em robots, and you just got crashed, bottom line. Feel bad for Baker, feel really bad for John Mollahan. Wow.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. Mollahan's car did not look great in traffic, and that kind of just like, oh, it looks like Joe Herta also got into Mollahan before they disappeared. Wow. Yeah, Herta got into Mollahan, it looks like, before they disappeared. But we talked earlier, Mollahan's car did not like being in traffic. He got loose there off of 4, comes down and just clips Baker, and then the chaos was on from there. Interesting to see how many drivers were involved and how many drivers' races are over, as we see several drivers going down pit road.
Yeah, a lot of them going down pit road right here. Yep.
What do you think, guys? Money stop. This is it. Money stop.
It's a good possibility. This could be the money stop for some of these guys right here. Right here with just a little bit over 30 laps to go right here. So, Tyler, I agree with Wesley Allen right here. I think this is going to be the money stop right here for some of these guys.
Yeah, but for everyone else who stayed out on track, they think they can make it to the end. Now, if we go to the overtime 3 green-white checkers tonight, can they make it through 3? I don't think so. But all these drivers who just picked...
They think we're going to have more cautions, Tyler.
Yes, but all these drivers, though, who just came down pit road, I believe they can make it through 3 green-white checkers with only 34 laps remaining. We expect 45 on a full tank. So if we go to overtime, I like the drivers who just came down pit road. You see everyone else on the apron trying to save fuel in case there is an overtime, because I think all these drivers think there will be at least one.
I love Kenny Reel's expression. He said that 3 hours so far with 39 to go. And it basically the expression meaning by Kenny Reel's sarcasm is it feels like this race has been 3 hours long, which it has, but at the drop of the green flag, gentlemen, it feels like they started with 39 laps to go. That's what he's referring to. Literally. It's been a crazy race, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, it is what it is. I mean, that's what's going to happen, you know, with these 500-mile races right here, Tyler and Wesley. I mean, you know, you get guys, you know, granted we had a long green flag run there at one point, but when it gets down to the end and there's cautions, breed cautions, and cautions, breed cautions, it's like I said earlier, you know, the give a damn goes out the window. You know, put the $700 prize winning money. I mean, that's got a little bit to do with it, I would assume, but mainly it's just, you know, guys are getting agitated. Probably they're sitting there like, come on, it's Daytona. You know, we're good. You know, we can do this 3 wide stuff. You know, we can make it all the way to the end without a caution and everything. And I think it's just frustration's really starting to set in for some of these guys back here. And I think that's why you're going to see some more cautions, probably because frustration's still there.
Yeah, I don't think the trouble is done brewing. The witch's boil will continue, ladies and gentlemen, in the Halloween 500. We're really searching for the puns throughout this race, but I think they've kind of come naturally given the circumstances. Very frightening 500 miles we will have tonight for many drivers. Meanwhile, other drivers trying to find that candy bowl here tonight. See Malik Ray there on the bottom. It looks like he's trying to save more fuel as well in case there are some NASCAR overtimes. But Wesley, it's been fun and exciting at times, but it's been a long race.
Yes, it has. Let's take a look at the caution information counter right now. Remember, it had to be reset, so let's see where we are right now as we get ready for a restart on the Cody Knott bottom left of the monitor, if you please, sir. If we can show the where we are so far with the caution ticker. I think, what were we at? With 12, we're at 12 cautions, I believe.
We are long beyond 12.
Yeah, well, we reached that,
long
so I think we're at 15 or 16 caution flags now. And to pardon the pun of Thomas Parker, we are at 2 of 6. So he said there's going to be 6 more cautions before the end of the race at lap 100. So we're now 2 of 6 now. So, all right, strap in. We're ready to go back to green here, Tyler.
I would say, in the words of Mike Joy, same song, second verse, but this just feels like the song's stuck on loop at this point for these drivers here on these restarts. We will see how it goes this time. Maybe we'll finally finish on a positive note. But Kyler Wynn, Kevin Freeze, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, Matthew Lee, Brian Hennings. That's your first 3 rows. Then you have York, followed by Richard Elliott, and then you have Cody Neagles and Landon Valente. Cody Neagles has been trying to work his way back up to the front. He's now back inside the top 10. Kyler Wynn, though, will lead the field to green. Pace cars off the track. Geico restart zone. Kyler Wynn gets a good jump. Malik Ray gets to his back bumper really quickly. He'll stay there this time. Wynn will clear Freeze as they work their way towards 1.
Perfectly timed restart right there from Malik Ray, and the one on the inside gets right up on the back bumper. Kyler Wynn gives him a shove. He'll shoot him out ahead on that outside lane. Kevin Freeze up here on the 25. Now Wynn jumps up to the top, tries to put the block on him, and Freeze didn't lift. He still hit him, but he kept him straight. Now Malik Ray down on the inside.
As we call this is the thinning of the herd. Who is going to survive at the end? Wynn's car has been really strong the probably second half of the race, and right now he is the Pied Piper, battling with Malik Ray, battling with Maines and Freeze. Those are your final 4, working on 4.
Yeah, top 6 there, pretty tight. Meanwhile, the rest of the field kind of strung out at this point in time. Freeze, Wynn, side by side. Maines, Malik Ray, side by side. Hennings trying to give a shove to the outside lane, trying to get it going, get him clear as they go towards 1.
And Hennings may get a little bit of help up here in the form of Landon Valiki back here in that number 62. He's trying to get his shove and maybe try to get up here and help out this outside lane. You got Coburn right behind him with Cody Neagles, obviously one of the stronger cars, trying to get back to the front.
Wynn on the inside. Freeze now battles up on the outside lane. Garrett Maines gives him a shove. Malik Ray gives a shove to Wynn. Teammates working with other competitors in 3 and 4.
Meanwhile, Malik Ray, Garrett Maines trying to give a shove to their respective line leaders of Kyler Wynn and Kevin Freeze. Hennings is right there. Lee's right there. Valenti's there. York's there. All the drivers. The field comes back together. Cody Neagles makes it 3 wide further back.
And I am not surprised to see that, not one damn bit. Cody Neagles up there trying to get that shove right behind him. You got Christopher Carter in the 25, but 37 on timing and scoring. But up front, Freeze gets that shove from Maines, tries to get going behind him. I'm telling you, Neagles better watch out for him. If it's 3 wide, he can try to make it. His wing gets sideways.
Here comes the hocus pocus again. Valike gets a little sideways. He saves his car. He pushes Hennings up the outside lane. Meanwhile, here comes Freeze. Freeze has Maines on the bottom, and they go 3 by 3 in the turn number 3 and 4.
All of that came from a bad shove from Malik Ray to Kyler Wynn, and that got the field stacked up 3-1. Malik Ray's around, Freeze is around. Big trouble here at the front of the field. Guerrero's involved. Hennings involved. Freeze involved. Malik Ray keeps it straight, but he's going to have some damage to the right front of that number 1.
Tyler Dittmer, you knew that was going to happen. When they got stacked up 3 by 3 going into that corner, I held my breath. I was hoping they'd come out clear on the other side. It just did not happen that way. Malik Ray got into Hennings. Hennings got into Freeze, or vice versa. And you see this basically just happening, a chain reaction. And look at Valike getting up outside. He misses it again, just got a little piece of it. Wow.
Neagles, hard contact to the left front. It looks like Hennings comes down, clips Malik Ray, who comes up, hits Freeze. Valike got a little bit of front left damage, maybe net code, but Neagles hard hit there from what he had. We will see exactly how this shakes out for all these drivers, who's still available. 27 drivers were on the lead lap prior to this caution, and how much damage is done to all these drivers. We will also see who comes down pit road to get some damage fixed, as we have less than 30 laps remaining at Daytona, Jacob.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. And I mean, honestly, this at this point right here is just the thinning of the herd right here, pretty much. I mean, you know, we started out with give or take around 50 cars here tonight, and now it's basically dwindled down to damn near half of them that's going to be on the lead lap right here. And we're not over yet. I mean, we're just inside of 30 laps to go right here. So, I mean, it could get worse. I mean, you know, who knows? We may end up having 5 of them on the lead lap before this thing's all said and done. That's what happens when you have 500-mile races on iRacing. You end up having chaos. But at the same time, I will say this, Wesley Outland, we have seen some great racing. We have seen some of the best racing that we probably ever watched on iRacing here with these guys right here. I mean, they've done a fantastic job with some of the 3 wides and the 2 wides. And the fuel runs and all that other stuff. I mean, there was a stretch where it was about 50 laps or well, not necessarily 50 laps, but probably around the range of about 45 laps under green, that they were just absolutely just moving and throwing crazy moves and everything. So it's been a good race. I just hope that we can get it cleaned up right here at the end and produce a good finish for the fans.
I've got two analogies that I'm going to throw at you guys and our audience as well, and that's what's happening here in this virtual ride at Daytona on this Halloween 500. Nervousness and ruthless aggression right now, because you're literally nervous because any wrong move you make, you could possibly be taken out. Somebody besides you, Tyler, could make a wrong move and get taken out. You're nervous because you're at the end of the rainbow and that leprechaun is dangling that $700 prize, if you will, or should we say it's Halloween? I ain't gonna call it leprechaun. The Grim Reaper, if you will, is waving the money bags at you. But at the end of this perspective, regression is showing because you're going to shove me. Well, damn it, I'm going to shove you back. You push me to the high side, I'm going to block you when you come back to my inside. This is what's going to happen as we close in to these final 25 laps of this race, my friend Tyler.
Yeah, it is, and it really does feel like Groundhog Day up in the booth with all these cautions and all these restarts. But one thing remains the same. Kyler Wynn and Garrett Maines up at the front. Then you have Velike. He's up there in the third position. Matthew Lee in fourth. Logan York in fifth. Then you have Christopher Carter. Joe Herta, who was involved in a wreck earlier, he's back up here in the top 10. Chris McCullough. Mike Davenport has also reemerged from his Halloween grave to make a return inside the top 10 at this point in time, Wesley and Jacob. But we got to do this again for another restart here at Daytona.
And listen, I see people hating in the chat box, and they're talking about professionals or very well put together event, but what a flop, a shame. Listen, guys, I mean, at the end of the day, you get an iRacing rig. You have somebody tell you, I'm going to pay you $700 if you can survive 500 miles. And I'm sorry, Tyler and Jacob, we might be friends in the broadcast booth, but we're on that racetrack right now, and Jacob, you're in my way. We're going to have beef. I'm going to move you out of the way to win the damn race and take the money.
Well, that hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry.
That hurt my feelings. My feelings are sensitive, Wesley. I can't believe you would talk about me like. No. To be honest with you,
Karen.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, you know, for $700, and I love you, and I know that you've done a lot of great things for me, and you know, with North Georgia Speedway and Dixie and everything. But I hate to tell you, buddy, I'd dump your ass for $700 too on here. So I mean, I would.
Yes.
I mean, Tyler, you do it too. You know damn well you would.
I've seen the way Tyler Dittmer drives on Nazareth, by the way.
Whoa, excuse you. I have enough wins that were done clean. Excuse you.
I didn't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying that you drive aggressively the way that you're driven, Tyler, is what I meant to say. That's what I meant.
Especially with some people, you do have to drive aggressively back. Looks like
true.
26 drivers will remain on the lead lap. Malik Ray back in the 25th position, but he's off pit road. He is still running. Meanwhile, let's set the stage. Kyler Wynn, your leader. He took the outside. Garrett Maines inside, row number 1. Then you have Landon Velike and Matthew Lee. Then Logan York and, gosh, I am really struggling with my throat right now. Christopher Carter
We've been talking
in
for
row
4
number
hours.
3. We have. I've had to hydrate a couple of different times. Meanwhile, though, Wynn and Maines, your front row here. Velike and Lee, row number 2. Who gets a better shove? The iRacing virtual pace car makes the hard left down the virtual Daytona pit lane. Maines and Wynn come to the Geico restart zone. Wynn gets a good jump. Matthew Lee's close enough, but Velike's even tighter on the back bumper of Garrett Maines as we're back green here at Daytona.
Can somebody get Tyler Dittmer a cold beer? Maybe that would help out his throat as much as it can. Kyler Wynn going to jump down in front of Garrett Maines. And now this inside lane's going to start to roll. Lee jumps down in line. Now that front, what, 6, 7, give or take. They're going to try to roll single file right here. They may be thinking to wait to the end right here, Wesley.
The inaugural winner of NASRA back during COVID of 2020 is Clinton Maines Matthew Lee. If you remember the door banging download, Jacob, I told you about that story. This man has been playing possum all night. He's now found his way in the top 5 now. Here comes a change for the lead, though, as Maines is looking on the bottom. Tyler out 4.
Kyler Wynn, no help in sight. Will McCullough go up there and join him? Yes, he will. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines, your race leader. Velike there second. Logan York in third on the bottom. Kyler Wynn had a shove from McCullough. He'll maintain. He'll actually get the third place position back. Maines leads at Daytona.
I would watch out for this outside lane right here with Kyler Wynn. The McCullough boys know how to get it done on these super speedways. And here he comes. Now Maines jumps up, puts the block on Kyler Wynn. McCullough, he had to get out of the gas to the inside. Landon Veliki trying to get up here and get the lead, but the outside lane is just too damn strong.
Look at the hocus pocus going on down the back straightaway. 1 minute on the inside. Throw the dust to the outside lane. Now open the door to Velike to the inside. Maine says, no way, Jose. Throws the block on the number 62 as they work three.
Yeah, I expect to see Maines jump back up top. No, we can't. Kyler Wynn is there. Meanwhile, Velike to the back bumper. Maines almost causes trouble there. They make contact with Wynn and Maines as they go through the tri-oval. McCullough all over the back bumper of Wynn as they work towards 1 and 2.
Kyler Wynn trying to put another iRacing win on his resume. Won the Podium 500 earlier this year. Now he's trying to win the Halloween 500 here tonight. But he's got to go through Garrett Maines to do it. Also with Landon Veliki right there behind him. And also he's got Christopher McCullough trying to give him the shove.
Back straightaway, John Deere Green poking to try to make it a 3-wide lane, and somebody pulls in front of him. Here comes now also the number 1 machine. It's going to be Malik Ray trying to climb back into this mix. My apologies. That's Herta. Check that. The 94 is also looking good on the outside.
Yeah, McCullough's running well there right behind Kyler Wynn. You got Herta right there as well as Jones. He's sitting back there in that all-white number 22. Meanwhile, Paul Witt's back inside the top 10. He's 8. He's on the bottom. He's now 7th. They're pushing aggressively here as we close in on 20 laps remaining here at Daytona.
This is going to get interesting right here. You can pretty much pick any of them right there inside the top 20 to have a shot to try to win this damn thing, and you would probably be right. Maines leads off turn 2.
Alike is on the inside. Love the way that last name sounds. He is powered on the bottom. The orange and purple machine. Maines throws the block. Win to the outside as they thunder into turn number 3, coming to 20 to go.
Cody Neagle's back in this race still. He's on the outside lane. He's trying to make a third lane work. He's got Baker behind him. They're pushing hard. Meanwhile, up front, though, you have other drivers battling for position. Look, Matthew Lee now jumps to the outside, makes it 3 wide for about 8.
Gonna see it. This is gonna get interesting right here. Lee up on that top side, right behind him. You got Guerrero trying to give that shove as well. Everhart's back into this bad boy. I thought he was clean and not clean. I thought he was completely tore up. He was out of this thing. But now that outside lane dissipates, is Wynn trying to get the lead.
Trick or treat, smell my feet. I'm going to iRace and beat you all down the back straightaway. Who will it be to carry that $700 prize? Right now, Garrett Maines is trying to be the spooktacular man here at Daytona, but there's a big cluster of demons behind him as they are bumping coming off of 4.
Big stack up there in 3 and 4. That's going to hurt the outside lane. Everhart goes to the outside 3 wide. He's got Eagles behind him. They're going to push forward. Meanwhile, Wynn gets Maines loose yet again. That allows Velike to take the lead.
I'm telling you, look at this cluster, just like Wesley Allen said. I mean, they are clustered up all over the place. First one on the top is Everhart. Everhart trying to get this outside lane to roll, but Garrett Maines is wheeling that damn thing coming off of turn 2.
It is Maines now up in front. Win. It's Velike. They're right there, 3 wide, 3 rows deep. Back straight away. No one jumps out of line. Maines thunders to the point in turn 3. They're 3 wide again here in Daytona.
And look who's rejoined this lead pack. That's Kevin Freeze. He's trying to get back up front. Meanwhile, Maines leads the bottom. Wynn leads the middle. And Everhart leads the top. Neagles, McCullough, Velike pushing him as they roll through the tri-oval. 3 wide at the line, 20 to go.
This is what the fans have stuck around to see right here. Garrett Maines on the bottom, Kyler Wynn in the middle, and up top, Daniel Everhart started 26th. He's all the way up to 3rd. Right behind him, Velike trying to roll in this inside lane. Outside starting to drop back. Here comes Velike for the lead. Wynn gonna go 3 wide.
20 laps to go, 50 miles remain, 450 miles down. It's Wynn to the inside, Velike to the outside. Here comes Everhart. We're 3 wide at Daytona again on the inside. It's the A62.
Every lap, the pack gets looser, the shoves get harder, and the aggression level ramps up yet again. As we're coming to 19 to go, Wynn will have the lead. He's out front of all 3 lanes. Meanwhile, Everhart, Maines, Velike lead the row of 3 up front. Wynn's got to figure out which lane to block. He can't block all 3 at the same time. He stays in the middle. Now he's going to jump to the bottom in front of Velike.
I've said it numerous times right here, boys. This is about the time all hell ends up breaking loose. Wynn jumps down to the bottom, puts the block on Velike. Everhart up top. Maines, they're going to make contact. Wynn's in Maines. They make contact, but everybody keeps it straight.
What a save, though, but the 94 gets turned. There's other cars wrecking, but my goodness, Velike is like a cat with 9 lives, and somehow all of these cars, though the caution is out, Tyler Dittmer, pull away from that crash on the back straightaway. Unbelievable.
Yeah, a lot of them were able to pull away. Some contact made. We'll have to see how that affects the performance, but it looks like Mains to the outside of Wynn gets a kind of just come together almost. Wynn comes up a little bit. Mains involved. McCullough's there. Everhart's involved. Mains keeps it straight for the most part. It looks like everyone gets away from hitting the wall, but we'll have to see how much damage from all that contact.
Well, I'll say this right here. I mean, that had a little bit to do with possible net code right here. If you look and see Wynn kind of comes up right here. Mains maybe come down a little bit. And then, I mean, it's just like they get latched on right there. I mean, that's something not like, you know, seeing somebody get right rear hooked. It's just like they got connected and they just couldn't get off one another. So that's just one of them things. At least that's what it looks like, because I'm assuming Wynn wouldn't just go up there and just wreck his own self. And, you know, we know Garrett Main's good enough not to just come down and right rear hook somebody up into the wall off turn 2. So, I mean, that's just one of them things right there. And unfortunately, Christopher McCullough gets involved. Everhart gets involved. Freeze, damn, he almost got in it, but he was able to miss it. But that's just one of them things with that aggressive driving. Nobody giving an inch right here, Wesley Allen.
Gotta wonder how many damaged cars we saw from that exchange as well. I mean, it might be minimal, if none, Tyler Dittmer. We saw Garrett Main's car get a little piece of it. So did Everhart. So did even the 94 of McCullough. Turned out to be in a really, really bad crash. Turned out to be just a spin. And everybody, again, was able to be right back on the binders and get right back on the throttle as soon as it happened. And here comes more guys, I think, coming down pit road. Take advantage of it. 18 to go. I think we're setting ourselves up for a crazy finish here at the Halloween 500.
Yeah, Corey Buskirk, by the way, back on the lead lap. He was 3 laps down at one point in time. He's kept it rolling. He is back on the lead lap. I think we're going to see a lot of drivers come down and get whatever damage they had repaired. Maybe put on 4 fresh Goodyears with only 26 drivers on the lead lap. This is extremely important. You can take the 4 fresh tires, as we're going to have well over 10 laps remaining. You can make the moves. We've seen it happen before here at Daytona on iRacing.
Absolutely, and we'll see how that all works out right there, as it looks like our producer's ready for a quick commercial break. So I tell you what, let's take a quick one and bring you right back here for the finish here at Daytona.
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics. Find us on eBay Auctions. 52 Comics.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. We're back live here at the Halloween 500. Your race leader is Kyler Wynn. Meanwhile, Valente to his outside. Velike, sorry. Logan York, as well as Joe Herta. Field coming back to green. Velike gets the jump here on the restart. He'll get well clear. Herta right behind him, but they call it about a car length gap. Meanwhile, Kyler Wynn. Velike drops down to the bottom in front of Wynn for the meanwhile.
Velike's got to put the block on him, so here comes Kyler Wynn. He's going to try to roll right here on this bottom side. Herrera up here on the top trying to get the shove from him. How about Cody Nagels back up here in this fight after all the hell he has been through in that number 6. But now Wynn going to jump to the top and try to go for the lead.
Meanwhile, drivers battling back and forth here. Really tight. Call it about 10 cars that are broken away from the lead pack. Velike on the bottom, Wynn on the top, Herta and York second in line for each. And then Paul Witt's right there in that 429 machine. McCullough and Cody Neagles still there. He's trying to work his way back up to the front as Velike jumps to the top here in 3 and 4.
We'll see how this ends up working out. And now Velike trying to hold it down as much as he possibly can. Now we got another caution. Caution is out. Looking back through the field, not really seeing who it was. Had to be way the hell back there in the back because I don't see anything right here. Might have been, Tyler, it honestly, it might have been one of them damn debris cautions for another one.
Yeah, it's felt like this has been how the race has gone, but Velike is still the leader. Win, and then York, and then you have Witt, Huerta, Niegels, still inside the top 10. Cody Niegels has had a hell of a race. He's gone from the back to the front to the back to the front, but involved a couple of wrecks as well, but he's still inside the top 10 here, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a pretty good job of that. Sorry about the technical issues, folks. Hopefully everyone has liked and subscribed to the Nazareth 360 Racing Network and saw the new stream up, so hopefully everybody will be around for the finish here tonight. But yeah, I mean, Cody has went through, like I said, I mean, he's literally went through hell and back to be able to get back up here and have a shot. And Paul Witt in the 429, he's went through hell and back to try to get up here at the front. He started 30th, but he's up here going to be sitting 4th. How about Logan York? He was an innocent bystander a while ago, Tyler, and now he's up here in prime position trying to get this sucker done right here coming up on 10 to go.
Yeah, this race is just really all about attrition, Jacob. I mean, and Wesley, you can chime in here. I know we lost some of your cameras there on the backstretch.
Yeah, I don't have no camera angle, guys. Yeah.
But
I'm just listening.
Been a race of attrition so far tonight.
It has, man. It's been that way all night long, and it seems like from the start of this race at the drop of the green, it has been that way. Everybody, okay, I got a monitor back in front of me. My apologies. It has been that way, and for everybody that's chiming in, strap in, hold on tight. I think this reset can help make you skip the first 3.5 hours of the first of the race. You know, it was good. Don't get me wrong. It was a great one. Go check out the replay. But my goodness, I think even the broadcast stream crashed because it's so exhausted of the yellow and the caution flags. So we're ready to bridle this thing here. It's going to be an exciting last 13 laps or so. And, man, I don't know who could listen, anybody can win this thing. I'm telling you, I'm exhausted trying to say who can get this this win here. And there's new names now, Tyler and Jacob, that are popping up in this. Hey, there goes Michael Myers' car. Scott, here he comes, right back in the dance again. So it's not over yet, guys.
Yeah, Steven Scott and John Ward are back inside the top 10. Then you have Tucker McClendon, a new name. He sits 11th. Malik Ray, after some damage, he's back in 13th. But a lot of the big names have been up front, and they're still up front. Joshua McCullough, he sits 15th. We have 25 cars still on the lead lap right now here at Daytona. And we're going to probably have about 10 laps to go by the time we go green.
Yeah, that's going to get real good on that one. And, you know, I'll piggyback off of what Wesley was saying about, just the damn stream giving out. I mean, it made it as long as it did. I mean, it really did. It made it as long as it did. So we got to give the props on that one. And big shout out to Cody Knott for all that he does with the Nazareth 360 Racing Network and just putting up with it all night long. And, I agree. The first 3.5 hours was good. I mean, it really was. It was a damn good race all the way up to this point. But this is going to be when everybody's going to want to see it right here, Tyler. This is going to want to see. This is when everybody's going to watch and see who's going to take home that $700 prize for the win. Because I'll say this. You make it 500 miles after all this, you deserve to get paid at that point.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, while we were off, actually, you missed no green flag action, so... it looked like a single car incident at the back of the field. Eberhardt was involved. Baker got the EOL for it, so those two drivers involved. Garrett Maines now at the back of the field as well from the earlier incident. But like we said, 25 drivers on the lead lap still. One driver, one lap down. That's Mark Vondell. He's in 26th. Edward Marshall is 2 down in 27th. But they're running out of time to make up those laps as we should have 10 to go by the time we go green here. And if you thought the first 4 hours was crazy, well, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to get even crazier.
Oh, and by the way, remember, there's 3 attempts at overtime if need be also.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, wow.
Really? You had to go there, didn't you?
I'm sorry. I just,
you had to go there, didn't you?
It's a screen fest. What can I say,
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think we'll if everything gets straightened out right here, guys, I think we'll be able to have us a good green flag finish. And, like you said, with the 3 overtime, 3 overtime deals that we got and everything. But
yeah.
I think this is still going to turn out to be one hell of a finish because, if we look back, from what I did earlier this year, the Podium 500, it had its share of cautions. It was a long race. It really was. But at the end, it was a damn near photo finish, and Kyler Wynn got the win. Now check this out, Kyler. Remember, Wesley, we talked about this. Started on the pole, first lap, went below the yellow line, dropped all the way to the back to stay out of all the chaos. He saved himself right here. He's up there at the front. He's got a shot.
Here we go, ready to see what happens here. Ready to watch Felique and Win. I think somebody earlier in the first stream was talking about watch the Win machine. Watch him make his climb up there. Here he comes, and he's right there ready to bring the field back to the green flag. It is not over yet. By the way, I think if anybody, you mentioned a run to the finish green flag. There's one guy in the chat box, Jacob, that does not want that to happen. That is Thomas Parker. He is right now 5 of 6 for the cautions after the last 100 miles, I think it was, and he is 1 away. So the over-under is now in favor by 1 for Thomas Parker if he gets that caution. So, Tyler, 10 to go. It has all come down to this. 20 miles left at Daytona, boss.
Yep, let's set the stage. Felique, Wynn, York, Witt, Neagles, Huerta, Guerrero, McCullough, Scott Jr., Ward. That's your top 10. Felique, the leader. He took the outside lane. Geico restart zone. He gets a big shove from Witt. He gets a good jump. Meanwhile, it looks like Wynn got a bad jump. Will Witt be able to clear it? Cody Neagles is going to look to push and maybe make it 3 wide early on. Meanwhile, Guerrero's behind Neagles as they work their way towards 1 and 2.
Looks like Paul Witt is going to stay up on that top side. Nope, thought different of it. He's going to jump down in front of Kyler Wynn. Now Cody Neagles, he is going to be in the catbird seat. We've seen how fast he is. The only problem is the whole back end looks like he backed into a damn headlight, or excuse me, a light pole at Walmart doing about 90 miles an hour. But here comes Paul Witt on the outside.
The back straightaway now, Felique now shows his strength when it counts the most. Some guys going below the double yellow line. They hold their line, though. Here comes that 429 up the outside, and he gets turned. Felique gets airborne, flies through the air. They're scrambling. They're panicking. They're all crashing as the field implodes from within on the front row.
Felique and Witt. Big trouble. Witt's involved. Meanwhile, Malik Ray's involved. Freeze is involved. Other drivers as well.
Matthew Lee.
Garrett Maines may have got through. Matthew Lee is in. Eberhardt's involved as well. All the big names except for Kyler Wynn and Cody Neagles look like they're involved in that crash. Big trouble here at Daytona.
It looked like a bad bump draft wrong in the corner. You just don't bump somebody going into the corner, and that's exactly what started this, Jacob. But again, you're coming to the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, and that is violent. Right there, that's one of the more violent wrecks that I've seen. Yeah, that's what it was. Right rear hook. There was a little bit of door banging between, I believe, Paul Witt and Kyler Wynn, but at the same time, that is one of the more violent wrecks that I've seen on iRacing. And folks, I talked about this the other night on one of the broadcasts that we did here on the National 360 Racing Network. Is with wrecks like that, granted we're on a sim, but you can still get hurt. The wheel can probably snap out of your hand the wrong way. I've heard of people having sprained wrists, broken wrists, broken fingers. The wheel getting caught right there with their fingers. So, that hard of a hit, him trying to turn it that way and then maybe the wheel snapped out or whatever. I really hope he's okay. And I know that sounds kind of crazy to say that about a sim race, about iRacing and everything, but you can get hurt doing this, folks. I mean, it's not going to be life-threatening, but, you can get hurt doing this.
I've said it in iRacing, I say it in real life as well, Tyler. I am against the right rear hook. They need to just abolish it. If you do it, you're done, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like what happened, though, based on everything that we've heard from race control, is that Wynn got into the back bumper, and that caused Felique to shoot up a little bit, and then Witt kind of gets into the right rear. It doesn't look like an intentional hook at all. It definitely came from Wynn giving him a shove like you originally thought.
Nobody's going to get penalized, right? No EOL. It's a racing incident, basically.
Wynn's come down pit road, so he's going to the back of the field. We'll see how that works out for the 82 machine, but he's come down pit road because he was one of those drivers who pit a long, long time ago. Wasn't expecting any green-white checkers, and we are probably going in that direction, ladies and gentlemen. But It has been chaos. We'll see how many drivers remain on the lead lap after that incident, but Velike and Bondell are definitely done for the night. A couple other drivers probably are as well. So look at the field as they're trying to get reorganized. But right now, your leader, Cody Neagles, Joe Huerta, Logan York, Chris McCullough, and Vincent Guerrero are your top 5 as they run. And man, it's been a crazy, crazy race.
Yeah,
It's been a spook fest.
Yeah.
It's been a virtual spook fest, just saying. We're not done yet.
No, we're not done. We're not done by a mile. And, I mean, it's Daytona. I mean, it is what it is. You throw money on the line. I mean, you're going to have aggressive racing. You're going to have guys do crazy things. And, I agree with you on that time. That's just a racing deal right there with just how it worked out right there. We are saying, that there may be a little bit of different opinions on this because Kyler's saying that, in the chat, Kyler said that it wasn't on him. And actually, yes, they're going to give him the EOL for that. But some of them out there in the live chat saying that it's going to be on the on the 82. So mixed opinions, mixed emotions, I guess you could say, for all this, which can be controversial right here at the end of 500 miles here tonight at Daytona.
Yeah, as we get closer and closer, about 20 miles remaining here tonight. It looks like only about 20 cars on the lead lap after that incident. The field started off at 50. We're down to 20. We're going to get double file here and try this one more time. It'll be 6 to go at green, Wesley.
All right, the lights are off on that pace car. And remember, there is still a chance at overtime, if need be, hanging in the balance of this one. And there's new names that we mentioned that are up here battling. Some guys like Herta and others, Freeze, that were up there earlier, fell back in the saddle again. And when it counts the most, right now, lights off on the back straightaway as the field is ready to come down the back stretch. Those butterflies beginning to settle, but dollar brains flashing right now on all of these guys' minds as you're on the cusp of literally picking up a $700 payday. And as we mentioned, the Halloween 500 here tonight at Daytona, I want to encourage you also to join us on the NASRA 360 Racing Network, not only for our coverage Monday through Friday, Tyler and Jacob, but also the big race next will be a special for NASRA Friday, November 29th. Black Friday 500, I think is what I was told. Talladega. It's going to be a big event on, again, Friday, November 29th. Here you go. Tyler, ready to see what happens here in the restart box this time around.
Yep, top 10 as they run. Cody Neagles, Logan York, Vincent Guerrero, Joe Herta, Chris McCullough, John Ward, Steven Scott, Kevin Fries, Danny Barnes in the 9th position. First time we've talked about him tonight. And Mike Davenport, your top 10. Cody Neagles leading the field to the restart zone as the virtual iRacing pace car pulls hard left down pit road. Neagles in the Geico zone. He gets a good jump. He's got Guerrero right behind him. Logan York's going to fall back a little bit. Hopefully Herta gets to him here soon.
We'll see how it works out. Now Neagles is going to jump up there on the top side, try to block this advance from Logan York. York tags him straight into the back bumper. Guerrero all by himself down there. Now he's going to get a little bit of help in the form of Christopher McCullough. Here comes Kevin Fries on this inside lane, but Neagles up on the top side getting the shove from Logan York as here comes Guerrero on the inside.
Didn't somebody earlier in the first 3-4 hour broadcast say Cody Neagles for the win? Look at him now at this time, up in front, leads the way, pulls up in front of Herta. Meanwhile, McCullough, also Freeze, they hook up on the bottom with some more drivers. Neagles leads them all 4.
Yeah, the lead packs down to about, let's call it 12, 13 cars. Meanwhile, Garrett Maines, he's back with the lead group. Call him the 5th car on the outside lane. They're looking for space. Meanwhile, Guerrero gives a shove to Logan York. Herta gives a shove to Cody Neagles. They're side by side.
5 to go here at Daytona. Who wants the $700 payday? Cody Neagles up top. He's got Herrera right behind him. Logan York is going to shoot out to the lead, and he's going to have Guerrero right behind him off 2.
And look at Logan York now. Here's a name that people said, plain watch. It's York. Now Neagles, and Cody Neagles will battle back on the outside. Stack them up again. Herta, McCullough, Guerrero, names that we haven't mentioned up on the outside. And here comes Michael Myers. Scott tries to go 3 wide off 4.
That's really tight there. Not a lot of space as the rest of the field comes together. The remaining lead lap cars pushing hard. Garrett Maines second in line behind Scott. He's trying to get him up to the lead. Meanwhile, Neagles and York side by side for the lead.
All the chips in the center of the table. Here comes the 77. Stevens,
Oh, no.
right back here. Big cars getting took out. One of them up in the air, over on its sled. Caution is out here tonight at Daytona once again, and we're going to overtime. Wesley, you jinxed us.
Breeze into the big red machine of the 55. Everyone else piles in from there. The good wrench number 3 colors. Did Garrett Maines get a piece of it? No, that's another car. Wow.
Maines is well clear, yep.
Yes. Oh, my. Here we go, guys. Wynn caught up in it. There's Scott again. Michael Myers. Wow. Wow.
And this means overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Here we go. Going into overtime. Sometimes we call it free racing, but man, this has been a long race. I think we're at, what, 20 caution flags now?
Yeah, at least. Kenneth McCullough, Joshua McCullough, both involved. Freeze is involved. A lot of drivers' nights are done. We may have only about 12, 13 cars in the lead lap now, Wesley and Jake.
Well, yeah, and I'm also seeing in there Thomas Parker chiming in the live chat. Gonna have 10 cars finished right here. So, you know, that's a big deal. And he's saying something about Sizemore. I've been seeing a lot about Sizemore.
I have Sizemore as being many laps down.
Yeah, Sizemore's 105 down, so I don't know what they're seeing.
Yeah, Jennifer Johnson's rooting on Sizemore, I think, and I think that's just a little, you know, I will say it again in the previous stream. I'll say it again here now. There was a lot of confusion with the names and the numbers not matching, and I think that might be confusing some people on the ticker. A matter of fact, you guys are in the iRacing stream right now. Something we haven't done is give a full field rundown. So Tyler, Jacob, why don't y'all give a full field rundown of where everybody is on the racetrack currently?
Gladly. Right now, your race leader, Logan York. He'll have John Ward second, Cody Neagles third. Garrett Maines sits in the 4th position. 5th will be Vincent Guerrero. Then you have Vincente Guerrero, correction. Joe Herta will be in 6th. Chris McCullough, 7th. Danny Barnes, 8th. Daniel Eberhardt, 9th. And Malik Ray, your top 10.
Looks like Matthew Lee, actually, he's going down pit road at this time. We're seeing right there Danny Barnes. He's going to be up here in this mix as well. A couple of other drivers. All of them went down pit road. I was trying to go down my iRacing to see where they was at, but it's like Kenneth McCullough. He's in the pits as well. A lot of these guys may be going in right here for this final time right here, maybe to try to get damage fixed. Honestly, Tyler, because, you know, like I said, all hell just ended up breaking loose right there going through 1 and 2. So a lot of them probably having to fix damage right here to get their cars lined back up and get back out here on the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll get a full field rundown when we get the 1 to green, Wesley. But, Wesley, this has been a crazy race so far. Danny Barnes, by the way, making through. We haven't talked about him pretty much at all tonight. He sits in the 8th position there. He is chilling with an opportunity to get a big payday. Let's talk about Corey Buskirk. He was 3 laps down at one point. He sits in 12th still on the lead lap.
Yeah, really good, strong efforts from these guys. A lot of them playing in the back. John Ward, by the way, look at the 92, right back up in the saddle again as well in the Hellraiser machine. He's right here, ready to make a charge when it counts the most. Obviously, we mentioned the York driver, and you see his machine right there on the inside of the racetrack, ready now to settle it. But obviously, overtime has different rules than the regular scheduled distance, Tyler. We need to explain it to our audience if they're new to coverage on the NASRA 360 Racing Network.
Yep, green-white checkered 2-lap shootout to the finish. The caution comes out before the white flag. We rack them, stack them, and do it again. But if the leaders take the white, the race is official. Next flag ends it, and that flag will be the checkered flag. Whoever out in front yet to be seen, but we do have 3 attempts at the green-white checkered here tonight, as we're now about to get the 1 to go. We'll get a full field rundown real quick here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Your race leader, Logan York, John Ward 2nd, Cody Neagles 3rd, Garrett Maines 4th, Vincent Guerrero 5th, Joe Herta 6th, Christopher McCullough 7th, Danny Barnes 8th, Daniel Eberhardt 9th, Malik Ray, your top 10.
Then Matthew Lee's going to be in 11th with Joshua McCullough will be in P12. Good run for him. Started 41st. He's all the way up there in 12. How about Corey Buskirk? I'm going to get that name wrong, but we may end up wanting to get it right because he's still got a shot to win this thing on the lead lap. Sitting in P13 with Tucker McClendon will be in P14. Kevin Freeze, we saw him very strong up here at the front. We'll see if he can get back up here and get it done. He's sitting in P15. Edward Marshall in P16 with Christopher Carter in P17. Kenneth McCullough Jr. sitting in P18 with Kyler Wynn back out there on the track. Not the night that he was hoping for. He will be in P19. And Mike Davenport on pit road, 1 lap down, sitting in 20th.
21st will be Mark Vondell, 2 laps down. Steven Scott Jr. as well as 2 laps down. Then you have Dylan Jones, Evan Carlborn, Paul Witt, Jared Haynes, Landon Felique, Matthew Baker, Brian Hennings, and Richard Elliott, all multiple laps down. That's your top 30.
And James Wagner will be in 31st with Christopher Milton in 32nd. Rest of these guys, I mean, a lot of these guys probably have already backed out of the session multiple laps down. John Mollahan, who was going to have a strong run here tonight, unfortunately, he will finish in the 33rd spot. Mike George, I put the curse on him, so he ended up finishing in 34th. With Trevor Aswarnoth will be in 35th. He's actually still out there on the track, but he's 54 laps down. Devin Ray, Michael Allen, Michael Schaefer, James Warning, and J.R. Miller. That's the top 40 as we're getting ready for a restart right here. Green, white, checkered.
Hold your breath. That's all I can say, Tyler.
Yep, here we go. Logan York, gets to the green. Did not remember to key in. My apologies. Logan York gets a good jump. Cody Eagles behind him. John Ward to the outside. Vicente Guerrero, and Garrett Baines, your top 5 as they roll. Green flag is out. 2 laps to settle here at Daytona.
York's going to jump up to the top side. Tries to put the block on Ward now. Cody Eagles right behind him on that inside lane. Guerrero down here with Garrett Mays. Watch out for that 45, showing 12. He's got a shot right here, Wesley.
Naggles on the outside lane. He gets the big push to the lead. Everybody aggressively behind them, pushing, shoving. York, Naggles, Ward, they're all going at it now as they work into turn number 3. They're looking for a white flag lap. This time by. Winner takes all when they come back around next time.
Malik Ray, Joshua McCullough on that outside lane, making it 3 wide. Meanwhile, John Moore gets a big shove from Garrett Maines. Meanwhile, Joe Huerta, they're sitting 3rd on the outside lane. White flag, next flag ends it, Jacob.
Last time going through 1 and 2, and it is all John Ward. Here comes Maines, jumps down, almost turns himself off the front bumper of Logan York. Maines goes to the front here at Daytona. Ward gets shot from Herta, and here comes Maines for the final time off turn 2.
Days of what Tyler Reddick did on the back straightaway at Homestead to win to go to the championship 4. Garrett Maines does the same here in the Halloween 500. He's about to put everybody in a nightmare mode as they work into turn 3 for the final time.
Logan York trying to push Garrett Maines clear. $700 to the winner. Garrett Maines is well cleared. He's going to block John Ward. Yes, he is. No, John Ward gets to his outside. Meanwhile, Maines gets the push. They're going to be tight at the line. It's going to be... Oh, Maines wins it.
Ward.
No,
John
they're
Ward.
crashing. John Ward has won the race,
John
guys.
Ward has won.
Wow.
0 right here, guys.
Wow.
Literally 0. The same distance of what it was when I beat Chris Blanchard on the Cops Truck Series at Atlanta. Literally 0 across the line. John Ward gets the win here tonight at Atlanta or Daytona over Garrett Maines. What a finish right there, boys.
Friday
Wow.
the 13th has came to Nasbra on October the 27th. Jason Voorhees' car, John Ward, has came back through the nightmares to win the race. And look at this one. Garrett Maines, I don't think he realized how fast that outside lane was coming after him. What a finish. After all the craziness, after all the crashes, after all the calamity, the spooktacular comes down to a shocking moment, Tyler, right there at the line. Are you kidding me? Are you not entertained in iRacing?
Wow, I thought Maines had it, but John Ward with a big shove from Huerta on that outside. When he got to the outside, and I thought Maines came down in front of York, he was going to get clear, but no, wow, what a drive there from John Ward. He gets the job done at the line. But look at this finish, ladies and gentlemen. If you stuck around for 4+ hours, you got treated to an amazing ending here at Daytona. Look at this.
Guys, I
Garrett
want you to watch
Maines.
something. Look at this one more time. Cody, rewind it one more time for me, buddy. Rewind it right about there. Right here. Put it in play. Watch the one of Herta. He gives him a shove as he gets pushed to the bottom and bounces off the York car. That little push right there, Tyler and Jacob, was all John Ward needed to win this race. That help from Herta, I give him some of the money because that's the money shot that got him to victory lane right there.
What a finish here at Daytona. Wow, just absolutely unbelievable.
One word, boys. Damn. That's a finish right there. I mean, I agree with you, Wesley and Tyler. I mean, if you stuck around for 4 hours right there, you got treated to a great finish right there. That is something right there to see. That is awesome.
All down to this at the end of the race, at the end of even 2 streams, because the first one got exhausted and, broke down, if you will. The rat hamster came off the wheel. All of this comes down to a 000. What was it? 0001, I think it is. Is that what it was, guys? I'm thinking on timing and scoring. 0001.
Well, I mean, only goes to the thousandths, and they had him as a dead heat. But you see clearly there, Ward gets just a slither of that splitter out in front of Garrett Maines, and he's going to burn it down here at Daytona. $700 to John Ward. What a finish, Jacob.
And I love it that a Halloween car theme won the race, Jake, as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing about it. John Ward could actually hang this one on his resume that he won the Halloween 500. And not only that, won it over Garrett Maines. Granted, there's going to be people that's going to say, well, yeah, he beat him at Daytona. Daytona, it is one of them things. It doesn't make a damn. You win a race, especially with this caliber against that caliber of a driver, that means something right there, folks. I will guarantee you right there on that, and I believe Wesley and Tyler will both back me up on that. It means something when you go 500 miles and you beat one of the best in iRacing by that much right there. He's going to remember that one for a long time.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, I agree. Called a lot of iRacing in my career, in my 30-year real announcing career as well, Tyler. And, man, when you can put this on your belt, man, this is something special right here. Definitely cherish this moment.
Yeah, we're going to talk with your top 3 finishers here shortly, but what a finish. You saw John Ward gets the win, Garrett Maines second, Joe Herta third, Logan York finishes fourth, Danny Barnes fifth, Cody Neagles sixth, seventh goes to Malik Ray, Matthew Lee eighth, Vincente Guerrero finishes ninth, and Joshua McCullough rounding out your top 10.
Another one of the McCullough boys finishes 11th from a pretty good starting spot, I guess you could say. 44th, he will finish 11th, that being Christopher McCullough. Tucker McClendon will end up finishing in P12 after starting 38. Daniel Eberhardt will get 13th. Kevin Freeze, we saw him up at the front. Looked like he was going to have a good night. Unfortunately, will finish 14th. Your pole sitter here tonight, Kyler Wynn, he ain't going to be able to get it done here tonight. He's going to finish 15th with Kenneth McCullough Jr. finishing in 16th. Edward Marshall in 17th. Corey Buskirk will end up finishing in 18th. Christopher Carter will get 19th, the last driver to finish on the lead lap. And Mark Vondel will round out the top 20.
Mike Davenport will finish in 21st. Steven Scott Jr., the Michael Myers machine, will have to settle for Halloween in 22nd. Matthew Baker, 23rd. Dylan Jones, Evan Carlborn, Paul Witt, some names that are all the way in the back, multiple laps down or more. Jared Haynes, Landon Valike, what it could have been for the orange and purple 62, crashed at the end of things. Richard Elliott, Brian Hennings now, Tyler, your top 30.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the field here, James Wagoner, Christopher Melton, John Mollahan, who was running well but really struggled in traffic. We saw him get around at one point as well. Trevor Aswinoff, Mike George, Devin Ray, Michael Allen, Michael Schaefer, James Waring, and J.R. Miller, your top 40 as we look at the last 10 drivers of this race. Zach Range, Justin Miller, Heath Job, Chase Mistretta, Chris Blanchard, Steve Sizemore, Rick Schneider, Jeff Merck, Terry Wilson, and Bobby Rachel finishing many, many laps down, wrecked out quite early.
Hey, guys, we found who they were talking about with Sizemore finally.
Exactly. Well, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with your top 3 to talk with them, especially your winner, John Ward, right after this.
Starbase 1552 Comics. We sell everything a collector would want. Comics, Funkos, action figures, and so many more. A real American comic book shop. We are online only. Starbase 1552 Comics.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations.
Back live here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway for the Halloween 500 that just concluded. And Jacob Reeves is standing by in victory lane with the race winner, John Ward. Or maybe we lost Jacob Reeves. John, I gotta say, I originally thought Garrett Maines had it, but you came back right at the line, sneaking out the iRacing timing and scoring had as a .000 at the line. Tell me what was going through your head there on that last lap.
Yeah, it was good to get the win. On the last lap there, I was just hoping not to wreck. I was just hoping to get a good finish, good clean finish. But anytime you can get the win, it's really good. And I got the run out of 4. I jumped high, and Joe Herder was behind me, gave me a good push. I knew Garrett was going to block, and I was going to try to get a run on him. Anyway, I got beside him, and I watched the replay. It looked like a tie to me, but I barely got out in front of him and got the win. And it was good feeling, man. I ain't been in victory lane in a long time.
Yeah, it was a very long race tonight, John, and we talked about, well over 4 hours. What's it like trying to keep focus, especially at the end when you have just a green-white checker to settle it after 200 laps?
Let me tell you what, you got to have a lot of focus. You got to have longevity. You got to be focused the whole time. Like, you get EOLs, and there's new rules and everything going on, and it's a lot to keep up with. And you got your teammates and everything going on. You just got to stay on top of your game, make sure you get your pit stops right and get on the right sequence, and try not to get no black flags and, no holds, and that's the main thing.
Well, I believe my co is up here back in the booth. Jacob, we're talking with the race winner, John Ward. I mean, you had a great reaction to the finish. Anything you got for our race winner here tonight? Well, maybe he still has technical difficulties, John. Well, I apologize for my lack of co-host, or he's trying to get back in. But, John, before we let you go tonight, is there anyone that you would like to thank or anything else you have from this race?
I just want to say, it was overall, it was a good, it is what it is, a lot of yellows, but it was a good race for the most part. And I want to thank you guys for broadcasting. I thank MMS, them guys putting the race on. Without them, we wouldn't even have the race. My team, Hyper Motorsports and everything. Just, it was a real good run for us.
Well, we appreciate taking the time to talk with us, John. And again, congratulations. Big $700 payday for you. What are you going to do with that money?
I'm probably going to get a sim rig. I got a little desk and a chair. I need to get a little rig, and maybe that's what I'm going to do with it. Get me a little rig.
Hell yeah. Well, again, congratulations on the win, and thanks for spending some time with us. Go enjoy that win.
You got it, man. Thank you.
We're now going to be joined by the former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver, I believe currently in the Contender Series, Garrett Maines. Garrett, you finished second. You had a great run, led a ton of laps. Was there anything else you could have done there other than maybe wreck yourself off the front of John Ward when he got to your outside off of 4?
I think that's about the only other option there. I mean, I was hoping, I'd be able to move up and catch a little bit of a run from him and move back down, but, man, I almost put myself in no man's land and cost myself even more. So, I don't know. I was in an impossible situation. If I stayed on the bottom, I definitely had no shot. If I moved up, I was taking a high risk. I didn't want to cause a wreck. And the more he moved up, the higher the risk was of causing it. So I was just like, I don't want to do that. And I moved back down. It was almost too late for that. But, man, to come up, literally short of, an inch or two, it's quite disappointing. But, we really shouldn't have even been back in the hunt there. I kind of got a lot of miracles there with how the cautions fell and how the runs, formed up. So I will definitely take what I got.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of the chaos of the race. We saw you working with Malik Ray and Kyler Wynn throughout most of that race. was there are a lot of strategy and discussions between the three of you, obviously being very well known in the iRacing circuit as well as on eNASCAR.
Yeah, funny enough, we actually don't work together, but we were sure as heck up there together most of the night. It was, for the first like half, it was me, Cody, and then Malik, and actually I don't think Kyler got into that picture until a little bit later. It kind of when Cody got cycled out, it became Kyler, but man, it was a brawl there for a very long time. And once I got Kevin up there, we were really doing some good work up there, just able to stay in control. But once he got wrecked, it was a lot of chaos, and unfortunately the netcode got me and Kyler tied up, and that pretty much junked me, and I had to fix all the damage, go back to the tail. And if it wasn't for like supreme ARCA braking, I don't think I would have had quite the opportunity that I did at the end. But I got on the brakes for one of the big wrecks where somebody literally got sent into the turn 4 wall and went helicoptering after that. But man, I hit the brakes. I just watched like 10 cars just funnel straight into this crash and just pile in. And I skated by, probably gained 10 spots on that crash. So I think that was kind of the turning point where instead of me having to pick through the whole field, they kind of just barreled into it for me, and I was able to scoot by without any damage. And then I was in kind of, striking distance. I was able to work the top 3 wide with Ward to get to the front, which was just like good timing. He hopped up when I was thinking it and just went straight to the front. Timing with the caution was perfect too. It came out right as we got to the front row. So basically, that last green white checkered stint was, the outcome of that move.
Yeah, and obviously, I believe you're right now going through the Contender Series, trying to get your way back into the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. What does it mean, just to kind of go out and run these longer races and kind of try some things out? Especially, I believe the Contender Series also runs the Xfinity car, correct?
Correct, and I think what happens is I burn up all my luck in these races, and I go in there, and all the crashes I missed in here, I make up for it in those, because I'm pretty sure I can put together a 30 or 60 second clip of just every single crash I got involved in the last race. Just that one alone. So if we could turn that around for the rest of the year and hopefully start getting some luck on our side, that'd be great. It's just honestly, like, the races are a sprint format. It's very hard to pass in this car. You can't really get close to the right rear, as you saw tonight. You can't really push. It makes it so hard to make things happen. And if you don't start on the front row, you're kind of at the mercy of other people. So we'll see how it goes the rest of the year. But I mean, big picture is you just got to finish top 30 on that series, and I'm trying to do what I can to represent while I'm there, but at the same time, keep in mind it's not who wins it. It's it's a top 30 deal.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I think maybe my co-host is in here. Jake, we got you back, buddy?
Yeah. Well, we finally got back. Yeah, computer froze up after about 4 hours, so usually that kind of stuff happens. But I guess. But I mean, Garrett. I mean, obviously, it's close. Closest finish. I mean, have you ever been in a closer finish than that right there?
That is about as close as it gets. I think. This group is probably some of the best super speedway racers on here, and pretty much a bunch of the same people were in the other one that comes to mind. It was 3x3x3. All dead ties, like across the line. 3-way tie for the front row, the next row, and the next row. So I think that's about as close as it gets. But just insane racing in here, coming to the end there. Just everybody kept it clean. I was kind of expecting some turmoil coming off of turn 4, but nobody stepped over the line. So definitely, cool to see a clean finish.
Well, Garrett, we appreciate you coming here talking with us here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network. Before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank, and final thoughts on the race tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Big thank you to Kenneth McCullough for putting it on, and also shout out to Scott at MCU Body. Big thank you to the guys at Ryko Performance for all their support all season long, and also shout out to Lennox.
Well, we appreciate taking the time, Garrett. We wish you the best of luck throughout the rest of the year in I believe it's called the Pro Series, not the Contender Series. But wishing you the best of luck there, and hopefully we see you back in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series next season.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, we were going to have Joe Huerta on as our third place finisher, but do not see him anymore. He was in the waiting room. We'll have to see if he ever makes it back. But Jacob, final thoughts on this race. It's been a marathon.
One word: long. That's about all you could really say. I mean, honestly, Tyler, I mean, it was a long one. Started at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and it's 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. But I mean, that's what you're going to get out of a 500-mile race, 200 laps at Daytona. You get your chaos. We saw, we usually, I mean, we seen what we usually would see, I guess you could say, even with, the concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series or DSR Electric, whatever it is. You got your long green flag run, you got your chaos, you got your wrecks. You probably had some beef out there on the track. I wouldn't doubt that one bit. But the main thing is that everybody stuck around for 4 hours and they saw a hell of a finish. I mean, they really did. 000 at that point. I mean, I don't even know how they would record it at that point and figure out who gets to win. But I mean, shout out to John Ward, all of them. All the McCullough boys for putting this on right here, because it was an absolute pleasure. Even though it's cutting into my bedtime and I got to work tomorrow, but it still was a hell of a show, and it was a great pleasure to be up here with you and Wesley.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun time, all three of us in the booth. Again, huge shout out to our producer, Cody Knott, for getting us sights and sounds, as well as recovering the stream after some technical issues after a 4+ hour race and stream. We'd like to thank everyone who tuned in for those 4+ hours on 2 different streams. It was a crazy race here on the NASCAR 360 Racing Network. The Halloween 500 goes to John Ward in a nail-biting finish over Garrett Maines. We appreciate all of y'all tuning in. We wish you all a great evening and a happy and spooky Halloween. Good night, everyone.